and welcome to this week 6 Sunday of the OPL. My name is Michael Hingersing, and I'm joined here by Choo Choos and also Carbon. And, you're backing up, Carbon, after yesterday's big day of casting.
Yep.
How are you feeling today?
Good. Gave the voice a bit of a rest. A lot of yelling on Friday, a lot of yelling on Saturday. A little bit easier on the desk today.
Well, you say that. I'm gonna require some screams from you later on today. Choo Choos, you're backing up yesterday after desk duties. You're filling in for someone quite kindly, so thank you very much for being here.
No, I'm happy to jump in. I'm really looking forward to today's games.
Well, let's take a look at yesterday's results before we get into today's games, shall we? As we bring them up on your screen. Abyss were too strong for TM, taking them down 2-0. And then Chiefs, too strong for AV, another 2-0. A quick night last night in terms of the series. And some of those games we've replayed. Some of those things we'll be replaying today as Direwolves take on TM and Chiefs take on Sin. A definitive time for all 4 teams involved, because if Direwolves drop a game today, they can no longer take first place, Carbon.
Mathematically, they can, because it depends on our results, of course.
Oh yeah, if you guys. Yeah,
but assuming we win the rest of our games, I think Direwolves, if they want a really good crack at first, I think they need to 2-0 every week for the next. I think this is their fourth. They have 4 matches left. This being obviously the first of the 4, but they need to 2-0 almost every week, and so there's a bit of pressure on today to make sure they close it out clean.
And they're up against TM, bottom of the ladder, so you really think that they should be able to pull out a 2-0 today.
And just a quick preview of Sin versus Chiefs as well. That's the battle for 3rd and 4th basically right now.
Well,
they're going to see if they can do what AV couldn't yesterday.
Yeah. For Chiefs, it's like they can still push second. So I think they're 3rd at the moment, and they can still reach second. I'm not sure if Sin can reach second, but I know that Sin would much rather sit in that 3rd seed as opposed to 4th or potentially 5th.
All right, well, let's take a look at our first matchup of the day. Direwolves, previously top of the table, now ranked 2nd, taking on TM, who are currently 0-6 in the split. This is going to be a difficult match for TM. A very difficult match for them, Carter.
Yes, this is going to be a tough one. They are coming off a pretty rough loss yesterday.
Heartbreaking.
That second game was a 40-minute slobber knocker, which they are unable.
That's not a word.
It is now.
Which they weren't able to close out. So that was pretty upsetting to watch as a viewer, and I was casting the game. So look, they're going to have a pretty rough 2 days. Hopefully they've reset after last night and put on a better performance today.
Yeah, I mean, heartbreaking performances. I would like to praise T-Gun especially, who's been stepping up lately. Direwolves, very good opponent. You'd really hope that they can get through the landing phase and get some good team fights.
Then for TM then, if they are going in as underdogs then, obviously they're still going to be playing to win, but if you're their coach or you're a fan, what are you looking for as a takeaway from today?
I think the big thing for TM is just trying to keep it competitive, not letting themselves get run over. We've seen in the past few weeks, some games just seem like an absolute wash. I mean, Chiefs versus AV was pretty tough last night. Like a Regicide versus Direwolves. I mean, Regicide versus, who do they play?
AV.
AV as well. I mean, that was also a complete wash. So it's, I think for TM fans and for TM, for Cyclone, the TM coach, I think today, just seeing some competitive games, even if they lose 2-0, if they're close, if both games are relatively close, I would even take just a good lane phase.
Yeah.
Like if they can just put together a good 15 minutes, that at least gives them a base that they can then work off. Because it's so difficult to review games where you just get slaughtered before you have a chance to do anything.
That's it, especially from a coaching perspective. We know better than a lot of people that if you lose in laning phase, you can't really...
You might know that.
Do you remember your series versus Direwolves, the grand finals, last split?
No, I don't.
You don't?
His split's been blocked.
What about your series versus Direwolves?
All right, guys, let us not really relitigate your very well-versed losses. Let's talk about some matchups, actually. I want to talk about this mid lane matchup. Fantix going into Shock. Fantix, one of the strongest mid laners in the OPL, coming up against Shock, a young guy who has, I guess, been underperforming. And when you look at this, I mean, Fantix's KDA, more than double his opponents in this matchup.
I believe you brought that down, Tim. Fantix KDA?
Fantix KDA, yes. I think it was around the 5 point something before our game. Look, Fantix obviously an extremely talented player. I think he's been pushing for that #1 spot. I think he's been making a claim to being the #1 mid laner in OS. Certainly last split, I think, and this split again, he's doing the same. Shock, on the other hand, I mean, you say he's underperforming. He's a rookie. It's his first ever split. I would say that we don't really know what his standard is yet, and I don't think it's fair to say, you know, he's under or overperforming because he hasn't really set a benchmark for himself other than what you see on screen. But you'd like to think that he could do a little bit better.
Yeah, I mean, from those statistics, you can really see what they offer to their team. Shock is usually quite a utility-based champion pool. Into the Karma, the Oriana, even the Galio he recently played. While Fantix, 5 games of Corki into one Kassadin, and he obviously does a lot more for his team.
9.8 CS per minute average.
Yeah.
So like
loves to farm.
He's always fed. He's always strong. He's always doing a ton of damage. Shock does play a lot of utility. You have to wonder whether that's a choice by him or whether it's like his coach's decision. Like playing something like the Galio or the Karma or even Zillion today might shore up that weak lane phase that he will have against Fantix. But then again, like when they play those champs, they put a lot of responsibility then on the bot lane on low. And I think what we saw yesterday was that maybe isn't the best strategy for them. I mean, I don't know what's going on in scrims, but we could see the 80 carries here. He's up against a tough opponent today, King.
Caitlyn is definitely a hot pick here.
It looks like Caitlyn is going to be a contested pick for both of these 80 carries. But we saw last night, despite Caitlyn's nerfs, if you kind of take the attack speed runes with
like Blinky.
Yeah, like Blinky did. Yeah. Do a lot of damage real quick.
Yeah, I think that was probably one of the best laning phases we've seen out of the nerf Caitlyn. Jakey and Blinky playing that one. They got a lot of damage, a lot of priority on their bot lane. Changed my opinion a bit on the nerfs and how people can utilize it.
The thing about Caitlyn now is that, like, she still has that extremely strong lane phase. Because what they nerfed, they halved her damage, her attack speed growth per level. So what they nerfed was really her scaling and not her lane phase. So her lane phase is still extremely strong. Very easy to get priority, very easy to get chip damage on the tower, especially if you have a good support matchup. But the problem is that they've kind of we used to talk about like a mid-game trough when we spoke about Caitlyn, and they kind of made it like deeper,
deeper trough.
It's a deep trough.
It's like the Marinaris Trench.
Yeah, it's like it's all the way down here.
It's a pretty good geography joke, you guys.
And what that means is that when you fall behind on Caitlyn, like we saw with TM yesterday when they lost their tower first in both games.
Direwolves as well.
Caitlyn.
As well against you guys.
When you lose your tower with Caitlyn, you just become utterly useless because it's not that the old Caitlyn where you get 3 items and all of a sudden, oh, now she's online. Doesn't matter that she was behind. She's got 3 items. Now she's going to carry. Like, even with 3 items, she's not the same carry that she was. And so what we see and kind of the issue I have with the Caitlyn, especially for TM, is that it's like a double-edged sword in that regard. Like, I think they pick it because it gives them a strong lane phase. So it's like, okay, we're going to give low Caitlyn, and T-Gun's going to get maybe counter pick on support. Yeah. That will mean that their lane phase is going to be safe. They're not going to die. They shouldn't lose first tower. But the problem is that when they do die, and I don't want to say it's inevitable, but they've almost every game made a mistake that loses them their tower. Yeah. And when that does happen, having the Caitlyn puts them so much further behind than what having something like a Ashe or a Varus would be.
And from the previous, Cyclone has opted in sort of a Sin play style. They've drafted for their bot lane. You can kind of see that they put a lot of their eggs onto low and T-Gun. But they, as you said...
That's not how that saying goes. You don't put your eggs onto someone.
Of their bot lane.
You're just talking about egging some dudes now.
Yeah, but... I mean, Praetor jumped away from the Camille and the Furor. They opted out for they put him on the Jarvan. You can see that, as you said, I don't know how their scrims are going, but they've started to put a lot of resources into their bot lane and the big ban.
Yeah.
All right, well, this is the Direwolves lineup, and we'll go through it, shall we, before we get into the game. Their top laner is Chippies. Their jungler is Schönfire. Their mid laner is Fantix, who we spoke about just before. And their bot lane is made up of King, supported by Destiny, friend of the desk, friend of the show. He was here yesterday, and I got to say, still a big fan of Destiny's haircut.
Yeah.
Hasn't grown out yet, feeling good. They should update his picture. There, get the new haircut. It's very defining.
Go bold.
Right.
You like Shed when he's bald?
Yeah.
I reckon he looks good with a shaved head as well.
Yeah.
I reckon Shed looks way better when he's got
Can he hear us?
Close.
No, he cannot hear us right now.
He can't hear us.
No. But he'll watch the VODs. He'll watch the VODs and he'll tweet at you later. All right. Their opponents across the rift are TM Gaming. They're focusing in on the journeyman T-Gun there. But let's go through their lineup. Their top laner is Praetor. Their jungler is Only. Their mid laner is Shock, who we spoke about before. And their bot lane is comprised of Low and T-Gun, the Goon, friend of the show, friend of the desk. We do like supports on the desk. Lacking today, obviously, with a mid laner and a jungler. But let's get you guys' predictions before we go into this first match. Choo-Choo, start us off. Do TM have a sniff in this matchup today?
A sniff? No.
No.
Do they even have a nose?
I mean, I'll give it Direwolves 2-0. As we said, I'd really like this game to go beyond laning phase. Direwolves have arguably some of the strongest laners in the region.
Yeah.
If they can get through this laning phase, they can have a decent VOD review and maybe improve going on to the final weeks of OPL.
Yeah.
Carbon, I mean, for your prediction, TM took a game off Legacy. Legacy have beaten Direwolves 2-0. Therefore, TM have a chance today.
That is true.
I'd like to agree, but no, look, generally I prefer to not agree with the desk on predictions. I like to try and be my own man and be a little bit
Independent.
But look, it's very hard to tip against the Direwolves today. I'm going to say quick 20.
All right, quick 2-0.
2-0. Yeah.
All right, well, let's take a look at your tips at home, opltips.com.au. And 4% of people think TM Gaming have a chance today.
That is the worst it has ever been.
Have you guys ever, has Legacy ever copped a 4% vote?
Nah, probably not that low. I reckon 5 at least.
Yeah. We have some fairly active mothers in Legacy.
The Legacy mums on Twitter.
They're on Twitter. They're out there.
They're in the tip
tipping for
competition.
us.
My goodness. All right. Tweet at us your questions as well if you're watching at home. Hashtag OPL, hashtag I am OPL. And especially about mid lane, because we have Choo Choo's here today and he's going to answer all of your questions during our analytical segments. But it is time for us to get into our first match of the day. Direwolves taking on TM Gaming. So let's throw it to your casters. Spawn and Fish.
Thanks, guys. I'm Matthew Stewart. Joining me is Jake Spawn Tiberian. The desk has already said Spawn that they don't believe that TM even has a chance coming into this game.
Yeah, it's going to be a hard one for TM. I think that, when you have a look at this game, their back are against the wall and they're going to struggle to make it out of even the relegation area. So they need to start focusing on next year and what promo relo means for them, and hopefully they can have a good performance.
Hopefully, because it started very strong for TM. They're taking games off some of the top 4 teams, and since their match against Redstone, things have kind of fallen apart for the TM lineup. But they're up against the Direwolves, who have also suffered their first defeat in the OPL so far, losing 2-1 to Legacy.
Yep, exactly right. Chiefs were able to take a map off Direwolves before that, but then Legacy come in and they just take care of business, as they are wont to do at the moment, Fish. I like your shirt today, by the way. It's a nice shirt. Baby blue definitely is your colour, Fish. Can we get another look at Fish's shirt, production?
What? This is your shirt.
Yeah, it certainly is. That's why I like it so much. Right? It's a fantastic shirt right there. Have a look at it.
Go back to the players. We don't want to be on
It is a lovely shirt. A lovely shirt.
I'm going to sit down so they can't put the camera back on us anymore. But the bans have come through for the Direwolves, and it's 280 carries banned already. Caitlyn and Callista taken off the board, with Elise being banned out against only Jax, Camille, and Talia, the 3 bans for TM. Very unorthodox bans for both teams.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, the Talia makes sense because Fantix can help out his side lanes on that pick. The big thing for me, however, is the fact that Loa's shown good proficiency. Like, he's not great, but good proficiency on Caitlyn Callista, and the rest of his champion pool does fall away. King, at the other hand, other side of that, has a very unorthodox champion pool. Always has had King, and don't think those bans hurt him whatsoever.
Direwolves do lock in Zac as their first pick, though, for Schoenfire. We question his ability to play the champion the first time he picked it up, but he looks
a
all
good
right.
Zac, but he's an EQ Zac. Schoenfire is not an R Zac. He's a bounce him straight up in the air when he R's, but that's all right. I think that the Zac's kit is overloaded enough, Fish, that you don't really need your R button to have impact.
Cosplaying old Zac.
Yeah.
TM do pick up Maokai as their first pick. We've seen this flex between top lane and jungle by quite a few teams.
And it was funny, right, because TM came up and said that they really think Kratos needs to start playing a little bit more meta. And then they lost against Abyss with Pabu playing 5 AD item Camille, which is pretty much what Praetor's dream of League of Legends is. Like, that's how he wants to play the game. So I wonder if they went back to the drawing board after that and were like, come on, we can do this with a split push. So wonder if this is going to be Galio support and Maokai jungle for only.
Potentially. 2 very strong flex picks already picked up by TM. A great front line. Xayah does get locked in for King. And they're currently hovering over a Jarvan pick.
Jarvan would make a lot of sense. That's kind of the mix between split push and tank that Praetor likes to play. Fantix. Chippies, of course, can play it in the top lane. Wonder if Praetor has a pocket cleared, however, because if he does, could give it a little bit of a nightmare. Someday, solo killed Flame, I think, twice in the NALCS this morning, as Dignitas were actually able to take down the Immortals. Karthus was also picked up in that game, which I called, by the way, ladies and gentlemen. Want to point that out. I called Karthus would be meta soon. But, you know, only going to take Kane.
Ooh.
That is exciting.
Now's
Only
your
has been
time to shine.
spamming it in solo queue fish. No, he's a red Kane player. I have absolutely no idea about red Kane. First Kane in the OPL. Correct, Matthew Baugen. Thank you very much, Mr. Producer Man. But this will be very interesting. Kane, of course, as we're going to see some more bans come through, so I have some time to talk
That's
about
fine.
fishery.
Talk about Kane. He's the important one.
Passive is the man is Kane. His scythe is Rust, and then he's passive, depending if you hit melee champions or ranged champions, either allow Rust or Kane to take over. We're going to see Rust this game most likely. That means he needs to find a melee champions to gank fish. He will transform into a red creature or a green hammerhead shark, depending on which skin he uses. And then he will get a lot of percentage health damage and a lot of health back when he hits tanks. So a little bit of a tank buster, very difficult to steal, kind of like he's what Aatrox should have been on release, let's be honest. I don't know where they're going to take Aatrox now, but he's a fun champion to play nonetheless.
Yeah, you've been spamming it in solo queue. We watch you every morning before the OPL.
Yeah, 34% win rate Kane right here. Because I know people are going to check, so I'm going to get on the proactive front foot. Yes, I suck at him, but he's a very fun champion, ladies and gentlemen.
Oh, boy. Well, curious, because we have seen it flexed internationally through the mid lane, potentially top lane as well.
Potentially. Juves is a big fan of the top lane Kane.
But the final bans coming through are going to be Tristana, Zillion from the Direwolves, as well as Rakan and Trundle banned out by TM.
And that's smart, getting rid of the Zillion, probably one of the safer blind picks. Low now has to take his 80 carry. Ashe would make a lot of sense here. I don't know if it wins as Xayah lane, but it is the kind of utility that you need. And now they have some initiation to go with their squad.
And the final pick, first pick in the second draft phase is going to be Ashe. As you mentioned, let's see what Direwolves decide to respond with, because now they've got to show their hand. TM still have plenty of flex picks to work with.
By the way, the other thing I like about Canefish, just going back to the other pick, so yeah, Corky, who saw that one coming? Not me. That's Squaw.
Oh, if he didn't play Cassidy in their final game, it would have been a great Corky spree.
So Kane can start anywhere in the jungle. He jungles very healthily. His E, which is the ability that makes him walk through walls, actually gives him a heal. Which means as soon as you get to level 3, you pretty much sit at about 60% health or above at all times.
We'll find out if Kane's going to be heading into the jungle here with the final pick for TM, but Brom is the last pick for the Direwolves. A very strong team fighting team comp has been picked up by them.
Yeah, it certainly has been. I mean, they've got good engage, they've got 2 big damage dealers. I mean, this is just a Direwolves comp through and through. This is what they're known for. They've got a good 1-4 if they want to go towards it. They can even 1-3-1 if needed. T-Gun, Thresh is probably his best champion at the moment.
And that will get locked in here for TM. So that's going to be Kane in the jungle with Galio mid lane for Shock again.
Yep.
With Praetor picking up the Maokai top lane.
I mean, it could also be Kane in the top lane, Galio in the mid lane, and Maokai in the jungle. Or it could also be... No, let's stop there.
We'll find out. Eventually we'll find out, but it should be a jungle Kane. But for now, they're not swapping over.
They're not swapping. I mean, if anyone does play it in the top lane, it will be Praetor.
And then he might go blue Kane.
He might go blue Kane fish. I still think red Kane is a better top laner.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't like the assassin?
No, I like assassin mid and assassin jungle. Oh, they swapped it at the last moment. It's going to be only.
Disappointing, really.
I'm not. I'm happy because we get to see only's jungle pathing. And it'll be really cool because you can get super leashes, you can gank bottom lane. I think that's Kane's best support is Thresh because you can run from different angles, and if Thresh can bring you close enough to people, he really does give them a rough time. His ult now resets Duskblade as well.
Kane is one of the few champions that's actually confused me on release to the point where I've actually brought it up on my phone just in case I forget one of his abilities.
So his Q is a spinning slash, the charge and the twirl both deal damage fish. The W, which you should be maxing, is either a slow. When he goes into Ras, it's a knock-up. Otherwise, it's an even bigger slow that you can move while you're using it. His E, you run through walls, and his R, you jump inside someone. It's not a hard champion, I understand.
No, he confuses the crap out of me. I still have no idea how he works, and I've read his patch notes about 20 times now, and just... one of those champions.
He's a lot of fun. He's a lot of fun. I mean, I don't normally say this about champions, but if you got some spare IP, just grab Kane, because he's an absolute truckload of fun.
Yeah. Kool-Aid Spawn here, delivering Kane to you.
Oi, 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 oi. I didn't say go purchase RP.
Well, you're saying play some League of Legends, so get the IP grind going.
Yeah.
We're getting into game number 1, though, here between the Direwolves as well as TM. As we head on to Summoner's Rift, though, let's check in with Sarian, who's standing by with the Direwolves coach Sharp.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Sharp from the Direwolves. Now, you've taken quite a few champions away from low in the ADC role. Do you see him as a threat, or are you doing this to try and push him onto something he's not comfortable in?
Well, since Calista, we obviously prioritized Calista at the moment. So once that was off the board, getting Xayah was probably our next best idea, and then Tristana's just a pick that does well into Xayah. So we just didn't really do it to target him. It's more just to get a favorable matchup for Calvin.
And we're seeing Kane in the OPL for the very first time. Have you had much practice going up against him?
No, we actually haven't versed him nearly at all. So,
Be interesting.
in scrims, yeah. But yeah, it'll be interesting to see how it goes. Like everyone's been versing it and playing a bit of it in solo queue. So, yeah, it'll be fun to see how it goes.
Well, best of luck and thanks for talking to us.
Thank you.
So Sharp coming into this game, second place team on the ladder against the last place team, and still very respectful to the bottom lane of TM.
Yeah, I mean, that's a smart way to draft, right? All of a sudden, you have a look at it and you're thinking, I don't really want to give away counter picks or things like that. T-Gun does go in. He's been caught out here. He's going to get stunned up.
Fancy's going to come in for a bit of
Going to have
damage
to
as well.
splash fish. No, he doesn't, actually.
No, they
So
back off.
holds his nerve. Chippies doesn't get any of the Raptors, even though he stuck his head in there and threw down a standard, it looked like. And Kane takes no damage off Raptors. So the way you do them is either Maokai can throw a sapling and then you instant clear the little ones, or you can twirl through them, kite for the duration that your Q's going to come back up, none of them hit you, and then you twirl through them again. And as you can see, he jungles very quickly, very healthily. That is a no potion, and he's going to be above 50% HP going into his next camp.
Yeah, he's now going to get all the health regeneration from Red Buff as well.
Yeah.
Now throw over Hunter's Talisman. Heals you a lot more based on the number of enemies you hit.
Yep.
So you can see his health is still going up slightly there.
And this is kind of what you're going to see from Kane. You keep the little ones up, you keep hitting them with your Q to get a little bit more health regeneration. Level 2 achieved by T-Gun. Good hook.
Good hook. He's going to be able to flay King back as well, taking a lot of damage, healing very early. Good job by Destiny to move further forward to stop the damage coming through. Stuns up T-Gun, but successful trade by TM's bot lane.
Completely agree, and you know, you'd rather have T-Gun taking the damage than King. So that's a really nice trade from T-Gun, stepping up, making sure low was nice and safe. They're going to have a CS advantage here. And King must have missed a creep fish. It happens to us every now and again when we duo in the AD carry and support area.
What are you talking about? You're just never in bottom lane when we do it.
Yep, exactly right. So one of them missed it, and this is what I would like to see. A nice early gank into the bottom lane. Flash on him, T-Gun.
Yep, he's running through the wall. T-Gun has flashed forward. King has been ignit and hooked back. Great hook by T-Gun, and first blood is picked up by Only.
And it couldn't have gone better. You can see all the orbs go into Only. That's going to be a little bit towards the blue form, although we're most likely to see the red. But it's really good first gank. Coming out of Only, you can see that just the mobility from his Q, the ability to run through walls. He can be absolutely anywhere on Summoner's Rift. Think about a Rek'Sai that is an absolute nightmare in the early game.
And we heard from Sharp that they haven't played too much against the champion, so this could be the wildcard that TM needs to actually get an early game lead against Direwolves.
Well, they've got the early game lead. I mean, they've picked up first blood. They've got a 10 CS lead on their 80 carry. They were able to push it up enough that it's going to reset. Low gets a good cheeky shop. Ashe, as far as champions that you want to shop on early, is one of the best because you can go towards Bork. You don't need that Essence Reaver pickup necessarily. Although, I wouldn't mind seeing Essence Reaver this game because there is only going to be like one massive tank. Although Chippies will be stacking HP as well, so Bork makes a little bit of sense.
Well, just checking with the solo lane, so they're going heavily in the Direwolves' favor. Shock has picked up teleport on his mid lane Galio. Raider's been pushed back in by this Jarvan quite well. But Vantic started with a call in this mid lane.
It's a little bit of disrespect. Big crate wave top lane.
Yeah, there is a Zac waiting in the wing zone. He's going to jump in. Shermfire jumps on top of Praetor. He's taking a lot of damage. No mana left for this tree, and that's a simple gank and questionable position coming out of Praetor.
Yeah, it certainly is. Just lost track of where he could be there, Shern. He had a ward outside of the brush, but with the blast cone, it's kind of a greedy ward now, Fish, that one. So not really sure how that one worked out. You can see that only prioritizing his Raptors. Can't stress how important it is to farm on Kane early game.
Does need design.
That's nice from Shock. That's a little bit poor. Oh no, I got him. All right, cool. So that's a really nice trade.
Shock's been doing well on this Galio picks, one of the more comfortable champions we've seen him on. His Only's going to twirl around in the mid lane for no reason. Moves over towards Shermfire's Raptor camp.
And I want to see Only is maxing Q. So I don't really agree with this max. I've played a lot of Kane lately. I think that W Max is definitely better now. I would be interested to see if he stays at 3 points. I know a couple of other people that play Kane go to 2 points on it for the Raptor clear. But W is really your nuke. You need W to do damage. And your Q also doesn't get better at levels when you go to red Kane. So it does percentage health damage, as I've already said, Fish, and it gives you a little bit less cooldown. So it goes from about, I think it's 7 seconds to 5 seconds, something like that. Whereas your W goes down way further.
Well, he could be a blue Kane main,
But blue Kane's W is OP. If you are blue Kane, max W.
Well, let's see. Let's see later on if Only does move towards the W max route. He's doing well so far in the jungle, farming up a Storm ahead of Schoenfire.
He's a quick jungler. As I said, he's a very quick jungler. We can see that Chippy's is actually rotated down. This is going to be a hard game to pull off, though, Fish.
Good uppercut from Shock, though. Knocks Chippy's out of his own knockup.
I mean, that was a little bit telegraphed. I do like the fact that Chippy's roamed, however. Ooh, good game.
Tegan's in trouble. It's being ganked by Schoenfire. Easy kill picked up in the bottom lane by the Direwolves.
Yeah, but they needed that because you can see it was a 15 CS lead right now for Low as well as Tegan. So that will equalize a little bit, but Shern grabbed the kill. Not all that worried about it. Shern looking for now a dive onto the turret, it looks like.
Blast cone his way away.
He's been out-jungled pretty quickly right now by Kane. Kane's on 40 CS to 23, but more importantly, he's level 6 already. If we take a look at what happened, just a good engage from Destiny onto Tegan. I mean, that's all there was really to that one, Fish.
Tegan's flash was down as well after the gank coming out from Only earlier.
Yep.
And escape that one. Nice punish coming out for the Direwolves, have taken back the gold lead ever so slightly.
So you can see that going towards a warrior enchant, this is the one weakness of Kane, I will say, is you need AD to make him work. He's also hasn't checked his brush for a pink ward, which is a little bit unique. Always walk into that brush.
Hello.
There it is.
Kill it.
Yeah, what I was going to say is Cinderhulk is such a cost-efficient buy, but he scales... Ooh, great hook!
Wow, Tegan threading the needle there, but no follow-up from Shock, who is incredibly low.
But that was a really nice hook coming out of Tegan. If there was any form of follow-up there, that probably would have been a cleanse or at least a flash burn out of Fantix, who's very low on mana. So he's going completely Q-max, Fish.
Hunting for no W, so curious from Only.
It makes him farm really quickly early game. It just makes him a little bit weaker when he goes into trade.
Only heavily prioritizing the farm there. You can see that 51 CS to 40. It's a single gank already and is a level up over Schoenfire, or was.
I think he should have revisited
equalized
this bottom lane a little bit. You want to be stronger than the people you're ganking on Kane. That sounds really basic. For things like Zac, however, you don't need to be a high level. It doesn't matter. You're there for the CC. Everyone else is there for the damage. Early game, Kane has no CC apart from a slow fish. So you pick on people that are lower level than you, either by farming up an absolute storm, which, only certainly doing that part of it correctly, but also getting into bottom lane, because they can't ward you out. You can go through that wall that he's sitting on Dragon, make it to the second wall, and even if the wards spot you, you will just be that quick that it does not matter. Your Q also can go through terrain. You can start the Rek'Sai tunnel and go through the whole wall, as opposed to, the skinny part of it where Rek'Sai can go through. Really does have creative gank paths. And we haven't really seen that utilized so far, and I think that that's why Direwolves' lead is starting to get a little bit bigger.
Yeah, Only, however, has kept up in levels with solo laners. You can see Praetor from him still on the same level. He'll slowly fall behind that, but it's done a good job so far. For this game, nothing too fancy has taken place between the two teams. Shock's doing well in this mid lane, even forces a package out of Fantix.
Yeah, it was about to expire. Fantix just used it to disengage away from Shock. Shock looks like he's going towards the Abyssal Mask this time. It's a good item on Galio right now. Really helps out with a little bit more damage spike. Catalyst is just such a good laning item, Fish, still, after all these years. Gone are the days where you could just sit on Catalyst as a top laner, however.
We were told that Adaptive Helm does help out against Corki's auto attacks. Not sure how true that is, but if that's the case, it'd be a great item pickup, which we've seen Shock go towards in the past.
Yeah, I don't really know if he needs that much magic resistance, however. Corki's going to do a lot of magic damage, but I think he's a little bit more concerned about, the Jarvan as well as the Xayah. See whether they go in here.
Yeah, he's going to get the taunt off. Kane comes in as well. Good damage on the Fantix, but Shermfire responds,
Great
gets the R back into the turret. Shock falls, and Only's going to fall shortly after as well. Great counter gank.
Yeah, that's just a really nice counter gank. They spotted out where Only was going to come from. They didn't respect the fact that Fantix had the cleanse available. He just cleanses out, uses the summoner spell, flash, and gets away. And that's going to be a 2,500 gold lead. And all of a sudden, what was a promising early game with a little bit of, a good laning phase, at least for the duo lane of TM Gaming, is really turned on its head, Fish. And I think Only should have been bottom a little bit more. We've said that his pathing hasn't been great lately. I think this is one of those games where as soon as T-Gun's flash was back available, as soon as you had the net, you should have been looking towards it. You can get Galio down there. Praedyth is going to have a good impact when he teleports down as well. Maokai always has been good at teleport games. Obviously, you want him there a little bit earlier now for his ultimate, but he can still have immediate impact with the W and the Q. And I'm a little bit confused why, Ash Arrow Thresh, that seems to be a free kill for me if you go towards it.
Yeah, but they're not deciding to at the moment, especially, as you mentioned. Maokai has teleport, Galio has teleport and ultimate potentially.
Yep.
But they're not using their global map pressure at the moment, and they're falling further and further behind. 3,000 gold down. Corky's already picked up his Trinity Force as well.
Yeah, you'd have to see how much of that is Corky's gold lead, because he's completed a cull, is 1-0-1 Fish, as well as having a 20 CS lead. So you would expect that, yeah, a lot of that gold right now is sitting on Richard Su.
Top lane's got a big advantage as well, but let's check in with
Flay
bottom
needs
lane.
to be on point here.
Let's see if Tegan can do it. Shermfire jumps in. Flay does not connect, and Low gets absolutely smashed by the Zac. Another kill for Shermfire. Teleports will be cancelled by the top laners. Tegan does get a hook to deter Shermfire further forward, but still, big gank.
Yeah, it certainly is. And Shern all of a sudden is up in levels, up in experience, levels and CS, as well as being 4-0-1. So you can just see that his early game really didn't bother him all that much. He's now having a great mid game. He's got another gank here, Fish, and absolute disaster for the TM Gaming lineup.
I have no idea why Tegan's stuck around there. You're a support underneath the turret, and he just gets punished for it very heavily by Shermfire with respectful ultimate and flash to get away.
Yep.
Only was looking for the pick, and an arrow comes out that goes completely wide by Low.
Yeah, Only's looking to get his mid laner in there. But it's just not going to work. I mean, all the push priority out of this Trinity Force Corky has already come through.
Yep.
And honestly, for TM, this was such a promising start to the game that has fallen apart so rapidly after what was a great first kill.
Now they're 4,000 gold behind the Direwolves. Shock has picked up a catalyst for himself, and he's not doing well in this mid lane against Fantix.
It's also 13 minutes, and Kane still hasn't got his transform. You want an 11-minute transform. Ideally. In laning phase, you can get the 8 to 10-minute transforms if you're really harassing out hard, in mid lane or in the top lane. But as a jungler, 11 to 14 is generally the sweet spot, 11 being a very good game. And you can see that Only still has not been able to pick that up. And he will not be used, as a ganker, he's completely fine before the transform. But as the game progresses, you really need that transform to have any kind of impact, Fish.
And I know the designers were talking about how you transform a little bit quicker in solo queue because there's a lot more action.
Yep.
In a professional game, it takes a bit longer. But at the same time, hang on, there's a gank bottom lane. Tegan,
Dead again.
he's going to get locked down. Fantix will collapse. There's no flash available for Tegan. He gets killed. Easy pickup by the Direwolves in top lane. Chippy's though in some trouble. Praedyth throws out the ultimate, and Kane is trying to
He
collapse.
should have to flash here.
Let's see if he does. He does flash away. He's going to get out.
Yep.
My goodness.
Fantastic flash over the fat part of the wall, gets maximum distance. Obviously held that for as long as possible as well, Fish. And in the end, is just able to march away. Jarvan absorbing 3 members of pressure. And they're going to get bottom lane turret as well at the same time and make this a 6,000 gold lead nearly, if you do not mind.
Big
An
lead.
impressive game out of Direwolves after, the early game duo fell a little bit behind.
Yeah, and they've been playing very respectful against TM, despite the difference on the ladder for the OPL.
Yeah, they've been playing this one slow, methodical. It's been behind We Can Go, where Shern is on the map, and time again, that leadership from the Direwolves has won true. They're going to pick up a dragon here. That will cost them a little bit in tempo, but with how low top lane turret already is, I don't think that tempo advantage is going to be enough to swing this gold gap at all.
And one big criticism we've had for one of the Direwolves players, King, is that he hasn't been using summoner spells before he gets taken out. So far in this game, despite dying very early to TM, he has been very respectful of his summon spell use.
Destiny's just spotted 2 people come into his jungle fish, and Shern is already here.
But they're going to collapse the top lane. Lowe's in trouble. Flash is available, but no heal for the Ashe. Flash is early, going to get locked down by Braum. Tries to get to the Dark Passage, but great use of the Braum ultimate stops him from doing so.
Yeah, that was really smart from Destiny because all of a sudden, it looked like they were caught out a little bit. And 2 members of TM inside their jungle, but nothing really happening for TM right now. You can see that they're looking for some cheeky paths. They're trying to get it together, but we haven't seen a good Galio ultimate yet. We've not seen, any kind of aggressive play after that first game.
Ooh, hook lands on towards Raze. I mean,
Here we
King.
go.
His ultimate comes out from Dalio. Not going to do too much.
They've already rotated across. They've already started up this Rift Herald, so they'll save the turret, but for a pretty big cost, Fish. I mean, that's a Galio ultimate. That's a lot burnt out of T-Gun as well with the box and the Ignite. King was just able to ult and flash away from that one. And unfortunately, the game's just looking incredibly difficult to win from this deficit. When you got such a beefy lineup, they need to be ahead, and unfortunately, they are not. And you can see that that man on your screen at 16 minutes in still has not transformed.
Yep, and you have to remember that especially if he gets the blue transform and he wants to go red,
It's another 3 minutes.
he's got to wait 3 more
4
minutes before he can transform to the right color for King. Get his Rust going. So potentially he can transform now, but wants to wait for the red, so we'll have to see what Only does later on. But as this game stands, Direwolves are so far ahead. They get the Rift Herald charge into the 2nd tier turret, chipping away at that. And I just don't see TM's win condition coming online anytime soon, because it looks like they've got a lot of teamfight potential, but Direwolves do as well.
You can't team fight when you're this far behind. It's a big deal. It doesn't matter what your comp is. As soon as you start falling, 2,000-3,000 gold behind, you can maybe peg it back. As soon as that starts getting towards 5 fish, you're not going to have the items to make your composition work. It doesn't matter what you're playing against. And you can see that at this stage of the game, it's just them sitting underneath turrets, getting poked out by this Corki, who is absolutely massive and probably has a big shop as well.
We have a tweet coming in from Hingers. Do you still think Shern's an EQ sack? Feels like his R's have been on point this game.
Yeah, that's true, Hingers. I gave credit to him already, so thanks for the tweet, mate. But I said that was a good ult at the time. Don't know if you're listening. He was probably thinking of a witty tweet and not paying attention to the game. Happens every now and again.
Do your job, Hingers. Come on. For now, this game it looks very slow, but it's very patient play from the Direwolves, and it's good to see that they're still being very respectful in a game where they're this far ahead, because sometimes we know they like to get a bit scrappy.
Yeah, completely agree. Fantix, on the other hand, just went back and bought himself a static shift fish, so has got half of the best Corki build in the game. Has unfortunately not opted towards the exhaust. But he could Valk on anyone's head with this package and probably kill them.
Let's see if he does. He's making his way towards the mid lane, clearing out wards as he goes, but TM look for the engage. Only's going to charge on through as well.
Chippy's
Wants to go
it.
in, but Taunt doesn't connect from Shock.
Yeah, but Chippy still missed. And Praetor wants to continue this. No ult available for King.
Ooh, they do lock down Shern, so he can't jump in to save King, and he's taken down by Shock. Great fight, actually, from TM.
Yeah, it certainly was. They got a kill, but they lose their top lane turret. You can see that Rust has finally been achieved at 18 minutes, so he's online to be a good team fighter now only.
What? He looks... I now understand why you say he's like a hammerhead Shark.
Yeah, he looks like a hammerhead Shark.
But
teleport coming in. This is a 5v4, however, Fish, so a risky call.
Let's see what they do. Big ultimate coming out from Shernfire. Will deliver 2 back into the team. Great play from Tegan, though. Stops Low from taking damage from the Java, but he's still stuck in the Cataclysm. Meanwhile, Shock's going to be the next target. Only Praetor has fallen so far. Fantix valking further forward, looking to snipe up Low. Can't get the extra damage. Big double knock back into the 2 tags. Shernfire will get taken down by Only, though. Sorry, that's Chippy's that falls. Thanks to the ultimate. Does get tagged by Winters. By Only gets a big 3-man knock up, though. Goes over the wall, and he's back out safely.
Yeah, it's still going, however. Fantix and Shern follow him in. They're not going to let him get away. Only with a good team fight there. Looked like TM maybe we're going to be able to win it just by pure numbers, but Fantix is just too big. Now 5-0-1. Nothing can kill Shern on this Gragas either. And the Direwolves are just having a terrific performance on Summoner's Rift.
It's only 11-3. Looking very strong coming into this game. Bouncing back quite nicely after the defeat against Legacy.
Can we just check in with Fantix's gold quickly, observers? Woo! 2,300 gold. He is on track for about 24 minutes to have IE Trinity Force static shit, which is absolutely bonkers, Fish. That is a late game build at mid-game. And let's have another look at this fight. So Shern launches himself in. This would have been a great ultimate, but unfortunately interrupted by another great Let's Bounce coming out of Shern. You can see that Chippies had already kept people together. Shock, unfortunately, headbutts a wall because that is exactly what Cataclysm is. And Fantix just continues this aggression. T-Gun now caught out. Going to try and get over the wall with a hook. Unfortunately, is just too damn squishy.
Top lane though, fight coming out from Only and Praetive. He does miss again, but Chippies is going to pop the Cataclysm. Can he jump back out? Does not.
He's inside him.
Oh, comes out as well from low just to make things secured. Only gets a kill.
Yeah, I mean, Only's playing this quite well now that he's got the red transform. But you can see the problem is that he wasn't active enough in the early game, Fish, to guarantee that at a pace that it was going to make a big difference for his team. Now he's 3-2-1. He's back up to 111 CS. He's caught Shern again in levels. But he's just, is it too late? And I think it is. I think that is the fair assumption to make. Got double damage item. He'll go tanked from now on, I think. I know that the big solo queue build on red Kayn is to go for a death stance. I personally don't like it. Rusty's a big fan of it. So the idea behind it is you get more health against squishies when you have to duel them. I think that you can just get all your health back by ulting Shern in a team fight. And he will. He'll go from 0 health to 100% health if he ults Shern. And you're there to provide a lot of utility on Rast, as opposed to the big damage numbers that are going to come out of Shadow Assassin Kayn.
Well,
do you know he's Zed's disciple?
He is?
Yeah.
Ah.
He's got a really cool, and like, I was going to say Demogorgon, but that's from the Upside Down. What are they called? The weapons that are, like Aatrox's weapon and stuff.
The name is escaping me.
Someone tweeted us. Yeah, someone tweeted us. So that's what his site is. So he's got a really cool backstory because we thought that, more people would be like that. But Zed, as well as the cool alive weapon alien things in the same champion, that's not a bad design philosophy.
I mean, he did take a lot of inspiration from Aatrox as well.
Yep.
So it makes sense that Rast is Aatrox-esque, so to speak.
I mean, he's legitimately what Aatrox should have been.
Just separate them. Darken.
Boom. Thank you, William Hogue. Not Demogorgon. Darken. And you can see that his AoE is quite good. This is why people thought that he might have a future in a lane. Because if you max W in mid lane, you instant clear the waves. Fantix caught out there. We'll be able to get back to base Fish. And they're doing a good job of stabilizing this game. It's still a 10,000 gold lead.
Yeah.
He has got a 23-minute IE static shift Trinity Force boots.
That's what I was going to point out. Fantix is so far accelerated. He is 11,300 gold.
He is massive.
I mean, put it this way. Destiny is 500 gold away from overtaking people on TM.
Yeah.
It's quite nasty.
It certainly is. And Fantix, he's also level 15 to next highest on the map, level 14, but everyone else being between level 13 and 11 Fish, which means if he ever hits low dies.
It's not looking pretty for TM, and as much as they have stopped the bleeding for now, I don't see how they get back into this game. Somehow they've got to kill Fantix. He has to make a big blunder for that to happen.
Yep, completely agree.
Because we've already seen Direwolves pick a 4-on-5 fight just with Fantix alive, and he's packaged on towards the Baron Pit. No vision coming out from TM, which means this is going to fall. Teleports are coming from Praetive, so they want to try and pick a fight here now or never. Praetive looking for it, but Shenfire wants to initiate as well. T-Gun does get collapsed upon, flashes away, big double knockback coming out and sends 2 into the team. Praetive gets a big flank in the back lines, but he just falls to all the feathers. King gets 2, Fantix goes huge, Only is being chased down as well. Double knockup, doesn't matter. Fantix throws a couple of bombs his way, and that's 4 kills for the Direwolves.
It certainly is. What a clean game coming out of the Direwolves. This is going to be a 25-minute victory, it looks like. 30 seconds death time. Actually, this won't be the game-ending push. Fantix has gone back to top lane, so they're going to look to instead take double inhibitor Fish. And unfortunately for TM Gaming, after pretty promising laning phase, to be honest, out of Low and T-Gun, Shern has just absolutely turned up the heat, and that is...
Ouch! Stop!
Yeah.
Make it stop! He has a family!
That is not fair. That is Ninja Tabby as well. That is, he's gone as defensive as you can on an 80 carry, and unfortunately, he's just 5 levels below it.
And with that, let's see what Direwolves decide to do. They're all going to back out, so they play this one respectfully again. Decide not to go for the early game push. They're picking bottom lane, so that's the last lane to attack. One more swift push, should be the nail in the coffin here. They're approaching 20,000 gold up.
Yeah, completely agree. Let's have another look at it. I also want to talk about something out of this replay, so remind me. So this is just Shern getting into the back line, flashes forward, gets the big slap, and then takes members back into the team. So his ults have been much better today. And you can see that with the 2 damage dealers alive and no threats getting anywhere near them, it's just clean up from here, Fish. Only dances around a little bit. So I want to talk about the respectfulness. Chippy's bought a BF sword, probably going towards a GA. And obviously someone said something to him because he has sold it and picked up the components of a Gargoyle Stoneplate.
Yep.
So definitely a team that is playing well within their means today. And I like that out of the Direwolves because this is a convincing win as T-Gun's being caught out again.
Teleports are coming in from the Direwolves. I'm going to fight this one.
Fantix, one auto attack puts only down to half health. Will delete Praetive. Ultimate comes out. Low is dead. Only is trying to run away. Meanwhile, Shock forced to flash away, but you're running straight into a Corky who is incredibly fed. 8-0-6 for double kill for Chippies. T-Gun's an extra 4. Make that 9 kills with Fantix.
Yeah, exactly right. Fantix has carried this game, and it looks like the Direwolves will pick up a win. It's going to be about 27 minutes in, Fish, and a commanding victory for the Wolfpack.
21 kills to 4. 10 turrets take it down in this game to the 1 of TM. Only tries to do something, but he's aced by King. Commanding victory and a great bounce back for the Direwolves.
I mean, there's not really all that much else to say about it. It
that
was just a good, clean game of League of Legends. They needed to come in today and take care of business, and that is exactly what they did. That man on your screen probably wouldn't be happy about being first blood at Destiny, but everything from there, I mean, good news.
You also have to remember that currently Direwolves are a game behind Legacy, who are leading the pack at the moment. If they pick up a 2-0 here today, they get all 3 points. They make it so that it's only, I believe, a point that would separate them and Legacy, which is important.
It certainly is, and it's important for all of the top teams at the moment. We're going to see Chiefs take on Sin Gaming.
Ooh.
People are saying that's a battle for third place at the moment, but if Chiefs pick up 2 victories there in quick order, they also keep touching distance. They're obviously not going to probably catch Legacy because Legacy and Chiefs only play once, and Legacy look like they're going to keep winning.
Yeah.
But the race for the top 3 right now is crucial because all of them last split were dropping random games against, Sin and Abyss. So I think that this becomes the kind of brand of League of Legends we want to see out of the top 3 right now. Yep. So respect to Direwolves because they were the favorites coming into this, but they played a very methodical, well-thought-out game of League of Legends.
Yeah, and it did. It was fun to watch. I mean, we got to see the Kane pick from Only, which was great as well. It seemed like he had a much better performance on the champion than he has in the past few games he's played on TM. But
still a little slow, though.
Yeah.
I would have liked to have seen him revisit that bottom lane a couple more times, and I don't want to call him out. Sometimes you get in your own head when you want to play Darken form that you can't gank the duo lane too many times because you don't want to get the -4 minutes on your Evolve. But I think that there were some free kills down there that Only could have looked for, especially when that Ashe ticked over to level 6.
But still a very one-sided affair. Direwolves pick up a Game 1 victory. To break that game down a little bit more, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Spawn and Fish. Direwolves too strong for TM, taking that first game 1-0. Despite a very promising opening 5 minutes from TM, taking that first blood with the Kane pathing and...
I mean, T-Gun hit a good fresh performance.
Yeah.
Hit some really good hooks, forced King to flash a couple times in lane, and I was pretty surprised. They had a much better early game.
No? Disagree?
Let me have a think. No, the Thresh, I liked Thresh on the ramp.
Yeah.
Stopping the super leash.
Yeah.
One man. Did cost him a pot, but I thought that was a really good move. Slowed Zach down a little bit.
Worth.
I thought Kane obviously has a very fast clear. They did not expect him to be bot so early, so I thought that was nice pathing out of Only. I do think that Braum should have tanked the hook for Calvin. King, sorry. He kind of flashed out the way and let his AD carry die, so I think he could have got hooked and then flash. Maybe they would have lived. But all in all, a nice opening 4 minutes from TM. But then Shern's first gank worked.
Shern's
his
had a
second
good
gank
game.
worked.
Shern's
His third gank worked. And then it was all over.
I guess before we get into the actual gameplay, I do want to talk about the draft very briefly because we saw Sharp opening 3 bans, Elise, Caitlyn, Kalista, right? So we were talking about this earlier, right? The bot lane, is that where it's going to be decided? And they're targeting bans towards low. You were saying potentially leave the Caitlyn open, but they're trying to push him onto something. Do you think they see him as a threat? Sharp said, no, we just want to get a favourable matchup for King.
I think in terms of like the players and like your mindset, like going into the game, I don't think they would see him as a threat. Like they wouldn't look at low and be like, oh, like he might carry the game. Like we have to ban him out. But I think it's more of a case of like, if you look at if you were to take the nameplates away from the draft, and you were like, okay, well, like red team likes to play around their AD, so blue team decides to remove ADs, give their side a good matchup. TM still picked the Galio, so they're still lacking damage in the mid lane, playing for their AD carry, just that this time he has to play Ashe. So I think while, Sharp will say, like, no, like, it's not about low, like, it probably isn't about low the person, but TM the team, I think it's a good draft.
Yeah, they played a very similar draft to what they played yesterday.
Yeah, the exact same draft. They
essentially
flexed,
the same,
they flexed
essentially
Galio
the same
again.
draft.
The only thing that's new is the Kane.
Yes, the only thing new that is the Kane, and I don't think the Kane necessarily did too much different. I think only had a good performance. This is the first time we've seen it in the OPL. But yeah, the target banning onto low, I'll just yeah, like he's not a threat. They don't see him as a threat. Like Sharp said in the interview that they just wanted to ensure a good Xayah lane. They're just giving like respect in the matchup.
Yeah. I thought the Kane was pretty good. I thought the pathing early was good from the Kane, but there was a bit of a fumble in the mid game where we saw Shern pull off a nice canna gank.
Oh yeah, on the mid lane.
Yeah, which we can see here. Fantix doesn't have enough for Valk, so it's a creative gank from Only, but then Shern just flies in from the side. Right place, right time. Neither Shock nor Only flash out of the Zac ult, and they just get absolutely rinsed. You guys didn't hear it, but about a minute before this, I said, I said in 1 minute something is going to go horribly wrong for TM, and sure enough it did.
There it goes.
I have to say that up until that point, despite bot and top dying, like the score was 2-1, they were only about 800 gold down, and like you were saying, it was looking like a decent early game for them, and maybe that they were hitting some of those points we were talking about TM got to be competitive, and that's enough. But I feel like that was, again, like yesterday, like they're trying to be proactive and they're just fumbling really hard.
Yeah,
And
I kind of liked it though. Like I like that you're willing to make a proactive play against such a formidable team as Direwolves. Because they could have made the decision to just Kane super hard power farmer of the jungle, just farm hard and then scale. You've Galio. You've got a pretty good team comp.
Can I ask you, those guys both died with their flashes up just then.
Yeah.
Right? I know you're a big fan of get your flash out early.
Yeah.
If you're up against a team that is, I guess, if you're going in as underdogs into a match like this, would you recommend flashing early and wasting a flash potentially, or would you rather see people just die with flashes up?
Just to get through...
Like if you're just trying to get through the batting phase.
it's not a question. You have to, right?
You have to. You have to, because you don't want to... Yeah, you don't want to lose in laning phase. You don't want this game to be over. Like, just then, they both had flash.
Like, you could easily say, in fact, I will say that not flashing lost them the game.
Yeah.
Like, in that replay, not flashing, double kill, one kill to the Corki, who was already at 10 CS per minute, started the game with a cull, had no respect for the Galio.
Yeah.
He had 10 CS per minute with a cull. You give him a free kill. I think he may have even gotten a blue buff out of it, because Shern stole his. So, that was just a massive fumble by TM. I like the idea, yet no matter for Valk.
Absolutely.
But, alas, Shern right place, right time, and no flashes.
Zac.
Well, you mentioned already, Choo-Choos, that TM playing a similar comp to how they were playing yesterday. Did you feel like it was better or worse in terms of execution?
Pretty close. I mean, this game is over in 27 minutes. So this is the mid gank, mid fight. Shernfire in great positioning again. Has a great let's bounce. T-Gun, great Thresh performance. Flashes Chippy's away. Chippy's forced to leave. But the biggest thing that I'd like to highlight is how Shock again didn't manage to get his ult off. Similar to the game versus AV, this Galio hasn't been getting his ults off, and it is changing these team fights. So you can really think this is the first big team fight that happened in this game, and it just makes me think if he did get that Galio ult, would have been different.
So mechanically, I mean, is there a thing you should be doing to get your ults off, or is it just they're targeting him and interrupting the ults?
They're interrupting him.
Yeah, it's just bad positioning.
Just bad positioning.
Galio, you
they
don't want
funneled
to be
into the mid lane. Shernfire was in great positioning, and they just essentially caught them in a trap.
If you're Galio, you don't want to be in the team fight when it starts. You want to be away from the team fight and ult in.
Yeah.
But because they're always fighting around mid, or at least this game, they were always fighting around mid. He never got the opportunity.
They were also, because Praedyth was often late to team fights, they were starting team fights with their mid laner and Galio as their front line. which meant that,
Before
that
that,
then
it
you
was-
can't ult in because you're already in the fight.
They burned Maokai ult before that team fight, so they did miss one of their crucial engagers.
Yeah, but you can't look. It's very difficult to look at like.
You're getting stressed out.
Well, it's like the 15-minute mark. It's like the game was. It was just like
It was 8K
just
down,
cooked.
15 minutes.
Yeah.
Like they couldn't do it. Like they couldn't do anything. Like you can analyze it as much as you want, but ultimately, like they were just this Corki had 3 items at 21 minutes.
Well, let's bring up some
and
graphics.
Sork boots.
Let's bring up some stats
okay,
on
Tim.
Fantix.
It's not okay.
It's okay,
That's
Tim.
not okay. Did you see him kill
He's
that
got
Ashe?
over 10 CS per minute
Here's
now.
the thing.
kill
No,
the
here's the
Ashe
thing.
top lane?
Yes, it looks
Far
great,
out.
but okay. Corki into Galio is a free lane, so as much he had a great game. He had a great. I'm not
trying to say?
I'm not trying to discredit. He's arguably one of the best players in the OPL. But yeah, he had a great laning phase. Farmed really well. Schönfire helped him a lot with that counter gank in mid. His damage champs, I think, was the highest. Like, probably definitely was the highest in that game.
Yeah, it would have been.
But yeah, giving this guy Corki is brave. I'm not sure if they're going to do it
I
again.
think they got to retire the Galio.
Yeah, they retired the Galio. They banned the Corki. Maybe they banned the Zac as well.
Look at that.
This must
That's
be working
disgusting.
for TM though. Like they played this comp yesterday and it lost early game.
Yeah.
Except then they executed it once, and it did work when they were 10k behind, and they chose to do it again today.
Who's going to kill this Corki?
No, you ban the Corki, you put him onto Kassadin.
I mean, take away the damage, take away the gold, take away everything. Who on the red team is supposed to kill blue team's Corki?
Here's the thing. In this meta, it's not necessarily about killing your AD carry, or you can pick a dive comp, but this meta is all about tanks and frontline.
Okay, but can Corki kill everyone on the other team though?
Yes. Yes, he can.
Well, like, you know what I mean?
I don't know.
I think the Galio. I mean, I like the flex Galio. Yeah, I could get down with the flex, but
then because you're picking so many tanks as well, you're picking Maokai. You might be picking a tank jungler as well. Does that flex become less potent because you're going to end up with a tank in potentially jungle top and mid?
oh, maybe. I mean, it's more about the support. Like the flex is about the support pick. So like T-Gun is getting Thresh, which is like the best support in the meta right now, and he's getting Thresh into Braum, which is a decent matchup for the Thresh. So it's more about T-Gun getting a good matchup than the Galio itself. But Galio mid, it's not a good look, I don't think, for TM right now. I liked it a lot more when we saw it in support. When we saw Galio support, that was the 40-minute game,
I was about to
right?
say. Yeah.
I much prefer, if they want to play it, I much prefer it in a support position. And I think that if you yes, Fantix is a very good player, but like let's back shock a little bit, right? Give him an opportunity to do something. Give him something with damage. Give him a decent lane matchup. Don't just sack him in Champ Select because you think he's going to lose anyway.
Yeah, I'd like to see the Galio on T-Gun again. The guy's been playing great on every champion he's been given, but they did the most success they've had in all of their games over the past 2 weeks has been on Galio support. So I definitely think they should consider that, and I would like to see Shock back on Syndra or Orianna, and give this guy a chance in laning phase.
Well, yes, we have a tweet that's come in from a coach who's about to field a team.
Oh no,
Bensel has tweeted in, coach of Sin. At your choose, how do you beat Diana in lane? Hashtag I'm OPL. Are you laughing because he's have you been dumpstered by a Diana recently?
That's
old mate
old
Rhymeister.
old meme.
You beat it by getting this guy to help you out.
So a bit of backstory. I'll run through the story very quickly. Is that a couple of years ago, or last year, we had Sin come. They stayed at our house for like a week or so to boot camp in preparation for the finals. And we kind of got to a stage where when two teams just play each other over and over and over again, the meta develops like very rapidly, and you end up with your own mini meta of like
within the house.
Diana
that's what
mid?
happened. And
Diana
basically,
mid?
what happened?
Impossible. I couldn't do anything. I can't do anything.
Eventually, Rhymeister played Diana, and they won. And then, like, Choose could not think of like every champion he played, Rhymeister would win the lane. Like it seemed impossible, and it was like 5 or 6 games in a row.
Luch played an OPL
Recently, yeah, he did. Yeah. But yeah, it was 5 or 6 games in a row. Aaron just lost every single, like 6 different champions lost in a row to Diana. So we just had to ban it.
Luch played an OPL, and he got ganks. And he got ganked.
All right,
he went 0-5.
Diana should get ganked.
Well, if you have any questions about champions that will trigger choo-choos, do tweet in the mid lane, hashtag I'm OPL or at OPL. But it is now time for us to get into our second game of this series. Let's check out some highlights from game number 1.
He's running through the wall. Tegan has flashed forward. King has been ignit and hooked back. Great hook by Tegan, and first blood is picked up by Only. He's going to get the taunt off. Kane comes in as well. Good damage from the Fantix, but Schoenfire responds, gets the R back into the turret. Shock falls, and Only's going to fall shortly after as well. Great counter game. Big ultimate coming out from Schoenfire. Will deliver 2 back into the team. Great play from Tegan, though. Stops low from taking damage from the Java, but he's still stuck in the Cataclysm. Meanwhile, Shock's going to be the next target. Only Praetor has fallen so far. Fantix valking further forward, looking to snipe up low. Can't get the extra damage. Big double knock back into the 2 tags. Schoenfire will get taken down by Only, though. Sorry, that's Chippies that falls. Big double knockback coming out and sends 2 into the team. Praetor gets a big flank in the back lines, but he just falls to all the feathers. King gets 2. Fantix goes huge. Only is being chased down as well. Double knockup doesn't matter. Praetor ultimate comes out. Low is dead. Only is trying to run away. Meanwhile, Shock forced to flash away, but you're running straight into a Corki who is incredibly fed. 8-0-6, but double kill for Chippies. Tegan's the next to fall. Make that 9 kills with Fantix. 21 kills to 4. 10 turrets take it down in this game to the 1 of TM. Only tries to do something, but he's aced by King. Commanding victory and a great bounce back for the Direwolves. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. About to get into game number 2 of Direwolves taking on TM. And game 1 was a one-sided affair that went Direwolves' favor.
I really like that shirt. Like, it is a great shirt, Fish. It is a very nice shirt. No, that was a one-sided affair, game 1. It's just blue is your color. It matches the red when you blush on camera.
I actually have one of these shirts. Exactly the same color. It's just, a little bit bigger because I'm a bigger size than you because, more muscles.
Hit the gym? Yeah. That's unfortunate. I have not seen you at the gym in about 3 weeks, my friend.
Still stronger than you, my friend. Still stronger.
Oh, Benji released the video.
Oh, you're talking about I won and you bribed him to not release the video of
That is
winning.
not true.
We're into Champions League for game 1 of TM taking on the Direwolves. And TM, as we mentioned, didn't have a good performance in game number 1. Direwolves, however, very commanding victory, very respectful, and played by the book.
Yeah, I think I agree with that statement. I think that TM had avenues to attack this Direwolves squad. Unfortunately, weren't able to execute. Schön took the game over. Transferred all that lead to Fantix, pretty much, and Fantix absolutely carried his little behind off Fishery.
He did, and you have to start questioning, do you take Corki off the man?
Yeah, I think so. I think if you're Shock, because I was trying to think about Shock's champion pool. Hex Drinker, Corki beats Syndra at the moment. I think you just take it away.
I mean, the only matchup he really loses to is Cassidon, if I'm not mistaken.
Cassiopeia absolutely puts Corki in the bin.
Well, let's see. Shock could potentially pick up the champion, but Fantix, he's looked very comfortable. Same bands as game 1, except for the Maokai adaptation from the Direwolves.
Although you're right. I don't even know what I'm talking about. If you take Exhaust on Corki, and you go Static Shift, nothing beats you. So you're absolutely right. Yeah, at the end of the day, it's just too strong. You should ban it.
Someone kill me. But Zac and Maokai, sorry, were the 2 adaptations for the Direwolves, and no double 80 carry ban this time. TM pick up Gragas as their first pick. A very Sin-esque first pick.
Yeah, it certainly is. I mean, it's a good flex pick between tank and jungle at the moment. Only shown a good proficiency on it. Maybe they want some more early game threat. Carbon was saying that, he thinks Kane's ganks suck until you get the transform. I tend to agree. They're not great, especially when you have the likes of Gragas, Maokai, Zac, Sejuani running around Summoner's Rift. They're definitely not to the same level. He's more of a Lee Sin-esque kind of person to be able to get on top of people.
Well, the first pick from the Direwolves is Caitlyn. So Ken will pick up that champion. He hasn't looked good on Caitlyn so far. He's been bullied quite a bit when he's played the champion. Sejuani is the pick for Schoenfire.
Not to be really disrespectful to King of Destiny, but if there is an area on the map at the moment that Direwolves look to be struggling, I would think it is very fair to say that their bottom lane has not lived up to the hype that they had last split. Last split, they were, in my opinion, the best bottom lane.
I mean, they came into last split as 2 big playmaking players and settled into a utility bot lane meta very well.
Easily. Easily, Fish. They had no troubles at all adapting. And in that final, they were able to really take it to people. So I think that right now, they would not be happy with the level that they're playing at. And I think that it's very fair to say, Rogan FBI or Lost in Cupcake. Probably Lost in Cupcake, actually, now that I think about it. The best performing bottom lane in OS at the moment.
Well, let's see if King of Destiny can step up that game in the next few weeks, at least.
They love this protect the low comp now.
Tristana and Galio, the next 2 picks from TM, and we do get a Jace game here. Let's see if it's a Chippies or a Fantix Jace game.
You would have to think right now that that's going to be Fantix's champion. Definitely can be played top lane if the matchup is right, Fishery, but a little bit more high risk, high reward. Fantix at the same time is a fantastic Jace player.
Yes. Blitzcrank ban from the Direwolves here, targeted towards Tegan, but
Probably going to be a mage support.
Yeah, because with tank meta being so popular at the moment, it's surprising they went for a Blitzcrank ban.
Certainly is. That means that they're
Telegraph
probably not
almost?
going to play, you know, a Braum or something like that who wins out in that matchup.
Which is strange.
I mean, potentially, maybe they want to try something new and they feel like this is the game to do it.
Target bans towards TikTok Shock. And we do get the Corki ban finally thrown Fantix's way, so we'll have to play something different. Kassadin's still left up, and Direwolves do have the final pick.
Yeah, I think you could get rid of it. It's going to have an easy lane if that is a mid lane Galio.
But you'd have to think that it's going to be a Jace mid.
Yeah, well, yes and no. I mean, maybe they think it's a Gragas top and that's absolutely fine.
Braum's the final ban that comes out from TM here.
Yeah, this is an interesting pick ban, Fish. I've not seen something like this in a very long time. You know, top lane being targeted so heavily.
Nautilus pick, and we saw Rosie played as a support the other day.
Yeah, had an okay game. I'm certainly not the biggest fan of it.
Still could be a top lane pick, but instead Tarek gets locked in.
Now, all of a sudden, the Blitzcrank ban doesn't make all that much sense. Maybe they were worried about... I remember last split, XL5 played against Direwolves in one of their final games.
Yeah, I remember this
T-Gun
game.
won the first 15 minutes of that game pretty much single-handedly on Blitzcrank, just running around, grabbing people out of absolutely nowhere. Direwolves came back, absolutely smacked them by the end of it. But for 15 minutes, it looked like the man on the Metal Golem was going to be able to single-handedly Rocket Fisty's team to the victory.
He was a man possessed. He's going to be playing Rakan today.
Ooh, I like that pick. T-Gun is a big playmaking support. And I think giving him a playmaker like Alistar or, you know, Blitzcrank, Rakan, that sets him up for a better game.
I just find it strange. Thresh is still left up, and neither team decided to opt into the Thresh pick. We're going to get another Kane game. Only will pick up that
All
champion
right, come on,
into
Only.
the jungle.
I believe. I really have faith in this. I'm looking for an 11-minute transform into an absolute hard carry Brass game. I didn't get to hit on it before. Like, we'll talk about the draft later. 19% attack speed, 4 armor, rest of it scaling health. Marks your AD. I think it gives you like 8.5 or something, Fish. Don't quote me on that. That is the page that you go towards. It's the top lane Jace. Camp the crap out of it.
Now, this is curious to me. Top lane Jace has been picked up by Chippies, but they go for Victor mid for Fantix. I'm curious as to why there was no Kassadin pick, because from League of Legends and League of Origin, we know that Kassadin does incredibly well into Galio.
Yeah, it certainly does. I think what they don't want to see, however, is kind of the inability to team fight again. And what Kassadin did, even though it got ahead versus Legacy, is didn't really set them up well for team fights because he struggles to get over the tanks for some reason at the moment, Fish. And Fantix couldn't get the angles on the flank. And I think that it's a difficult champion to execute. I still think it's strong in the 1-3-1, or if you can assassinate, you know, like low. But with, you know, Praedyth protecting him, T-Gun protecting him, Shock protecting low, he is very difficult to blow up. Whereas Victor, he's just going to be able to, you know, drop the Chaos Storm and do good, consistent damage to that front line.
It is definitely something very different from the Direwolves, whereas TM, stock standard team comp, Praedyth on more team fight oriented champions. And I mean, we've talked about it many times that Praedyth, he's been a very selfish player almost in the top lane, always split pushing.
100%. I don't think selfish is like, in League of Legends term, like people say selfish, like if you're selfish in real life, I mean, that's not great.
Yeah,
you
don't
can play
be
selfish in League of Legends and it's fine. I mean, they're very good. Like Stanley won a world championship playing it split push Nidalee only, Fish. Selfish League of Legends is absolutely fine as long as your team is willing to play that way with you. Don't be that guy in solo queue. Do not be that split pushing Kane in solo queue that is trying to take inhibitors while the rest of your base is dying.
Do not be Jake Spawn Tiberian.
Boom, we got it in one. But yeah, I think that, you know, they're trying to get him on tanks and they must have had more success in scrims for that.
Potentially.
So I think, you know, if they were playing this style and it wasn't working, they would have reverted back to the old style.
We're just curious because quite a few games that TM almost won were off a Praedyth split
But
pushing of
almost
potentials.
is the key term there, Fish.
Almost.
You can almost win every game and not win any of them, or you can 50-50 them with a tank.
Potentially. But for now, let's check in with the coach of TM Cyclone, who's standing by with Serianne.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Cyclone from TM. Now, Cyclone, you're known for cooking up a storm in the kitchen, and there was recently a film crew that went through in the team house and filmed you all. So I just wanted to ask, what's been the highlight of coaching this team?
These guys are really great to work with. Yeah, they've got a really positive growth-oriented mindset. So like even when things have been a bit tough recently, they've really focused on trying to still improve and working real hard. Yeah, these guys are really fun, and we have a pretty good time even outside of the game.
In today's series, what's the main goal for the team, or what would you like to see coming out of them?
So we realised that we were really struggling with how the meta had changed to 7.14, so we just decided we needed to shift away from our previous split push with Mark playstyle into something that reflected the way the game's working. So today we're trying to work on the things that the meta emphasises at the moment and the way we've interpreted it.
Well, best of luck, and thanks for talking to us today.
Thank you.
There you go. Swapping back to try and fit the meta a bit more.
I mean, it makes sense, because the thing is, even if this doesn't look fantastic against Direwolves, and this is a cop-out response, right? But TM's goal isn't to beat the Direwolves right now. TM's goal, great stun coming out of Destiny, good return damage on Tegan. He's in big trouble.
No, Tegan. That's a bit sad.
Yeah, certainly is. If that had a hit and Low got an extra 2 auto attacks on that satchel because of it, would have been a great trade. Unfortunately now, it is not a good trade at all, Fish. What I was going to say is, TM's goal this split is not to beat Direwolves anymore. TM's goal is to be able to go into Pro Morello and be able to, if they get to the 6th spot, beat the 5th place. If they get to the 7th place, beat the 6th place OPL team. And if they can't get into that position, then to be able to beat these up-and-coming OCS teams and retain their position for next year. Because unfortunately, as we keep saying, playoffs is not going to be a reality for this team. Nope. So if getting a good grasp on the meta allows them to do that, I mean, that's fantastic.
Yep. I mean, it's a scary game to try and adapt to the meta. One against the Direwolves.
Look at this. Only as a full camper. I can't stress enough how well this champion jungles. His ganks might be not as good as other champions, as people have pointed out. But as far as his clear speed goes, it is absolutely monstrous.
Yep, so 11 camps already taken down by only. Shonefire just picked up his blue buff.
11 camps. Damn, I wish I could take 11 camps by 3 minutes. Generally, I can only get 6 of them to spawn.
11 jungle monsters.
Thank you.
On the technicality, not great.
It's alright. People have been mean to me all day. Shern coming down bottom lane, actually going to get face check here.
Hits Tegan. We'll be able to get the lockdown. Forces a flash out of Tegan at least, and still takes damage from King.
Yeah, had QW there, Tegan, which is alright. Will mean he gets good ward here, actually, by Chippy, spotting out this gank. He's going to play very far back.
Poor Only.
Only must know that now. He should go towards Krugs, I think.
So when Kane hits Chippies, does it matter what form he's in to get the souls?
What do you mean?
Because he's...
Oh, yeah, that's good. Is he ranged on melee? I actually have no idea, Fish. I would assume that it does.
Or low. Rocket jumps out of that.
Lucky the buffering there didn't actually... Ooh.
Chippies wants to fight. Only's still sticking around.
Yeah, but he's still got a couple of the Krugs there, Fish. They're going to be able to respawn, so it puts... Shern on and only on equal footing, even though Shern's got more CS now. He just took the little ones that aren't really all that much golden experience at this stage of the game.
In this bottom lane, Low and Tegan pushing heavily underneath their turret. Shernfire is constantly making sure his presence is felt in that bottom lane. Mid lane, Shock did teleport back into lane.
Yeah, Shern wants the Raptor camp here, although now Fantix is in big trouble, Fish.
He's got no mana. She's going to run straight down towards Shern. And
doesn't commit there, so they're just going to trade sides of the map right now.
Yeah. Strange, but very weird early game between the two teams again. Both of them just opting to farm.
Completely agree. Shern doing a good job of keeping up in farm and experience this time around. You can see that Only once again is just looking for something. Cannot find it anywhere on the map. Chippies is now being pushed in by Praedyth. Praedyth is having a good laning phase on this Gragas right now. And you can see that jungle item and longsword picked up out of Only as his first little shot. Shan's going to be able to go towards the Barmy Cinder, which is absolutely bonkers at the moment.
Meanwhile, in the bottom lane, King 11 CS up over Low. He's not having a great lane here on the Doran, Shield Tristana, all potions burned by Tegan as well.
Yep, I mean, the other thing that we did see was the fact that, ooh, that's really nice from Shock.
Yeah, good uppercut. Winds of Wall is going to come out late though.
No, that's still perfectly fine.
Gank on lane though. Only's going to come down. King's going to take quite a bit of damage. Low satchel charges on his face. Low now has to flash out of this. Shernfire comes in, will flash on him, but does not predict the flash himself.
I mean, split focus there. Members went on to Destiny, members went on to King. So unfortunately, they don't really get much of anything apart from some summoner spells burnt on low. King still will retain all of his fish. Fantix actually got a positive HP trade there somehow. So level 6 now. Probably just going to ult the next wave if I know my Victor players.
Come on, Fantix, drop the base.
No, I'm not going to go for it.
Yeah, but he's done well against Shock, who had teleport coming back into this lane.
Have you got the CS values for Victor's Hex Core?
No.
Used to have it. Do not have it anymore.
I used to have Rises as well, but he's never played anymore, which makes me sad.
It's the little things that make you happy as a caster, isn't it, Fish?
Just want Rise to be played mid lane again.
I don't.
Machine gun.
Not a fan of it. Here we go. Great cast coming out of Predator there.
Yeah, only goes for a gank. Gets knocked back by Chippies immediately. Flashes the slow and gets a speed up from his warp gate.
Yep. So just a little bit of harass going down. Do get the flash out of him though, Fish, which is a big deal. And we'll see whether Shern can capitalize on the other side of the map. Maybe take away some Krugs again for himself. Will spot only out on a ward, so might even be able to go for a cheeky red buff because that's going to come up in about 10 seconds.
Potentially. He knows it's coming up too.
There it is.
He can make a dive in the bottom lane too. Low and T-Gun. Low's at half health, no summoners.
Yeah, you can see that Fantix just used the ultimate and has no mana.
He's going to go. Shock's going to try and chase him down. Early flash still gets taunted by Shock. Good damage. Only is still chasing. Sherfire's coming through.
He misses slow.
And Sherfire re-engages himself. Fantix only has auto attacks, so has to be careful. Low is there to secure first blood. Shock will fall shortly after the Sherfire.
Here we
Destiny going to look to try and protect him. Good stuns coming out from Tariq. Gets T-Gun and Low. But no response from King, so TM settle for the 1-for-1.
Yeah, and that's actually a good trade because Shock, who was getting punished in the... Oh, this is a little bit interesting.
Oh, Low taking a lot of damage. Will he have Rocket Jump to jump away?
I think they want the trade a little bit here. Good
That's
flash.
a flash from Destiny on top of T-Gun. He's going to flash out of that one too. Low gets a good satchel charge, but Sherfire is here as well. Wave has been pushed into the turret.
Yeah, low mana on Shock as well as King. So you can see that not really all that much more scrapping going to happen. So much of 80 carries damage at this stage of the game is actually their abilities, Fish, as opposed to their auto attacks.
Yep.
You can see T-Gun sticking around. Ultimate not available from Churn, but if he face checks that brush, he dies.
It's a dead man if he gets anywhere close to that brush. Gotta be careful. Sherfire is going to try and go back to base. King is playing very far back, but...
Oh, here we go.
Okay, jumps away, but Sherfire's still here. T-Gun, no! He's been bamboozled. Gonna get taken down here. Lockup should come out shortly. King will get a few more autos. Low's gonna jump away. Meanwhile, Fantix gets destroyed in the mid lane by a 3-man gank.
Exactly right. So all of a sudden they spend so much time bottom lane, and it is just going to be Fantix who gets picked on a little bit because of that Fish. So T-Gun falls down, but Low still able to farm up because of the mana values being so low as we keep talking about. And then big creep wave will be missed in the mid lane. Same will be missed top, however. You can see it is going to be 19 CS. Let's have a look at this happening. Great ult. Back towards the wall. Good slow. And then, yeah, they just continue it on. That is just a hard commit, Fish, if I've ever seen one.
Yep. Forcing onto Fantix. They get a kill in the mid lane. Only picks that up. He's been in both kills for team so far.
Low. Chippies has gone Bork Rush on the...
Which
Jay?
is interesting, because we saw Jace in his brief stint in the top lane. Once lethality got nerfed quite heavily early in Split 1, went towards Bork, but then we saw Jace completely fall off.
Yeah, completely agree with that one, Fish. That is a clean ward. I don't know if you just saw that, Fish, but just walks straight in there.
That's the veteran experience.
And gets the Scar award in one. He didn't even pause. Generally when, you know, I have to do the ward, I have to line it up. T-Gun just marches in and drops it instantly.
Yep, that's the veteran experience there.
You would probably have flashed the wall and tried to get the ward.
I would have flashed the wall and then warded. That's just how I play Spawn. Flash is a resource. You got to use it for something.
Exactly right. If your flash is up, you're doing something wrong.
Yeah, you don't really need it when you play and always win anyway without it.
Oof. Oof. Here we go. Lane swap coming out, however. Praetor should have a pretty good job of this because he's gone for a Balmy Cinder. Not an item we see all that much at the moment, Fish, but he'll be able to lay out, you know, a barrel.
Oh, we did see Pabu pick up a Sunfire Cape the other day.
We did on Shen.
Yeah, but curious item on Gragas. We've seen weird
Here we go.
rushes
This is
recently.
going to be a fight. Quickness and W combo is available.
He's going to get knocked up straight away. Good double charm into the double knockup. 3-on-2 to kick things off. T-Gun dashes out, comes back in. Big mistake from the support. Ultimate does get thrown out by Sherfire, but whiffs everybody. Only gets another kill.
Predator's also here all of a sudden.
Lowe's going to rocket jump his way in.
They need to take this turret right now. They've committed so much for it. And you can see that Direwolves have got theirs incredibly low. If they don't win this turret race, I think they've committed too many resources, and they're not going to win it, Fish. That is a disaster for TM Gaming, although kill plus a turret is still okay.
But it's still close to a 2,000 lead for the Direwolves, just off
Farm value?
Yeah, small incremental advantages.
I mean, 106 to 70 CS isn't it a small advantage?
It's, yeah, 1,000 gold for the Caitlyn in the bottom lane. Only is ahead, though, in the jungle by about 300 gold.
Showing the raw power of Kane at this stage. He must be close to a transform. It's 11 minutes. He's got some successful ganks. Show me the man. Oh, no, he still hasn't got it.
Can you tell from spectator mode?
No, you certainly cannot.
Let's phone in only. Get his thoughts about this transform coming up.
I actually really want to do that in a game.
Check in with T-Gun. Hey, mate, how you going? Got a gank coming. Sorry. Bye.
Bye. Yeah, T-Gun. Churnfire. Got to look for a bit of a biff. Only is here, however.
Yeah, there's that gank you was
There's
talking
no
about.
one actually supporting Churn here. So this is a risky play.
He goes straight back onto only. That's a man possessed. Get out of your own jungle.
I mean, that's a little bit strange because honestly, he's still in here by himself, Fish. There is no one around.
A bit disrespectful almost. Shock's going to come around and
Yeah,
Churnfire's-
Churn, you should die. You don't have flash. You don't have ultimate.
Yeah, he's player cam. Hands off keyboard already. What the heck are you doing?
What is he doing? We said that this team was, you know, playing very within themselves, very reserved and good League of Legends. Probably just giving up an Infernal Dragon, to be honest, Fish. Although Chippies will take down another turret for himself. Not really all that many ways you can contest this dragon if you don't have a smite available.
It does open up a 3,000 gold lead for the Direwolves, and as you mentioned, no one from the Direwolves are going to contest for this turret. But Chippies is going to smack it way at top in, forcing Shock to teleport up there.
Yeah, I mean, not a bad teleport. He's going to be mid lane for most of this game anyway, and we'll have the ultimate available to be able to join. Some much needed farm values for the TikTok Shock. But Fire Drake picked up means that Tristana, late game, will have a genuine win condition. He's also sitting on a Cull, something that Fantix did last game and wasn't punished for it. So if he doesn't fall down and he's able to cash in on that one Fish, it will be a nice gold spike for low. Although 40 CS down, not really getting access to farm at the moment.
King and Destiny really punished the Tristana bottom lane in this match. Even Tegan falling behind in levels. He's level 6 at the moment. That would have to be due to his 2 kills. Sorry, the 2 kills thrown his way. But yeah, another slow game between TM and Direwolves.
But TM's done better this time around. I mean, they've traded 2 objectives for 2 objectives, one being a Fire Drake and a turret. They've used their teleports pretty proactively, and Praedyth has actually been on the map a lot. He's helped out Only. Only's kept up in experience and levels very well. I think that this is a much more positive game for the TM lineup.
Shock still being very aggressive.
Yeah, he's got a Bizzle Mask. I mean, he can pretty much ignore him now.
TM are
Is
sending
going to be a dive coming in.
Yeah, they're sending a lot of people bottom lane. Galio was positioning for that dive to help out Only. They put a ward down. They spot
Oh, he's
out.
got red form. So that's a 14-minute transform. That's 3 minutes quicker than last game.
He's going to go Rust. 3-0-1 on the Kane at the moment. Rift Herald has been started by the Direwolves, though, as Only looks for a gank mid. Wants to jump
See
behind
how
this turret.
hard they commit for this. He does have both his summoner spells available, but they're going in.
Yep, jumping in. Gallo's going to jump over towards Only. Good knock up, but flash away from Fantix. He's going to throw down the Chaos Storm and get good response damage on Only. Very low. He's forced to jump further in towards the Direwolves base. Meanwhile,
Praedyth in trouble.
yeah, Rift Herald has been picked up. Praedyth tried to stop that. Good double charm from Tegan.
Oh.
Gets a knock up as well. Chippy's going to get Ignite as well by Tegan. And Shock's coming in with the Winds of War. That'll be a kill to TM.
Certainly should be. Where is he? There he is.
There he is. Only comes out from
yes,
behind.
nice
Onto
Only.
Churnfire. Going to get good damage down. Will be a gravity field there. I was going to say Chaos Storm. Put down by the mid
Knock
laner. Hits the Taric. Jumps over towards
They're
Destiny.
going to keep going. Look at the consistent damage that comes out of Rust.
Ooh, that hurts.
I think he could have continued that one. There is no one there.
They might. Shock's going to go in for the dive with Destiny. Sorry, with Only. He runs through a turret. And Destiny is going to try and walk his way out of this one. Ooh,
Gonna flash.
Good flash. That was creative.
I mean, it certainly is, but they still get, like, what, a kill and a couple of summoner spells out of that. They pick up mid lane turret, and they swing some of this gold momentum. I think T-Gun on the Rakan looks very impressive right now, Fish. That was a good quickness and held the W actually for a little bit longer than we see out of Rakans, but it worked out in that situation.
And it's 1,000 gold lead for the Direwolves only at this stage in the game. With Infernal Dragon picked up by TM, they should be very happy with where they're at.
Yeah.
4-0-1 on only.
And I think their composition scales pretty well this game. I mean, Gragas is eventually going to outscale the Jace in the team fights. Obviously, in the 1v1, a Blade of the Ruined King Jace is probably going to be able to take most people. You can see that Only's nearly towards a completed Black Cleaver at this stage of the game, and we'll be going some Merc Treads. After that, probably going to be going a little bit more tanky. And this game, Shock is at least within touching distance of Richard. Richard Su still up 30 CF, Fantix, but is, you know, 0-2-1 and has been picked on a little bit just by the repetitive dives that have come his way.
Doing a good job. But Direwolves, they're not out of this game yet. They're still the ones. They're still the ones with.
They're in the
lead.
driving seat still.
Yeah.
Let's be serious.
Only has to do something special here. He must have most of the gold for his team. Spotted out inside the enemy jungle.
Can't face check him anymore. He does a lot of damage.
And he just does that. Yeah, I don't know why he queued over the wall when he was running through walls.
It's a little bit quicker. Sometimes also, if you use your E a little bit too early, you don't get into the wall, and you get extended period of wall duration when you're inside the wall, obviously. But if you don't make it there in 1.5 seconds, Fish, the wall just spits you out. He's going to go for the 1v1 onto Richard here. Still 2 levels down. I don't think that's a good call.
Spotted out by a ward as well, so Fantix does the right thing and positions differently. Does he turn into a split pusher from here?
I don't think so.
I mean, he's taking up Praetor's job.
If he was Shadow Assassin, I would say yes. There you go. Gets through majority of the wall, so it spits him out on the right side. Of course, once you take damage inside the wall fishery, a little bit different. Only 1.5 seconds again. King and Destiny trying to hold down mid lane, and Praetor will get some solo gold for himself in the bottom lane. This is good for the Gragas because he needs to catch up to...
They're going for a fight in mid lane. Teleports are coming as well. Tegan gets a good initiation. Destiny throwing down the ultimate. It's going to keep King alive through the Buster Shot. Chippies has re-engaged. Only, however, keeps Fantix occupied. And that looks like a good team fight for TM. In fact, they killed the top laner from the Direwolves.
Yeah, Chippies had teleported in at the same time as Praetor, but it was a great team fight. Started off by T-Gun again, who looks like a man possessed on the Rakan. You can see how much he wants it, only having a much better game on Wrath this time around. They're streaming towards the bottom lane turret. There is a big wave that was prepared by Praetor earlier, and with Tristana, mate, they should be able to rip through this one.
And suddenly this is going to be a scary game for the Wolves because TM have equalized the gold. They're going to be the ones in the driver's seat after this turret falls. And we've already mentioned Direwolves are second on the ladder, only a point behind Legacy. If they drop this game, or drop this series, it's going to be a disaster for them.
Certainly is. I mean, even a game is a disaster. If you were second, you do not want... Oh, they've had to drop Rift Herald in base as well because they just did not use it. Talk about that in a little bit, however, Fish, because second Infernal spawned and they haven't got shops, which means they probably have to let this one go, to be honest.
Yeah, so...
Ultimate's not available at the moment. Quickness not available. Rift Herald's going to continue to push in, and T-Gun's being caught.
Yeah, that was questionable. He gets locked down. Dead. So much damage on the T-Gun. Surefire does get that kill. He'll be separated from the team. Shocks the next target. Locked down by the Wolfpack. Greedy stay from TM.
Certainly was. I mean, I think they thought they could get the Dragon. Maybe they go for a cheeky steal here.
They're still chasing Praetor.
Yeah, I think that you can go for a steal here because if you spot out the fact that King is still on these walls.
Ooh, goodbye, Low. What the heck is TM doing? They were in control of this game.
They've just given it all back, Fish. Yeah. I mean, they didn't have a ward left in the pit because otherwise they would have been able to see that it was just King. I think then, you know, Only can look to invade on that Dragon as the rest of his team just retreats through the jungle, but unfortunately not to be. They're going to have to burn another TP to defend mid lane.
That's a disaster. TM were looking good coming into this match now. 1,000 gold behind the Direwolves, and Infernal Dragon has been equalized.
Yep, and they're also going to give up a massive creep wave top. They will get one in bottom for themselves.
And if you're a TM in that situation, don't you just reset, give this
Yeah,
fight
you
up?
say it's 1-all and we're not going to give you anything for it. But instead, they certainly did not do that, Fish. And that's T-Gun getting blown up. Of course, quickness wasn't available, I don't believe. Must have just used it as he was dying. Shock's gone, that's the most tanky member. And I think that at least at this point, you have to say, all right, we should not have fought. We're just going to give it up. We're going to give up the red buff. Instead, Praetor sticks around. Only's doing his golems. And Low walks forward here. Why? Yeah, don't know, Fish. Very good question. But it cost him his life.
questionable decisions from TM. They're not out of this game yet. Now some goal behind the Direwolves, but it certainly has been put back into Direwolves' favour.
I think right now you just have to farm up 15 CS on Tristana, get the cash in of the cull, and, you know, be sitting on 2 items. I think that you would be content at that. Only is looking for the split pushing chippies. I think this is a nice call, but he has absolutely misread where he is. Black Cleaver picked up for him. 4-0 on 1.
Does he go towards lethality now? Or
Oh,
just stays?
he's going to die.
Chippy's just waiting. The full combo of Jace is going to take not only blue buff, but the life of only. Meanwhile, there's a fight in the mid lane as the sprawl has already started at blue buff. Shock in trouble, going to uppercut his way away.
Oh, and only actually looked like he might be winning this one.
Yeah, no, he's very low. He's going to be able to knock Chippies away, and Praetor comes in to save the day. But Direwolves push on towards mid lane outer. That's going to fall.
Looked like he used the ultimate to get a lot of health back, Fish. And then Chippies wasn't willing to chase him.
We'll get to see it again.
But at the same time, mid lane outer turret goes down. And without only on Summoner's Rift, it looks like they're missing out on a little bit of their team fight ability. Oh, he missed.
Chippies!
That's why. And they all just missed everything, actually. Let's talk about that. But look how much health you get back. That's a half health bar. Honestly, if Chippies had to miss those abilities and only had to hit his at the start of the fight, that was probably a flash body slam combo for a kill. Instead, vice versa, if Chippies hit his first accelerated shock blast, only probably dies as well.
Yeah, rule 1 in League of Legends, hit your damn buttons. You don't press your buttons, nothing happens. And you lose the game.
Thanks, Fish.
See, they hit their buttons there, and only escapes. If I really wanted that fight, though.
Sure, now with the Warmog's armor, has so much health, but that is a free health bar
And
for the Kayn.
yeah. So does he want to use his ultimate when he's low onto a tank?
Yeah, so that's what you want to do. You want to dive the back line, you know, get a lot of knockups and things like that, but get some damage on Churn. So what I'll do is, if I play Red Kayn, I'll run Blue Smite in solo queue. Obviously, Track is much more valuable in competitive, but then you run onto the back line, you get a couple of knockups, you're a little bit disruptive. When you want to ult the tank, you just smite the tank and jump inside it. And you get all your health back.
Especially with a Warmog Cinderhulk pick up for Shenfire, that's going to be a lot of health picked up
He's
by
going
Kayn.
Death's Dance. So, interesting build from Only. Once again, I've seen it a lot in solo queue. I didn't think we were going to see it in competitive. Don't think it's great in competitive. Death's Dance is a very expensive item.
Yeah, we thought that Death's Dance, when it got reworked, was going to be picked up by a lot of champions. I mean, some people thought Misfortune was coming back to the meta. Draven was going to be a popular AD carry, but didn't quite live up to the hype.
It's one of those items that's great in theory and then really bad in execution. Draven was played a couple of times in LCK with it though. Kramer.
Yeah, but it never stuck. And like things like Misfortune Support, where people thought, you know, maybe once or twice, that became meta. That became a ban-worthy champion for a long time.
Yep. Especially if you wanted to play Zyra.
It was not fun. All I wanted to do was play as an AD carry, and my support would take it away from me. Didn't like it. But Dire was posturing for a fight in this mid lane. There's an initiation coming out from Egypt as well as a Galio to come through. Destiny pops the ultimate early, but no damage came out from TM during that fight. So nothing's happened so far. Direwolves return the favor. Shock, very low. Kane's inside of Fantix, gets good damage, but a heal comes out from King. Will still kill the mid laner, but he trades his life for it. It's a 1-for-2 trade in favor of the Wolves. And Chip is going in, looking for the fight. Stun does not come out from the Taric. Good knockback coming out of low there to stop the reinitiation from the Direwolves.
And unfortunately for Only, he dives the back line. He is able to get a kill, but the rest of the team cannot go with it. Shock is just too squishy against these AD dealers at the moment and gets blown up incredibly quickly. That will probably be the Baron Fish, as Praetor is in the bottom lane. Does have teleport available, but they can't get Chippies to challenge.
Let's see, ultimate coming out to low to try and deter him from coming any further forward. There is a Blaze of Their Own King on Chippy, so that will
Double
chip
teleport
away.
is actually available. Here comes Shock as well. This might be the play.
Potentially, this could bring TM back into the game. Praetor's over the wall, Shock's there too. Snow smite for them, and Baron is picked up by Direwolves. King goes aggressive against Low, and Tegan gets the first kill of the fight. Destiny's got out with a sliver of health. Low wants to come back in, but there's just no avenue for him to do so. Meanwhile, Praetor in trouble. Double kill picked up by King. Winter Wall flushed away by Destiny. That's 3 kills for the Wolfpack.
Yeah, exactly right. And unfortunately, because they don't go at the same time, Low gets chunked out without any form of damage there. The tanks, sure, they might be able to lay a CC, but they're not going to be able to pick up any kills. And TN Gaming, unfortunately, another game that has just slipped out of their grasp. They looked much more promising this time around. The Kane worked out in the early game, but the team composition of the Direwolves is just looking superior at the moment.
It does, and there were just glaring mistakes made by TM this match, especially the fight over second Infernal.
Yeah.
It's now the third one sponsored. Direwolves pick up their second of the game. That could have cost them the game and pretty much gave Direwolves an avenue to fight their way back into it.
And now they've got a big lead. 6,000 gold in only 26 minutes, and they've got the Baron buff. They've got 2 Infernal Dragons. King's at the point of the game where he's nice and strong. And they were doing a pretty good job of stalling and then picking fights to hit back. But unfortunately, just was not to be for the TM Gaming lineup today. Direwolves, they're a formidable opponent. They wouldn't be happy with their early game still. And I think that TM should be pretty happy with how the first 15 minutes of this game went. And then obviously a lot of VODs to review after that point.
And we already heard from Cyclone. They're trying something coming into this match.
Praise Gragas has looked good, by the way. So
it has.
Thumbs up on that one.
I mean, Only has looked a lot more comfortable as well. Shock has found another champion that we can say can play in the mid lane to good success.
Yep.
And Tegan looking good on these initiation champions. Lowe still has a couple of glaring mistakes on this Tristana, but definitely some improvement from TM, but it's not enough to take down the Wolfpack.
No, exactly right. That's what it looks like at the moment, that they've put in good work and they're looking better. That man on your screen, however, needs to calm down. Shern.
It has been quite a few times he's on Sejuani in that certain area that's costing them a game. Direwolves with their Baron buff have split the map apart. They've got Jace in the bottom lane for pushing against Praetor. He's doing a lot of damage to the Gragas at the moment. In fact, might put him in kill territory.
Exactly right. The problem with Gragas, sorry, not Gragas, with the Galio is the fact that he doesn't insta-clear waves like other AP carries do. Chippy, you can see, having a good time. Is now picking up a serrated Turk, so lethality as the game progresses here, which is generally the opposite way that you want to use lethality.
Ah, I thought it was the best way to use it. It gets better as the game goes, isn't it?
Technically true, but generally people have armor by that stage.
And then it works, because you shred the armor.
Oh, it doesn't shred armor. It ignores armor. Armor shredding is what Black Cleaver does.
So you shred it, and then you ignore the runs that remain and play the Rune King chips at their health. You know, it's good late game, right, Small? Right?
Not a fan of it. I like it a lot early game. I think that at this point in the game, I mean, there's not really all that much else for him to go for because he is ahead and snowball, so it's not like he needs a Hex Drinker or anything.
It's also next to no armor on the side of TM. There's a Thornmail and a Sunfire Cape, and that's about it. A couple of Ninja Tabbies. So Chippy's will shred through all this, and you can already see he's done some work with the split push. He's taken down all the inner turrets. 6 turrets picked up by the Wolfpack. Only the base is left standing for TM, and they're 9,000 gold behind.
And Praetor didn't pop that barrel.
He might be dead here. Gets collapsed on by both Shonefire and Destiny. Galio's going to try and jump into the fight.
Galio might be dead.
Let's see if they go for the reinitiation. Right. Teleport's coming into backlines for the Direwolves. They get a knock up onto King, but he takes no damage. Shonefire, we didn't see that. Missed his buttons, hands off keyboard, but they're still going for a fight. Fantix with the flank. Throws down the Chaos Storm. Well, no, does not. Puts down a Gravity Field. TM grouped up. Already lost their mid laner. Chippy's moves in to get some more chip damage, but
I actually thought they might be able to blow up King there, but unfortunately the damage is just too low, Fish. As you pointed out, and they were able to collapse in time. This means without Shock available, they'll probably be able to take their first base turret of the game.
This is going to fall. Direwolves are still looking to push a fight here, but TM will just back off. And it's another team fight where the initiation is good from TM, but there's no follow-up damage at all.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. Lowe wasn't there. Only, even though he has some offensive items, wasn't able to get access to King, who's 2 levels higher than him. And that means that it will just be, you know, a Direwolves team fight and Inhibitor on the bottom lane. They're now 11,000 gold ahead. This is what a good team does. I mean, it looks like TM were in that fight, and then they just pull everything out from underneath.
And there's big items picked up by Direwolves now. Stoneplate for the Sejuani on top of the double health items. Lichbane has been complete for Fantix. And Dustblade of Drakthar already picked up by Chippies.
Yep, they're very strong.
Whew, with a 5-item Caitlyn.
I think that is fair to say. They are an incredibly strong lineup right now. And I don't know if there is a way for TM to take a team fight unless this game goes for another, 10, 15 minutes. But isn't over yet, and they can still look for, a cheeky pick or something like that in a jungle. You can see that King right now is separated from the rest of his team. Not in all that much damage, danger of dying.
Yep, just going to split push top side of the map, get that one going. They have super minions in the bottom lane, so it makes sense to attack this side of the map. Only has completed his Death's Dance. Not going to get too much out of it, though, in these next few fights.
Yeah, as I said, just I understand how it is good in theory, but it is a lot of gold to spend on a jungler to be a triple offensive item jungler. I think that 2 offensive items is generally where you have to leave it as jungler at the moment, unfortunately.
Initiation coming out from Direwolves onto Praetor, who body slams forward, straight onto a trap, takes a chunk of damage.
Not all that much, really.
Huh.
He looks all right.
Redemption and Heal came out, kept them topped off.
Victor
Direwolves will
is
be
mid
happy.
lane, so they're counting on Destiny's Taric ultimate to buy them enough time to be able to get Fantix into this fight.
By the way, Armor of the 5th Age's Taric skin, best skin of the game.
Is it?
Best skin. Plus 20 defense. But Chernfire is going to get collapsed upon by T-Gun here. He'll take next to no damage as well.
I mean, he took half his health, and he has about 5,000 health fish. So
Watch
that's
Warmox.
2,500 damage, yeah?
Watch
I will
Warmox bring it back to
yeah.
full in about 5 more seconds.
True, but I don't think it's fair for someone to take 2,500 damage and you say it was nothing.
He got 104 health back per tick. He's full health. That's stupid. That item is disgusting.
Best ARAM item in the game.
I thought it was removed from ARAM
No,
because
it's
of
not.
that.
No, still buy it. Praetor catches the wave, has to pull it away from the team, but now will have to recall. So they're stuck in a 4v5 situation right now without their main tank fishery.
And they're going to charge straight towards Baron.
Yeah,
So
that's another free Baron because Praetor has TP, so we can sit here as long as there's a good enough ward. Only spots out Fantix, like Chips in the Night. They completely ignore each other.
This is do or die for TM. They have to try and stop this or they're going to slowly bleed out. Baron is at half health. They're pinging it. Tegan is there for the initiation. Goes in, gets a charm onto everyone, but Destiny with a big ultimate. Locket's going to keep them all alive. They've taken no damage so far. Direwolves want to turn around this fight. Low, looking for good damage on Fantix, but he is so low himself. Take it down. The AD carry is dead, and they just go front to back from here. Double stun from Taric. Locking out both Shock as well as Tegan. King gets a double kill, and the Goon has to somehow run away from all the Wolfpack members. Not enough. 4 kills picked up. Only's charging back towards the Nexus, but there's nothing he can do anymore.
Yeah, and unfortunately for TM's jungler, he got so many of the early kills, but was not able to make a late game team impact. And that just means that a lot of the gold didn't matter on the TM gaming lineup, and they're going to be able to take this game. 33 minutes in, you can see teleports coming out. Destiny also applying that Baron buff. I think they can ignore the other inhibitor turrets and just look to end the game right now, Fish.
And that's what they're going to do. Death time is way too long, about 8 seconds on low, but even there, it's not going to be much of an impact. Second turret is going to fall shortly after. Only has to do something if he wants to put up a last stand. There are respawn times coming up for TM, but they're already battering away at the Nexus. The Lich Bane as well as the damage from Caitlyn's too strong, and it's a 2-0 picked up cleanly by the Direwolves.
I mean, nice performance from the Wolfpack. I think that great game 1. You know, a little bit dodgy in game 2 early game, but they fought back very hard.
Yeah, they did.
Only mistake that I really saw that game was Shern getting caught out in the jungle, invading with no ultimate, no flash, which was a little bit strange out of the Sejuani. But apart from that, they really cleaned up the mid to late game, and they took that one pretty easily in the end.
And Tegan on Rakan there.
Looks
Almost
good.
Almost put TM into that match. He had a great initiation for the team. He must be, again, not feeling good about that loss.
I mean, I actually think that's one of the losses where you're like, they were a team that was top of the ladder last week, and we put up a very good Game 2 performance. I think that is one of the few games that you will go away from, and you should be able to hold your head high, even in defeat. Only, on the other hand, will be thinking, I need to be able to transition these early game leads, because he's got a couple now, Fish, and I think that T-Gun played well, and I think Only's early game was actually very good, but he just needs to make that bridge between solo queue jungler that can pick up early game leads to how do I now use this to help my team actually win the game.
Yeah.
And I think that when he learns how to do that, he will be a very good jungler. He has a very bright future ahead of him.
He certainly does. TM, though, still looking for a single victory in the split of the OPL. They've gone more than halfway through. They're playing against the other side of the table now, and they're not getting the victories they really want.
I think the other thing that you have to point out, not to talk too much about the positives to TM, but that was a great Gragas game out of Praetor, actually.
Sure.
So I'm really happy that he picked up Gragas. I think Gragas is kind of that hybrid between I want to split push and be relevant in the laning phase, but I also want to have team fight impact. Dockler's used it very well, and I think Praetor showed that in this game. However, Fantix Richitsu is just an absolute man possessed at the moment, and I think that around that, Direwolves' middle of the map was just too strong today.
It certainly was, and Direwolves pick up a 2-0 victory. And before we get into the final match of this Super Week, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, gentlemen, and a much better showing from TM in that second game, despite going down. They lasted. I think we said, "Can you get a good laning phase out?" And they were ahead almost.
I think they were ahead.
They were definitely were ahead. I think that's the game that we were talking about in the pre-game show. I think that we were talking about TM being competitive, putting together a good first 15. I think they did that this game. I thought their first 15 minutes were very good. They had an Infernal Drake to their name. They had a couple towers around the map. Only was playing really, really well on the Kane. Super impressed me.
It's definitely a better game for them to VOD review.
Yeah.
That's what I think.
Yeah,
going into the final weeks of OPL, they can come out from versing Direwolves and they can see what they did wrong, what they did right, and that's really important, I think, for the team to take from
Absolutely. Much better learning experience for TM, but standing by with the victorious Destiny from Direwolves is Sarah Ann right now, so let's throw it to her for the interview.
Thanks, guys. I'm standing here with Destiny after that 2-0 win over TM. Firstly, congratulations. You've ended Super Week with a victory in the books. Do you feel like this series you performed a bit better, or that it was a redeeming series for the team after the loss against Legacy on Friday?
Yeah, it's definitely good to win, but it wasn't a clean win. So obviously we're not satisfied with our performance today. We made a lot of mistakes in the second game, and we're just going to improve over the next couple of weeks, because right now our level of play isn't good enough, and if we don't improve soon, then I think we're going to have a rough time in the gauntlet at the moment. Yeah,
TM did give you a much harder time in the second game. Are you able to talk about some of the problems you faced, or how you found it going up against only on Kane?
Yeah, we haven't had much experience playing against Kane. He's only a new champion, so we haven't had much experience playing against it, but I think Only is a very good player in his own right, and I feel like he just caught us off guard the way that he just constantly flanked, and we had to constantly move towards him instead of moving to his team. So, shout out to Only.
Well, there's only a few weeks remaining of the regular split. Do you see any challenges with the remaining teams that you have to face?
Yeah, definitely. I think Chiefs are definitely the biggest challenge for us, especially if we still want to aim for that first place at the regular season, dependent on Legacy, if they lose to Sin or not. But mainly just the Chiefs is who we're looking for. I think the other teams we should be okay with.
Well, congratulations on today's win, and thanks for talking to us.
Thanks.
Thanks very much, Sarah Ann and Destiny. And Tim, Carbon Wendell, is he going to beat you again? No, I'm kidding. But like Destiny was saying then, they need to clean up their play if they want to head towards that number 1 or number 2 spot heading into the gauntlet. But for them, I mean, how did you see their performance today?
I don't think it was as bad as he was alluding to. I thought their first game was very good. And then I thought game 2, TM looked a little bit better, but I felt like Only was playing well more so than Direwolves just playing poorly. I think it's what he said. They don't have much experience against Kane. I thought Only was pretty creative with some of his ganks. Shern got caught that one time. Fantix did probably stay behind in lane for too long one time. We see here, what is this?
It's Pative.
Okay. Oh, yeah.
This is the catch on...
Okay, we're going to see Kane pop off in a moment here. So Chippy's sort of gets caught in the river. He chooses to take a 2v2, Only comes out of the wall. He was actually being chased by Victor before this, which is what we didn't see on screen. He does a great job avoiding the Victor stun here, and chases Shen down. Doesn't manage to get either of these kills, but you can see how much damage Kane does when he's ahead. He has the red buff, he has the darken form. This is Kane kind of in full flight. I do think he should have committed to that Tarek kill just then. He didn't have flash, so he was afraid to tank the tower for too long. Tarek does have his ultimate still up, but Only, I thought, put an absolute clinic for anyone trying to learn Kane. That was a cheeky flash.
That flash from Destiny, very good.
Yeah, I mean, he did have the Mobies on, so I reckon he might have just been able to run away with the Mobies, but it was a cheeky flash.
Flash early. Yeah,
that is true. That is true. From the
Don't risk it.
School of Choo Choo Z. But no, look, that was a really good early play at Only, I thought, and that's the kind of performance in the early game that you can then translate into a win, right? And I think what Aaron said before, that's finally a game where they can sit down and VOD review it.
Yeah. Much better Kane performance from
game 1 to game 2.
From game 1 to game 2. I thought.
I think the big. Sorry, go on.
Well, I think like it really showed how much he's mastered the champion. I know that he did something quite special when he
did a mechanic I hadn't seen yet, which was it was a top in a super fat wall. What he did was he E'd, but then because he was in combat, the E wanted to kick him back out because it was you get the shortened duration.
To boot you
but
out
what
the
he
wall.
used was he used this Q while he was in the wall to get him over the halfway point of the wall, in the same way that Flash works, and it spat him back out on the other side of the wall.
Yeah.
So even though he had the shortened duration in combat, he still got through, I think, the fattest wall in Summoner's Rift. So that was pretty cool from Only. I think he definitely has shown a level of proficiency on the champion we haven't seen yet.
Yeah.
So I'll be curious to see whether people ban that out next week.
Maybe Juves has a contender for best Kane Ose.
I mean, is Juves a contender for best Kazi?
Well, he
played
claimed
yet.
it. He claimed it on Twitter.
Yeah, he claims a lot of things. I mean, does anyone believe he really has 600 IQ? I mean, come on.
The way IQ is calculated as well, right? It's a ratio of your intelligence for your age versus someone else's
It's a
intelligence
curve,
for your age.
right?
Yeah,
So
yeah.
there's
So if
like-
you have
there's a
600
limit.
IQ, that's like you being as smart as a 60-year-old man to a 10-year-old, right? Does anyone think, given that Jibs is 23 or whatever, that he has the IQ of the intelligence of a 136-year-old or whatever it is?
I mean, he does.
Yeah, obviously. All right, anyway.
And he also thinks he's contender for best Kane and O's. So you do the
Might
math.
play it today.
You might play it. I don't know.
All right,
We'll see.
Choo-choos. I know we've talked a lot about TM's drafts this weekend, yesterday and today, obviously drafting around that Galio, but also drafting around an AD carry. Now, I want you to talk me through why this isn't working for them.
Well, they've stuck to the... Well, I assume this is a comp they've been playing quite a lot in scrims. So this is their ideal team fight. The Galio ult finally gets off. The biggest thing that I'd like to highlight is their biggest damage threat is low, and he eats a Jace EQ, and Sternfire jumps on him, forcing him down to about 30%, and he essentially does no damage for the first 5 seconds of this team fight.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, Fantix and Shippies and King are all putting out incredible amount of damage, and this is essentially how every team fight went in this game.
I think one of the big things here is you kind of see the strength of Tarek, and that is, I thought it was a really nice engage. They had Rakan ult with a Galio ult and Gragas E with a ult as well. But a really nice ult from Destiny. He covers everyone. I think he got all 5, or maybe he got 4 out of 5 members with his ult. They take absolutely no damage while they're CC'd, and then as soon as the CC wears off, Tarek ult wears off, then they re-engage.
Yeah, my only issue is if you are going to draft for low to play, to be exclusively your only damage threat, the guy needs to perform. Credit to Jace and Sejuani to jump and push him down and force him out of the team fight, but if you're willing to commit to this draft for the past 2 weeks and the same issues are being brought up, you need to start fixing this issue.
I think it's it's very easy to just point the finger at low, but I also think that the thing with this comp in particular is that it's the front line. The front line is dive, right? So you have Galio, Gragas, Rakan. They're all diving forwards.
So is the idea to get Gragas in the middle, then Galio ult him? Is that what you're trying to do?
Or Rakan, or even Kane, or anyone.
I mean, just from the damage graph, you can see Tristana should be soaring over the rest of the team.
Yeah, and the thing is he didn't have a poor lane either. He was on the clock in terms of farm.
Yeah.
He wasn't behind in items really until the end when there was 10k god lead, but in the first 15-20 minutes he was actually on the clock in terms of farm and items. He was down a little bit of CS, but yeah, he just wasn't outputting much damage, and I think that that's one of the difficulties of playing a comp like this. Puts a lot of responsibility on one person.
Oh yeah, you go.
I like Shock's Galio. I think Shock's Galio, he hit
I liked it that game.
He hit some very good taunts and good engages, and you can kind of see that this guy, as weird as it is to say, his first game on Galio last week looked very strange, and you can kind of see he's improved over I don't know how many
4
games.
games?
Practicing on stage.
Is it 4 games?
Oh, no,
yeah,
it'd be
I'm not kidding. That's
3
exactly
games.
what I think is happening.
Yeah,
I think
he's learning on stage.
I think
That
he's
happens.
learning on stage.
Yeah.
And
You do learn when the pressure's on.
yeah, and I just like to say that his games, his past 2 games, the Galio performances were a lot better. So I'd like to praise him for that.
Yeah. Well, I guess the one question I have for Direwolves draft is they've put Jace top lane. I think we were talking before about how Jace with the lethality buffs and whatnot should maybe be better mid. Do you have an opinion on where Jace goes?
Generally, yeah, we like the new Duskblade.
Yeah.
You would kind of want to put him mid, but Jace does have a decent lane top. I mean, his range, and I think this was just a game where they had kind of pummeled them in game 1, and then in game 2 they thought, okay, let's not overthink this. Let's just pick 3 winning lanes, and we'll just crush them in lane phase again. I don't think Jace is the strongest top laner right now.
I don't like Jace.
He still works.
Yeah.
Like if you're a good Jace and into certain matchups, so you can play him. But I feel like that was just for lane, and the idea was just Chippy's you just beat him down.
Praedyth also, he knew he was going to lose that lane, so he spent a lot of his time roaming, and he did punish Fantix for no summoners quite a few times.
I like that.
And Praedyth is not when he's not teleporting back to lane. He's a damage threat.
He's he's becoming a team player.
Yeah, he did TP back to lane. He just walked mid.
Yeah, that's true. All right, let's take a look at one of your tweets coming in on #I'mOPL. This comes from Vex Scream, and this is for you to choose. Are Twisted Fate or Lissandra still good picks to take mid lane? And given that we haven't seen either of them in a while in professional play.
I don't play mid, but I've got an opinion on one of them at least.
Go for it.
List just got buffed in 7.15, so we're not on that yet. We're playing 7.14 in OPL, but 7.15
which is what you're
solo
playing at
queue
home
right now. List did get a buff.
I was about to say that I don't think Liss is good.
Well, she just got buffed, so...
I was about to say in tank meta, Lissandra doesn't really do that much.
All right.
Compared to Cassio, Orianna, Victor, Corki, like the sustained damage, Lissandra's all about a burst, and then she falls off. Twisted Fate... Twisted Fate can be okay. He has some rough... he doesn't usually win into control mages.
Yeah.
Control mages tend to outscale him, and eventually he doesn't do very well.
So much of the game nowadays is based on priority.
Yeah.
And what that means is just the ability to push the lane quicker than than your opponent, whether that be through kill pressure in a 1v1, insane wave clear early on. Like you might get priority as Zed because the other guy can't enter the lane because you're going to kill him. Or you might get priority as Victor or Talia because you just clear the wave so fast that they can't possibly keep up. TF doesn't really do either of those things. He doesn't really have kill threat, and he doesn't really have wave clear until like level 9, level 11.
Has he got the best hat in the game? Has he got the best hat in the game?
I don't know.
No?
Red Cane. I mean, what? Blue Cane.
All right.
The Wizard Cane.
Wizard Cane.
Soul Reaver Cane, whatever it's called. Soul Stealer Cane. With the blue upgrade, he has a wizard hat.
All right, well,
Google it.
Rise.
Definitive answer there. Wizard hat Kane, the best
Rise.
hat in the game. That rounds out our analysis of our first series, but do not go anywhere because very soon we're back with our second match of the day. It's Sin taking on Chiefs.
Picked up Praedyth, tried to stop that. Good double charm for Tegan. Gets a knock up as well. Chippy's going to get ignit as well by Tegan. And Shock's coming in with the Windsor Wall. That'll be a kill to TM.
Certainly should be. Where is he? There he is.
There he is. Teleport's coming as well. Tegan gets a good initiation. Destiny throwing down the ultimate. It's going to keep King alive through the Buster Shot. Chippies has re-engaged. Only, however, keeps Fantix occupied. And that looks like a good team fight for TM. In fact, they kill the top laner from the Direwolves.
Yes,
Ooh, goodbye, Low. What the heck is TM doing? They were in control of this game. Destiny pops the ultimate early, but no damage came out from TM during that fight. So nothing's happened so far. Direwolves return the favor. Shock, very low. Kane's inside of Fantix, gets good damage, but a heal comes out from King. Will still kill the mid laner, but he trades his life for it. It's a 1-for-2 trade in favor of the Wolves. It's King goes aggressive against Low, and Tegan gets the first kill of the fight. Destiny's got out with a sliver of health. Low wants to come back in, but there's just no avenue for him to do so. Meanwhile, Praedyth in trouble. Double kill picked up by King. Winter Wall flushed away by Destiny. That's 3 kills for the Wolfpack.
Yeah.
Low looking for good damage on Fantix, but he is so low himself. Take it down. The AD carry is dead, and they just go front to back from here. Double stun from Tarek, locking down both Shock as well as Tegan. King gets a double kill, and the Goon has to somehow run away from all the Wolfpack members. There are respawn times coming up for TM, but they're already battering away at the Nexus. The Lich Main as well as the damage from Caitlyn's too strong, and it's a 2-0 picked up cleanly by the Direwolves.
Whilst an OPL game lasts about 30 minutes, it's generally won from a series of plays that only last a few. Hi guys, I'm Jake Spawn Tiberi, and welcome to the War Room. Coming into Split 2, we had a ton of changes. One of the biggest was Rift Herald. Seen as a free future turret, it also creates a new area on the map in which to fight and a potential way to rip open a game. In Week 4 of the OPL, Sin Gaming showed just how much you can achieve with Summoner's Rift, newest Monster of the Void. Let's take a look at the play. Sin set up at mid lane outer, with Juves looking for an aggressive flank in the Raptor pit. Notice how Abyss's AD carry and top laner, Raid and Parbu, are currently in side lanes, trying to push out their waves. With this information, Rogue drops the Herald. and just as it charges towards the turret, engages with a quickness flash combo, guaranteeing Rakan's knockup. Doppler and Juves layer their CC perfectly, grabbing a quick double kill onto Abyss's Sand and Lynch. With the wave cleared dead, Sin are able to grab 3 turrets and an inhibitor, tearing open the heart of this game. This is an awesome display of what a coordinated, decisive strike, coupled with Rift Herald, can achieve on Summoner's Rift, and how much of an advantage they can pick up. This play netted Sin a 5,000 gold advantage and catapulted them to a 31-minute victory. That's it for the War Room. Hope you guys enjoyed it, and we'll see you next week.
Welcome back to OPL Sunday. My name is Michael Hingiting, and I'm joined here by Choo Choos and also Carbon at the analyst desk. You've taken his thing. You've taken his thumb. If you're just joining us,
my thumb.
if you've just joined us, Direwolves was too strong for TM, taking them down 2-0 in that first match of the day, despite a kind of a bit of a second game show of life, sign of life from TM. But now we get into this Gauntlet rematch from last split. Potential third or fourth deciding match for the placings of the Gauntlet. It is Chiefs versus Sin Gaming. And I don't know if you saw some of the Sin social media, but they said they would be disappointed if they lost this series. I think the Chiefs, though, would also be very, very disappointed if they lose the series.
Definitely. Sin obviously won last split against them in the Gauntlet.
Yeah.
But this is no longer a best of 5.
No.
This is a best of 3. And in that best of 5 last split, they went down 0-2.
They did. So it would have been a clean 2-0 if that was best of 3 in the Gauntlet.
The old quick 20.
The quick 20. Yep. Not today, though. I don't think so. I think it'll be 3 games.
All right.
I reckon I'd be surprised to see a 2-0 today.
Well, one of the big changes from that best of 5 series they played in the Gauntlet through to now is Sin have obviously changed their top laner, Dockler. Now, he had a bit of a shaky start into the first part of the split, but they went away to Rift Rivals, and then while they were away at Rift Rivals, Juve said on camera, look, hey, no one can doubt Dockler anymore. And he's going up against Swiper yesterday, who yesterday Destiny doubted, but Swiper popped off. Absolutely popped off.
Big sweeps. Yeah, look, I'm not sure about what you've said. I mean, I think Dockler can definitely still be questioned. I think any player can be questioned, just quietly. But Dockler specifically, I think, can be questioned. I think he did have a decent performance at Rift Rivals, but since coming back, I think kind of one of his major weaknesses has kind of been, I don't want to say exposed, but you can kind of tell what the issue is when Sin loses. And I think that is Dockler being very inconsistent with his split push pressure. He likes to play split pushes, like, you know, he's got 1,000 games on Jace or whatever, 2,000 games on Fiora, but he doesn't
6,000 games on Camille.
But he doesn't seem to know when he can push and when it's too dangerous to push.
It's essentially he hasn't developed that competitive edge that you translate from solo queue to competitive.
Yeah, it's like the macro.
He understands how to split push. He plays Fura a lot. He plays Jace a lot.
He play the champions.
But he doesn't. He hasn't brought that understanding to a competitive field.
Well, it doesn't look that way anyway.
Doesn't look that way. He didn't really prove it in Rift Rivals. So they have put him back on. They've moved his picks to Gragas and Renekton, and those champions to me kind of tell that don't die. Just our bot lane will carry. You just need to stop the bleeding. Like Swiper, looking very good coming off yesterday's performance. Put him on the Renekton. Doesn't really have any bad matchups. Has self-sustain. Gragas as well. That's what they're really looking for with Dockler.
So when you're talking about that top lane, though, one of the things we did see last split, and I know we've talked about this before, is that Jubes was giving a lot of resources and a lot of time to that top lane. He's since rotated. He's playing a lot more towards the bot lane. And this FBI rogue bot lane are going up against EGM and Raze, open brackets, perfect player, close brackets, by his own admission. So, I mean, let's talk about that, Raze and EGM versus FBI and Rogue, because that's a spicy matchup in the bot lane, Choo-Choos.
Yeah, they're actually so similar. As you can see in the recent champion picks, Xayah, also Raze, a big Jhin player. The biggest thing, actually have the exact same KDA. The biggest thing that I'd like to highlight is the kill participation. FBI's is so high. So high, and that just shows how
hard he carries.
Yes, like this bot lane
how
for
important he is to their win condition. Like, he is getting all the kills. And the reason for that is not because, I mean, he is good, but it's not because he's just like insanely 2v2 kill every game. He's 10-0. Like, that's not happening. It's more that kills aren't happening if he's not there.
Yeah.
And so I think while he is, like, being a win condition for your team is both a good and a bad thing, right? Like, he is incredibly good. Their bot lane is on form at the moment. But the fact that what it looks like is that he has to pop off if they're going to win.
Yeah, it does.
Rogue, very similar kill participation to FBI.
It's very similar, 73, 70%. You can see that these two are very good at sticking together, and it just emphasizes really how much, I guess pressure that these
influence these guys have over Sin and their decision making. I mean, you touched on it there. Last split, Ju spent a lot of time holding Flair's hand. Flair's often repaid him pretty well with like solo kills and whatnot, but they kind of completely changed their team identity in the off-season. They've gone from top-centric to bot-centric almost immediately. You can see Rogue and FBI on screen here. I expect them to get a good matchup in the draft today. I expect Bensel, who is standing behind them, to treat them well. But on the other side of the pitch, you've got
Raze and
EGM, who are no slouches.
Very
in their
good
own
performance
route.
yesterday.
Played very well yesterday.
EGM definitely had a great.
And here they are right now getting ready. Sorry to cut you off there. Right. Let's go through the Chiefs lineup as we get into this first game. The top laner is Big Swips. Never doubt. Never doubt. Oh, Spooks, their jungler, is wearing the gloves again today.
Bad circulation.
I think someone was describing them as pretty thick, but you know, maybe got grip on the palms. We got those sweaty palms. Swiver is their mid laner. And their bot lane, who already spoke about, is made up of Raze in AD carry and EGM, their support player. And do you think there's a clear favourite, Raze and EGM versus FBI and Rogue? Best bot lane in OS?
I mean, Aaron's
I'm
a controversial one.
I would openly say that Sin have the best bot lane. Sorry, Tim, but
I don't play bot lane.
I'll
come that doesn't upset me.
Yeah, but like, these guys have shown so much improvement recently.
All right, well, speaking of the Sin bot lane, let's take a look at their lineup, shall we? Their top laner is Dockler, the North American import. Their jungler is Juve, 600 IQ, best Canadian OS by his own estimation.
Typing in the pre-game lobby there.
Their mid laner is Ryoma, and their bot lane, who we just spoke about, is FBI and Rogue in support. Whoa. This is going to be an absolutely killer matchup, so let's get your guys' predictions. Choo-Choos, who is going to win this match?
Oh, okay. It's going to be 3 games. It's going to be 3 games. I will give it to Chiefs.
All right.
I feel like Chiefs are starting to get back into their old form, and
they warmed up. They played a game yesterday.
Yeah, they did. They warmed up yesterday, but Sin are kind of a cheesy team. I feel like they'll have one win, but then Chiefs will come back and take that.
Carbon,
take the series.
Obviously, you have a vested interest in both of these teams losing. So
yeah. So no, I think I agree with Aaron. I think Sin are very good at coming quick out of the gate. I think they're like a very. I I don't know if nerves don't affect them or if nerves make them play more aggressive, but they play very fast League. And so I think in this game one, we're going to see them kind of burst out the gate. Jews would maybe try something level 3, or we might see like an all-in the bot lane. So I think the first game will probably go to Sin, because I think Chiefs this split have been slow starters. I think I'm going to disagree with Aaron just for the sake of it and say that the stinky Chiefs are going to lose 2-1 to Sin. But it's going to be a very close match, I think.
Let's take a look at your tips as well, opltips.com.au. And almost a third of people thinking that Sin can take this, but the vast majority of people thinking Chiefs are favourites. Though everyone, almost 70% of people, or just over 70 I should say, saying that it's going to be a 3-game series. Oh, hotly contested.
It will be.
Yeah, tweet at us your questions about the series and, more importantly, more specifically, I should say, about mid lane, and I'll pose them to our analysts during our analytical breaks. But for now, it is time for us to get into our second match of the day as Chiefs take on Sin. So let's throw it to your casters, Spawn and Fish.
Hey guys, I'm Tim Carver-Weddle. Joining me is Jake Spons. We're about to get into this.
Thumbs up thing is out of control. I have a different opinion of this game, so I actually want to be serious for the first time of the night, Fish, and shut you up for a second. I think that both of these teams are incredibly emotional at the moment. I think that Sin have got really hot-headed players, and Juves has openly said it that he's the calm person on this lineup, which for me terrifies me, because if anyone has ever met Juves, he's not a calm person.
I thought you were being serious.
And I think that the Chiefs are, actually more emotional than those cold-hearted League of Legends machines than we've seen for the last 3 years. I think that whoever wins this game one will win this series, and I think that this is probably going to be the most important game one. The other thing is, just to point out quickly, Legacy wants Sin to win this game, because Legacy will not play Chiefs or Direwolves again this split until they get into Gauntlet. If Sin win this game, then they're going to do what Legacy kind of did and beat the Chiefs. And then if Sin beat them when they go back into group stage, Sin have a legitimate chance to, be one of the teams that can upset the top of the table. So if you're a Legacy fan, you want Chiefs to win, and then all you have to do is keep winning as the split progresses.
Yeah, make sure the gap stays even wider top of the table, which is good for them. Historically, in Super Week, Sin has done well against the Chiefs.
They certainly have. In Super Week, Sin has absolutely pummeled the boys in blue. Absolutely taken it to them. I don't think the Chiefs have beaten Sin in the regular season during a Super Week in 3 splits, Fish.
I mean, who did Chiefs play this time round for the 2 Super Weeks? They played Legacy, they played Sin.
Direwolves. No, not Direwolves. AV.
AV. So they've
They're 1-1.
Thankfully have broken their complete loss streak in Super Week.
They used to play Abyss and Sin. They used to lose against both of them for some weird reason.
But let's see if that's going to happen here today. Already the bans have come through. Zach, Nah, as well as Elise banned out by Sin, with Jace, Thresh, and Rakan banned out by the Chiefs. Maokai instantly locked in by Swiper.
Yeah, I like this because they mentioned Renekton and how there should be a little bit of priority from Dokla on that champion. Nah is the hard counter to Renekton. Although ZZZ showed us with Blade of the Ruin King, anything is possible. I think that this is a good matchup now for him to be able to take that a little bit blind.
Sin to pick up Xayah.
With Caitlyn still on the board, this is risky. I think Caitlyn is still a good matchup against Xayah. 4D chess player Juves hovering the Wukong there.
Cho'Gath does get locked in though. A champion that been banned a couple of times. We thought it's going to be very powerful, but it's only picked in certain situations.
Certainly is. I think that you can take the Gragas here, potentially, if we try and keep it a little bit more serious, boys. So Gragas as well as Maokai would be a good flex either way.
I don't know what's more funny, these Wukong hovers or Spook's fingerless gloves.
He gets really cold hands, and he's a fingertip player. And what I mean by that is if you ever watch Spooks hold a mouse, he does not hold much with his palm.
He's the claw.
So he is a claw man. So yeah. I don't think it really impacts it.
It's not good for your wrist, but oh well. Meanwhile, Cogmore has been locked in for the Chiefs.
Yep, so if anyone's been watching Razor's solo queue, they should not be surprised by this pick. Whilst he hasn't picked it up in the OPL yet, Fish, he is a massive Cogmore fan. 4th item, Black Cleaver. Not Black Cleaver, Frozen Mallet. Frozen Mallet.
Okay.
Will keep the Cho'Gath at maximum distance. Get a couple of points in the E as well. Means that he can't really get on top of you. And outrages Xayah, so it's a pretty good laning phase.
Chiefs will lock in Galio as their next pick, and Trundle has been picked up by Sin.
And this is funny, right? Because everyone talks about Trundle in tank meta. And I agree that he is good against a tank. I disagree that Trundle is good in a tank meta, unless he's the top lane. He's fantastic at split pushing to the ends of the earth and, making sure that you can apply pressure. He wins a lot of the tank metas. As a support, I don't really like him all that much, Fish, because he makes one person squishy. But that tank then kind of just tags out for a couple of seconds, and then the other 4 tanks run into the fight, and then you still can't kill anyone. So he's definitely not a horrible pick. I just don't think he's the answer to like the tank meta unless you play him as a top lane split pushing threat.
And we get a Braum ban from Sin followed by Orianna and a Zyra ban from the Chiefs.
Yep, I think that this is pretty obvious that they want to be able to keep Raze alive. One of the ways that you punish Kog'Maw is with a very aggressive lane. Zyra is the aggressive lane of choice coming out of Sin. We saw it played by them a lot at Rift Rivals.
Yep. Cassiopeia, final ban from the Chiefs.
Oh, they banned Cassio. So obviously they feel like this is going to be the support or top lane pickup, depending on where it is. Ejim gives double thumbs up, feeling pretty good today.
Sedrani gets locked in for Sin.
So top lane Cho'Gath.
Yeah, for Dokla. Still yet to see where this Maokai as well as Galio are going to go.
Galio mid, Maokai jungle, I would say at the moment. They can flex the Galio. Swiper played it a lot at Rift Rivals.
Lulu Kog'Maw.
Not Rift Rivals, he didn't go there. Unfortunate burn. Origin, I meant to say. I meant to say Origin.
Oh, spicy. Spinning on fire here today, Jake Spawn Tabu. Lulu is locked in as the support of choice.
That's fine. Legacy Spawn's allowed to roast the Chiefs. It's fantastic. All the Direwolves players think I'm DW Spawn as well. I just can't win. Shut up, you idiot. Come on.
I don't know what to say anymore.
He is a tomato right now. I wish he wasn't sitting down. I actually think I've killed my co-caster.
Lulu's picked up here by the Chiefs, as we mentioned. Should be Ejim's champion, but can be flexed. And Jarvan's the final pick, so it's Jungle Maokai, top lane Jarvan.
Interesting. Jarvan into the Cho'Gath. I think that's not going to be an easy matchup. All of a sudden, Swipper's pick is a little bit safer because double magic coming out of jungle as well as mid lane means that Galio should be a-okay fishery.
Yeah, the only AD damage coming out from their team is from Xayah.
I don't know how they kill Raze unless Cho'Gath gets to him. And it's very hard to get to a Kog'Maw as a Cho'Gath.
Yeah, you package into backlines and pray.
Well, no, I don't think Ryoma's got enough damage to kill him because as soon as he does that, Swift is going to dive on him, Wild Growth's going to come out. This is a legitimate protect the AD carry comp. And I think Swiper's job in teamfight is to just ult Dokla and hold him still. And that way, the Cho'Gath's not going to be able to get to Raze and not going to be able to eat him. And I don't know if they have enough damage outside of that.
Very good drafting from Coach Jish. Have to see how Bensel's team composition
I like
works
the 1-3-1 out of Sin a little bit more, though. Corki going to a side lane. Going to be a legitimate threat at turrets, whereas the Galio certainly will not be. So I think that Bensel has a mid-game option of going into a 1-3-1. Trying to get the Cho'Gath, to 1v1 the Jarvan a little bit. We'll be able to keep him off the turrets.
Unfortunately, not an Exhaust Corki, though.
No, but you can't win them all. I think Exhaust Corki actually sucks versus Galio, by the way. That is one matchup I will say it sucks. Because Galio does no damage. Why do you need to exhaust a Galio?
Okay. I thought you were just going to dive bomb onto Corki. Onto Kog'Maw and exhaust him.
I mean, sure. Kamikaze style, just into the back line.
Yep, you're a new equalizer. Just rumble ult down the line. And then you Valk the other way.
You 100% could do that, Fish. We could play a solo queue after the game after this, and we could go play Corki together if you want, because sounds fantastic to me. But I don't think Ryom is going to be looking for that.
I'm a Corki bot lane player, though.
Yeah, I know you are, actually. Cheeky bot lane player. I've actually got a mean Braum at the moment. I think Corki Braum's one of the
Is it a smite Braum?
No, it's not.
Okay, thank God. Then we can play together.
I play Exhaust Braum
You'll
as well.
actually be in the lane for the first time.
I'm an Exhaust Braum player.
Ooh. But now, though, let's check in with Jish. We're standing by with Serianne.
Thanks, guys. I'm standing here with Jish from the Chiefs. Sin picked Trundle, but then you banned Zyra. Were you concerned about Trundle being a flex pick on Sin's side?
Yeah, so they had Trundle and Cho'Gath, and both can be played in multiple roles. So we wanted to play Lulu with the Kog'Maw lane. So we just thought, if they have Zyra, they have like a lot of kill pressure down bot lane, and we just wanted to get rid of that.
The desk were talking about FBI and Rogue potentially being the strongest bot lane in the OPL. Would you agree with this, and do you see them as a threat in the upcoming series?
To answer the second half, yes, I think they're definitely a threat. I think that a lot of bot lanes are good right now. For the last 2 years, everyone's been telling us that they have better laners than us and better players, and then we've always done well. So it means very little to me if the desk says that. I have a lot of confidence in my players, but I do think they are a good bot lane.
And just quickly, Sin knocked you out of the gauntlet and also stopped you guys from going to Rift Rivals. Is there a bit of a friendly rivalry going between you guys at all?
Just quickly, they didn't knock me out of anything. I wasn't there for that. But no, I think that We have like a really good relationship with Ryoma, FBI, and Juves now. And not that we dislike the other two or anything. So there's like definitely a lot of friendly banter now. I don't think it's really centered around like that gauntlet from last year. It's more just around like friendship.
Well, best of luck and thanks for talking to
All right,
us.
thank you.
Of course, Jish is correct. He was not at the gauntlet for the Chiefs. He was too busy turning the Immortals into a 7th place LCS team when previously they were top of the table, and now, ever since his departure, have returned to the top of the table. So, correct, Coach Jish, you were with a different team.
Chiefs, unfortunately, they've improved. They're now 3rd place, which is great. This game will dictate if they're going to be knocked down into 4th. However, as we kick things off, Malcolm got an extended leash. Did pick up his red buff. I believe got a couple of
he got a super leaf
as well.
He got all of the wraiths. His bottom lane did the red buff and dragged it into a sapling. He is now level 3. And their bottom lane is level 1. He is going to flash Twisted Advance onto someone. He's going to kill them. Please observe it. Give me it.
They're on FBI. He gets locked down. He flashed on top of that one. Exhaust comes out too. That's a dead 80 carry.
Give it to Quinn. Nah. Goes over to Spoosh. You could see he had stopped damage, but the sapling was already out. But damage done. Super leash into bottom lane, and you can see Sejuani, one of the slowest junglers in the game. Does it very healthily, however, is not going to be able to punish at all.
Would he have had to take an experience Quint for that, or was just a normal experience
That is just a normal, experienced clear. I know that you can do it on Kane as well. Teams should be very aware that that is the standard path at the moment, Fishy.
So already very early first spot picked up by the Chiefs.
I mean, the desk kind of called Sin the Cheeses. This is 2 days in a row that we've kind of seen some cheese coming out of the Chiefs esports club, actually. So interesting.
Meanwhile, the bottom lane for the Chiefs, this Kog'Maw Lulu combo has the most ridiculous skins.
Good move from Dockler actually coming in here. We'll spot out Spooks. He does get his blue buff, however. Now can team up with Juves and see whether they go towards a top lane game.
So they're trying for something, but Dockler has pushed in Swiper quite heavily.
I mean, trying for something, and they probably succeeded, honestly, Fish, because getting eyes on Spooks after he goes for a cheeky pass, you have to be able to regain control of where he is as a jungler. And I think that that was the move that allows him to know that he's now pathing back bottom side, and will hopefully give FBI the heads up that he needs to be a little bit more passive in this lane. Raze also started Boots. Wonder if that was because of the gank or whether he wants to sustain in lane. But you would think that, you know, being able to walk up and be able to slap the 80 carry would be good. They're going to meet each other here.
Ryma's going to get the collapse first. Swiffer's going to follow through. Let's see if the Chiefs do turn. Taunt lands onto both targets, but they lock down Spook, so he can't do anything. Kojak Colossus gives him the shield. An uppercut from Swiffer.
Yeah, both in trouble.
Some damage. Ryma does so much damage. They have to back out. Juice charges forward. Swiffer's probably going to die here. Shield comes out of BGM. He goes back in for the Winds of War, and Rogue is going to stop anything else. So another kill picked up by Sin.
Yeah, actually really nice play out of Sin Gaming there. The Chiefs, you could tell that they didn't know whether they wanted to fight or not. I think it's very fair to say. They were happy feeding around a lot, Fish, and that will be their death.
They're going for a return gank bottom lane, though.
FBI has no sum.
There's no way from get out of this one. He's polymorphed, rooted, and knocked back. Going to be a kill picked up onto FBI. Or is it? Has to flash for it. Ejin will pick up that kill. Spooks, however, in trouble. They can't get in range to get this off, though.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is what I was saying in pick ban phase, is that their comp is going to be incredibly tanky, and no one's going to be able to access Raze, because Sejuani's going to have to walk at him after the charge. He's a very slow champion. Rogue isn't going to get anywhere near him after a pillar. And Raze's positioning has been quite good, Fish.
It has. For some reason, Sin have a ward in the middle of the lane, pink ward. Ryma teleports back into the lane. He's picked up TP to match the Galio.
Makes sense. There are certain lanes that if you don't take TP on Corki, you just don't get re-access to the wave when you need it, and you also don't get good shot timings. So this is one of those lanes, because Galio's going to be able to, you know, continually throw skill shots at you, force you in, and you generally have to back before your package is up, which means that teleport, probably the best summoner spell in this matchup. Cleanse also another viable option, I think, if you're worried about the game.
Swiffer is doing absolutely fine in this lane so far, though.
Yeah, the reason that is that Juve's got the kill. And I think that if Ryoma had have got that kill, this would be a very rough lane. You would probably be seeing something, you know, like Boots Longsword as well as that Sheen. Not the case, so now he's only got the Sheen pickup, and I think that that means he has to still be respectful of how tanky Swiffer is and how good his wave clear also is, Fish, at this stage of the game.
Scary part is, Chiefs are now 1,000 gold ahead, and the hyper carry for Sin, the Zio and FBI, falling further and further behind.
Yep.
And I don't think that this is going to get all that much easier because they're going to continually revisit. Swiffer once in, he's completely ignoring Juves.
He's being chased down by Ryoma as well as Juves. Oh, great Trundle Pillar from Rogue. He's going to separate from the team. Gets a big taunt and will get the shield from his passive, but Ryoma picks up that kill. Good collapse from Sin.
Yeah, you could see that he wanted to get some vision in River, and then he wanted to be able to walk towards bottom for potentially an ult. Unfortunately, Spooks isn't there with him, which means that Swiffer is doing a little bit of just running it down mid at the moment, Fish. 0-2-0. The 2 deaths for the Chiefs.
You were the one that called him out, was it?
Yeah, on the LeBlanc play?
Yeah.
Certainly was. He played very well yesterday, however.
He did.
Just quietly. But that means that there is going to be access to the bottom side jungle for Juves, and you can see he gets a nice deep ward trying to spot where Spooks comes out. Spooks, however, busy counter-jungling topside map.
Yeah.
He is certainly up in farm.
He's going for a gank. Swiper's doing well against Doppler so far. Pops the Cataclysm, and Doppler does have flash, but he's moving further back into the lane. Wants to go for this trade. Ultimate is up for Doppler. He can get the execute, but not enough damage right now. Wants to go back in. Gets good damage. Almost dies, but not enough.
Yeah, that was actually really risky coming out of Swiper to move back up because Doppler had flash as well as ultimate. Swiper should have just stayed away from that. Was not going to get much done. Juve's now level 5. Yeah, that's an optimistic gank. The best time. All right, cool. So let's talk about Raze's Kog'Maw right now. We're probably going to see Bork into Hurricane, into Guinsoo's Rageblade, or Ginsu's Rageblade, depending on how you like to pronounce that item. And then you might see the Frozen Mallet. If you don't see the Frozen Mallet, he'll probably go QSS into Merc Scimitar. But it's certainly an item that pros have been picking up in solo queue Fish.
This is a freeze that's been started by FBI.
Yeah, it certainly is. I think that it will be pretty short-lived. I mean, they're doing the right thing, but they probably want to get a shop in as well eventually. And you can see that Kog'Maw doesn't really mind about it because he can just sit back and throw R's at the wave. And then, of course, you know, some of the spells are back available for FBI, and they're going to want to eventually get aggressive in this lane. If you're playing on the back foot against a Kog'Maw, it's a very bad feeling, and I don't think it's a way to win a game of League of Legends.
They're Rogue holding their ground at the moment. Raze and Ejim being very careful. Top side of the map, Dokla's not doing well against Swiper. Before that gank even, Swiper was about 10 CS up.
Yeah, so it was. I think it's not an impossible lane to win as a Cho'Gath, but I certainly think it's hard. Jarvan with Q-Poke plus Tiamat, insta-wave clears, and Dokla will struggle with mana, at least early on in the game. Also needs to eat some creeps, which is a big deal because it means that as soon as you do that, you no longer have kill threat, which means that he can just all-in you whenever he wants.
It's the ultimate on a 1-minute cooldown. Do a chunk of health in return.
It's still one of the best ults in the game at the moment, Fish, but you just want to be able to use it for the 6 stacks as quickly as possible and then never have to worry about eating a creep ever again.
He's a good farmer though, Cho'Gath. His passive just keeps him well topped up in health and mana.
Red carpet laid down for Tommy there in the mid lane.
That sound effect is obnoxious.
But you can see that he's now winning the wave clear battle against Swiffer, which is pretty nice for the Corki.
Swiffer deals with the minions quite well as well in the mid lane. Even a CS there. Big CS lead in the jungle though. Spooks is 53-26.
Yeah, he got a couple of early kills which gave him an earlier Barmy Cinder. Also means that he probably would have been able to steal away a couple of Raptor camps, which is, I think, what happened. You can see it's level 6 to level 7, so it's not just superficial creep score either. It is certainly an experience advantage at this stage. See whether it continues to amount to anything or whether Juves can gank his way back into the game, because that's kind of what Juves is known for. Spooks is definitely known to be a farming jungler, pick his opportunities well when he has the moment for it. But Juves, he gets into lane, he kills people.
Certainly does. But as things stand, Sin prioritizes his bottom lane River quite heavily. FBI has been shoved back towards his turret once again. They get the Skull Crab as well as some vision down over this Mountain Dragon. Don't think they can really pull the trigger just yet.
Yeah, you can see Ejim wants to take away the Blast Plant, so if Sejuani wants to get in behind, has to dash. You can see they have the brush right there, control warded, so they're trying to stalk Juves out. Juves gets 2 wards to check camps, so he's got all 3 bottom side camps warded up. However, with the 2 kills going over onto Xayah early, I think the Chiefs will just be content to continue to play towards their top side of the map because they feel like the job is already done and that Raze will be able to get towards a good enough late game as it is.
Spook shows from top side, now moving down towards the bottom side of his jungle.
There's nothing there. But there's nothing there, Spook.
Unlucky.
A little bit unfortunate. You can see that Ryoma hasn't got a blue buff at the moment, so is struggling a little bit in terms of being able to keep up in mana. See whether that does impact how this mid lane goes, because Corki is a little bit more mana reliant than people would think, with Phosphorus Bomb costing quite a bit to be able to clear out wave.
Spook's going to continue walking on wards throughout this river. He'll now head back
well,
to
there's
base.
just wards everywhere. Both of the supports have gone very early Sightstones. Coin upgrade. You can see even Trundle going for coin. It means the item's overpowered. When everyone's going for it, Fish, it means it's too strong in the current patch. And you can see that means that both of the Raptor and the Wolf Pit warded. That means that Chiefs are going to know where the deploy is out of the Sing Gaming lineup. And the 3 bottom camps are awarded on the Chiefs lineup, which means that they'll either know whether Spooks is playing top or bottom side. So both of these teams should have fantastic information about where the junglers are going to be.
So a couple of people I talk to don't think that coin is overpowered per se, but they think that Spell Thieves and Targets are really underpowered at the moment.
Well, that's when you only have 3 options and 2 of them are the same strength and 1 is stronger than that. You know, pick the one half a dozen with the other. Spooks caught out a little bit here, has to flash away.
Polymorph comes after
Don't know
Egypt.
about that.
Spooks wants to re-engage. Teleport coming to the back lines. Let's see what they can do. Jarvan's as well and truly much earlier. Swiper's going to jump in, lands on top of FBI now using his ultimate and flashes away. Galio joins the fight as well. Juves is very low. So is FBI on the back line. Swiper forces the heal, but Dokla dies straight away. Ryoma now wants to get in amongst the fight, but blue buff is taken away by Spooks, and Chiefs win that fight.
Yeah, they certainly do. So they use a lot, Fish, but this was a much better collapse. We criticized Raze for staying in his lane and farming up. This comp revolves around Cogmore being at the fight, and he's been a part of 3 of the 4 kills, and one of them, that was in the top lane. He couldn't get anywhere near it. So much better performance coming out of Raze. In a Cogmore matchup, is actually up in CS. And whilst FBI has been camped out, Chiefs doing a very good job of ensuring their win condition is online.
Now, 22,000 gold to 19,700. Chiefs would be happy with that play. They could have got a bit more, but settled with what they have.
I mean, when you have a protect the carry comp, the trick to winning the game is actually not biting off more than you can chew. Swiffer is just taking auto attacks because he's juking on the spot. Interesting tactic. Definitely did not pay off. So what I mean by that is you've got a comp that comes online at 2, 3, 4 items, Fish. When you get a kill at 14 minutes into the game, sure, you could look to, you know, take a drag and take their turret, rotate around the map, you know, or dive further, you know. They got Summoner Spells and Ultimate out FBI, and you can see that Swiper still has Flash available. Maybe he could flash on him and look for another kill. But ultimately, you don't need that. Yep. What you need is Cogmore to get towards 2 and 3 items, and then you just team fight over areas like Baron. And as long as they've got a small victory for Raze and they're moving towards those team fights, I don't think the Chiefs should be pushing the tempo of the game anywhere past that. If anything, Sin are the team that need to start getting FBI back towards an acceleration point of this game.
And what do you think of the Cogmore pick? Because we saw this in the LPL.
I think Cogmore is amazing at the moment.
Okay.
I think that if you have enough protection tools, which you definitely do at this point, Cogmore is a very good champion.
Well, some people think it's a trap pick almost into tanks. Other AD carries would do much better.
I mean, he doesn't build crit. He also doesn't have an easy access towards penetration, but he does a lot of percentage health damage. So I think it's pretty good at the moment.
Let's see how it pays off. It used to do really well with Hurricane, but now on-hit effects do not apply to the second bolts, making it a much better item.
But it ramps up Gwinsu still, I believe. So even though it doesn't apply, it still gets you... I think it's still a pretty good interaction. Also, just attack speed plus Lulu is like really strong. She's going Ardent, you can see right now. It goes upgraded Sightstone. I can never remember what the sun is called, but gets the upgraded Sightstone and goes towards Ardent Sensor really quickly. And I think that that's going to be crucial as this game progresses. Wind Speakers, so definitely not the Thunderlord's Lulu Evolved that we used to see out of Egypt. Funnily enough, Egypt played 5 games of Lulu against Rogue last time in the Gauntlet, so they should be very aware of this. And Chiefs have read this bottom lane kind of, you know, ward-heavy style that is happening right now.
Yep, they've called up Egypt to sweep away a few of the wards. Ryoma is taking away blue buff from the Chiefs, which is nice.
Also got packaged.
Oh,
cute.
Very cute play. Do you miss the old Cogmore? The reworked Cogmore with 5.0 attack speed?
I miss watching people like Deft and Imp play 5 attack speed Cogmore. because it was just amazing to watch how quickly they clicked. We're going to actually get a 4-man at least gank down in this bottom lane, it looks like, Fish.
Potentially.
They've got access to the turret, and you can see that they've got Galio cheating down as well as Maokai there already. This could be a first turret at 16 minutes.
Is this the right move from Sin? They just back off, so
I
they
think you
don't
have
lose
to.
any kills, but they definitely fall behind because of first turret.
Yeah, I mean, you fall behind, and that's unfortunate, but at the same time, you don't want to give this Cogmore anything else. Nice from Swiffer here.
Gets the snare down as well. Spooks will jump in, knocks him back. Maokai ultimate stops Roma straight in his tracks. He's got flash, will get out of there, but Spooks jumps forward, slams the ground, picks up a kill for himself.
Keep going here.
They're going to keep going. Juve's in trouble, still has flash himself, but he can't get out of this. Swiper gets a kill there too.
Yeah, exactly right. And this is the difference between having a lot of CC but some damage, you know, a Jarvan per se, than just having all the pure tanks. Dockler not able to get there in time. That means the Chiefs now have all the tempo advantage because Sin's bottom lane ran mid. They don't have a great recall at the moment either because, as you can see, 3 components versus, you know, an Essence Reaver is really bad. And you can see that it's going to be second item Ginsu's actually coming out of the Cogmore. So a little bit of misread from me on Quinn's build, but I think this is to do with the fact that he feels that only one tank can get access to him at a time at this stage of the game.
I also like the Rage Blade second on the Cogmore. Not a big fan of Hurricanes anymore. Ejim, he's going to pick up Return
cool.
again.
So let's talk about what, I think it was, Jish either said it on social media or to me, and I'm sure he's not going to mind me saying it. At this stage of the game, when he feels like Ejim is unlocked and will be able to rotate around the map with Spooks, he finds Spooks' sweeper more efficient.
Okay.
And that's why you have to kill a trinket slot to pick this up. So they feel like they're going to be either playing around Ejim's lane or Ejim will be mobile enough to get around that they feel like giving it to the support is actually the right move if the support's trinket is on cooldown. And you could see they used Ejim's trinket to actually sweep out the pit before they started up that Rift Herald. So there is method to the madness. It's not that Spooks can't pick up the buff.
I quietly like to think that it's because Spooks doesn't know how to pick up Rift Herald.
I know you do, Fish. But unfortunately, sometimes...
I want to keep my dreams.
No.
But Sinner going to continue to bleed out here as Chiefs has put their AD carry and support top side of the map. That turret is very low.
I want to see who wins this split push now, though, because Dockler has Tabbies, Righteous Glory, and a Chain Vest. I don't think the Jarvan does any damage to him anymore.
The thing for me is going early Black Cleaver. So if he gets a couple of autos in with the Lance, all that armor's gone.
Yeah, true. But he also has like 5,000 health at this stage of the game, I think.
What? That's a bit early for 5,000 health.
Oh, well, he has a lot of health. You can see that Spooks wants to start up this red buff, but not going to be able to. Now has access to... Ooh, that's the ultimate gone. FBI needs to be very careful here.
I'm very curious what forced him to blow that ultimate because...
It looked like it was a Void Ooze that came out.
Yeah, that's... I think that's using the ultimate way too early then. Since Spooks wants this red buff.
I think you have to actually respect and let it go. They've already taken top lane turret.
Yep.
Spooks is being caught, but that was a missed flail. Now they can turn around.
Yeah, Chiefs are just going to turn around the fight here. Spooks throws out the ultimate already. Kitty
Very
Cats
slow.
will continue to charge. They make such an
Zone them away.
noise.
They're just going to potentially drop Rift Herald mid lane here. And that means that, yeah, it was a Void Ooze and an ulti Fish. Nothing was hitting him, in short. And Rift Herald mid lane means the Chiefs are going to have all 3 outers, and a Protect the 80 carry comp is going to be up by about 6,000 gold at 20 minutes into this game, Fishery.
Yep, that's good. This is a comp that normally fights from behind. Fighting in front, so this is a dangerous spot for Sin at the moment.
Also, the fact that Raze would now be on 2 items versus an item and a Zeal for FBI on much shorter attack range and with much bigger threats. I mean, if Jarvan jumps on FBI at this stage of the game, Jarvan wins the all-in. Whereas I don't know if that's the case with, you know, Dockler or, you know, Juves at the moment.
Yeah.
Ryoman would probably still blow him up.
A big thing
Corky's broken.
A big thing that Bork provides with Rageblade as well is the lifesteal.
Yep.
So it's hard to kill him. And that's what he's gone back and picked up. So 2 complete items for Raze.
Oh, he's a monster.
He's going to hurt.
Literally a monster. He is a monster of a void.
He's...
Do you know why he explodes?
Why does he explode?
isn't it because he like eats everything and he's like caustic acid in his stomach is enough to break it down, and then when he dies, like it's his stomach acid erupting everywhere and like destroying it.
Huh.
I read that somewhere and I felt really sorry for Cogmore.
I just find it really strange that he spits when he's meant to be the devourer. He's giving it back to his opponents.
So he should eat
Should
them?
be eating people.
So it should be a vacuum.
Yeah.
That was me inhaling air very quickly.
They have the silliest skins, though, the Chiefs. Maokai with Squid Lulu and Butterfly Cogmore. Make it
At
stop.
least it's not Pugmore. Because he's going to be attacking very quickly soon, and I don't like the Yelp.
You'd have to think how scary that gank is level 3 bot lane. You've got a cat, a squid, and a butterfly running at you.
Ooh.
Good damage.
It's great damage for this stage of the game. That was about 4 auto attacks, takes Ryoma to half health. And you can see that the Chiefs, because they're ahead, even though we said that maybe Sin would have the better 1-3-1 in an even game because of the kill threat of Ryoma, the Chiefs have a very good 1-3-1 set up right now. And the lanes are all past river, which starts to eventually starve Juves out of the jungle.
Yep.
We've seen that kind of all-game fish.
87 farm on Jubes to the
Rotation coming
125.
bottom lane. Dokla is in trouble, and I don't think there is enough damage for a Baron start here.
Yeah, he's going to try and kite this one backwards again. Delay time from the Chiefs, but good knock-up. Dokla's going to fall. Easy kill.
Certainly is. Instead, they engage very hard onto Spooks.
And Galio jumps in and says, no, you stay away from my jungler.
It's a 2v3 that they're still winning.
Spooks says, fight me. Swiffer comes in and says, all right, I'll help you out. Gets a taunt, pulls back Juice. He's going to
no blast
rush away.
There, however.
Good damage. Knockback's too much. The
Chiefs just won a 2v3 nearly.
Ooh. Good flash from Juice. He's going to walk into the Maokai. No! Run from that kitty cat. We'll get back to safety, but that was a scary moment for Juice.
Yeah, it certainly was. And with that, they've got access to 2 turrets as well, Fish. Mid lane turret going to take a lot of damage. Swiffer still has flash, so he's posturing aggressively.
Bottom lane, yes.
Bottom lane, yeah. Also falling down very low to the Jarvan with double offensive item.
And the gold lead just gets bigger and bigger for the Chiefs. Yeah. 43,000 to 35,000.
And this is the Chiefs that we used to see play the game week in and week out. And I feel like we haven't seen them for a while before this weekend, Fish. Maybe like mid-last split when they started to drop some games. However, this looks like very controlled, very methodical, and well-thought-out League of Legends. They knew when they could attack bottom lane and pick up a kill on Dokla, which was pretty much free because there wasn't enough Baron damage. They knew that they could turn that gank because it was only FBI, Juice, and Rogue, and FBI does a lot of magic damage, and Adaptive Helm, as well as the Cowl, had been picked up. So there was no way he was really going to be able to chunk out either Spooks or Swiffer. And Sin need to continue to scale up in this one because they will eventually have the crit AD carry user. So when FBI gets towards 4 items, you know, IE as well as a potential armor shredding item coming out, something like a Mortal Reminder or a Lord Doms, I think that this game does get slightly better for them. But unfortunately, until it gets there, this Cogmore is strong at 1, 2, 3 items.
Yeah, I don't think this game gets better for Sin at the moment. They are really far behind against the team composition. I just don't see how they tear apart.
Yep.
Dokla and Ryoma need to win a split push against 2 incredibly fed tanks. All their turrets are taken down. Baron is left to take, and Cogmore rips through that.
And I mean, Swiper has read this really well, I feel, because they're going to have 2 big crit users, and he's picked up a Randuin. And Randuin's has become a luxury item. It's like when you are fed, you can get a Randuin's. If you're normal, you have to build something like a stone plate. A little bit more cost efficient. But what that means for now, they've caught another member.
Going for a fight. They lock down Jubes. He gets melted by Cogmore at this stage. Raze will get that first. Gets cancelled by Dokla. Chiefs will continue to fight. FBI looking for some good damage onto the jungler.
Jungler gone. That means you can start up Baron. Spooks on Maokai. Look at how much health he gets back.
Swiper stays bottom. He knows Dokla's teleports down. He can take these turrets if they try to be a bit cheeky.
Exactly right. No, they actually don't go towards it, Fish. You're reading it like a book. Very low-risk play coming out of the Chiefs. They get access to the mid lane wave. They're going to clear out the wards, and now they will start up the Baron when they see Dokla has gone back here, and they've got the teleport ready. There's still 10 seconds on Juice. He's not going to be able to get in range.
Swiper does the right thing as well. He disappears into Fog of War. He should teleport his teleport now.
Yeah, here it's coming. It's in behind all of them. Baron will go down to 1,000 health.
They're going to burn it. Let's see who gets it. Picked up easily by Spooks, and now Chiefs look for the fight. FBI gets locked inside the arena, has to flash out. Restless Sin trying to go for a fight still, but big ultimate comes out from Egypt. Just alone, Swiper's almost been able to take down FBI all by himself, and Raze, free access to Dokla, shreds through the health of the tanks. Easy team fight for the Chiefs.
Really nice team fight for the Chiefs. We said the difference between Dokla and Swiper right now is one, when he dives a backline, will kill the AD carry. And we saw that was exactly the case. Swiper, he fell low, but he burnt the ultimate and both summoner spells out of FBI, and that should mean that inhibitor number 1 falls in the mid lane.
They go take down inhibitor turret. Inhibitor number 1, as you mentioned, is going to fall. Package is available for Ryoma. Does not decide to do anything with it. Raze chase it down. Trundle, get him. One more ultimate's going to be enough. Can't juke that, buddy. Easy kill. Ryoma tries to Valk in, Valk out. Raze flashes on his face, takes a crit for his troubles, and has to flash out himself.
Yeah, and I think that Raze, I mean, he burned the summoner spells there. Now he's in trouble.
He's getting flashed on Ryoma. Will get shut down by the Corki, but Juice going to be the next target. The beautiful butterfly has exploded and gets another kill. FBI wants to fight front to back, but he's got no more tanks in front of him.
So they take down Raze, but the damage is already dealt. That was 4 members that fell, as well as the inhibitor turret. Now the middle of the map is busted open. It's a 11,000 gold lead for the Chiefs. And that was without a shop fit. They had just stayed on the map for a very long time, picked up so many kills and Baron. They are going to come back with fresh items and be even more scary. And look at this. I mean, this is a great play from Ryoma. It cuts the team in half. Raze, for some reason, goes aggressive there. I think that's the wrong call. And Juves does have the flank here, so he's able to get the ultimate down. But Raze stands and delivers. As Frostruin love to say, sit and spit. And absolutely does absolutely tears them apart.
My goodness, this game is getting out of control though for Sin. 10,000 gold behind.
He's going for it as well.
He's got his Hurricane, now going for the Frozen Mallet.
Yep.
Ugh, disgusting.
You're not going to be able to reach him. Swiffer has a Warmog's armor. For some reason, he wants to be a Sejuani.
He's protected by a Galio Ultima, as well as 3 beefy frontline tanks, a Knight's Vow from Spooks,
yep.
Ardent Sense and Mikhail's from a Lulu support who has Exhaust. You can't kill him.
Yeah, that's what I said. I think that, you know, this was... I'm trying to think of an articulate way. When we... Oh, there we go. Engage onto the Raze.
Yeah, they engage on the Kog'Maw. He's just like, sure, I will stand here and become a turret. Kills 1. That's with the help of Swiper. Locking down Dokla. He's going to be the next one to fall. Easily picked up by the Kog'Maw. And Swiffer has kept FBI occupied. Now they're going to try and fight on the bottom lane.
Swiffer is unkillable.
Still takes no damage. Gets a taunt only onto Rogue, who's going to fall as well. Shredding through comes the Kog'Maw. Pops more ultimates. That's a dead man walking. 2 people only left up for Sin.
Yeah, exactly right. Now they're going to be able to knock down another turret. It's just the carries left available. And Sin, unfortunately, just do not have the damage to get through this Chiefs lineup right now.
They've got 2 members left up. FBI is going to fall, and that's game. Chiefs will take down an inhibitor and march this creep line towards the Nexus.
And I know I said I would not call a game a shellacking if it did not end before 25 minutes, but I feel like 15,000 gold before 30 is as close as you will get, Fish. The Chiefs, they look calm, they look collected, they look completely in control, and they're going to be able to close this one out before 30.
The only thing that separates this game from a perfect game is the fact that Sin got 3 consolation kills, and the Chiefs look dominant for the last day of Super Week as they pick up a Game 1 victory in this best of 3 series.
That was as one-sided as they come. Pathing out of Spooks on point to get the first kill in the bottom lane. The Kog'Maw, I don't think Sin saw it coming. Boot start, Lulu support. They completely flip this tank support meta on its head, and it comes out. But that's cheesy from the Chiefs. I don't think Sin would have been prepared for it. And now I want to see that when key components, like you can get rid of Kog'Maw, can you play this same composition with a Twitch or something like that? I'm interested to see the adaptations, but Slifer looks happy. Stop nodding at the camera. Go talk to your team, you buffoon.
Goodness sake. Moving on for Sin, you'd have to question what the heck went wrong.
I mean, I just told you went wrong. They got pathed on bottom lane. Kog'Maw got some kills, and then they didn't have the damage to kill him.
Goodness. Thanks, mate.
But that's what a Super Leash does. I mean, we haven't seen a level 3 to level 1 gank bottom lane in a couple of weeks now, but teams were very used to this. If you take Raptors, Red, Krugs, you end up level 3, and bottom lane will have only just started hitting their wave. And I think that, you know, they were not expecting it. But I think that Sin's bottom lane is good enough to adapt to that play.
Yeah, they certainly will be. We'll have to see how game number 2 goes. But before we get into that game, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, guys. Chiefs proving too strong in that first game for Sin, taking it 1-0. And I mean, let's start openly and broadly and say a 30-minute game almost, but is Spawn right? Is it as close as you get to a shellacking?
Yeah. I mean, yeah. I personally, I don't think the time matters. I don't really look at time. Like, if you win in 15 minutes, if you win in 45 minutes, like, if you have a 50k gold lead at 45 minutes, I would still happily call that a shellacking.
Time's irrelevant. Time's irrelevant. Time's a flat circle.
Yeah. Time's a flat. Okay.
It's an old meme. Sorry.
Okay, so,
but they were in control from start to finish, basically.
They were essentially in control from start to finish. I think that Sin kind of carved themselves out a little win condition in the Corki. Galio died twice, and they won that early 2v2, so I thought maybe Ryoma could carry in the Corki. Corki with items definitely has enough damage to deal with a Cogmore, but Spooks was just really far ahead of Juves. I thought he had some really good early pathing, and he converted that into a good XP lead and ended up winning a 2v2 in the mid lane later on in the game.
Yeah, that's ultimately what I think it came down to, was the lead that Spooks had built over Juves was the real difference. When it came to who could kill the tanks faster, yeah, they had a cog, but the front line of Chiefs wasn't actually taking damage at all.
And that all started with level 3 gank in the bot lane.
Level 3 gank, yeah.
That was a huge play. Really nice pathing out of Spooks. We can see here that he doesn't even have to flash to get on FBI, but really the cause for this, I think, is Sin lack of scouting. So Sin were happy to just sit in the river, just fan out, be safe. You know, first game of the series, let's not die level 1. Let's not, get chunked and have to flash or anything. So they just fan out, but they don't bother scouting at all. And Maokai with a super leash clears extremely quickly. The saplings on Wraiths, what happened was he put a sapling on the red buff. His bottom lane just leashed it till it was low enough for the sapling to kill and dragged it into the sapling. Then he does half of Krugs, doesn't finish the Krugs, and he's level 3 before the first wave is even dead, I think. It's so incredibly quick.
Yeah, it's such a nice strat by Chiefs because it punishes Sin's over-aggressive bot lane.
Yeah.
Like, they're known to just get a bot lane and then auto push and keep you under tower. So I'm happy that they punished them in that field.
The other big thing here is that Cogmore was such an obvious win condition, and they were able to punish FBI and Rogue early on. Like, they were able to secure that lead for the Cogmore, and he was never in any danger after that. I didn't even see him use his flash until like the 25-minute mark just outside their base. Like, he was never scared. He had the Lulu as well scaling, easy lane into Trundle. I think one thing that I think maybe you were saying backstage, Hingers, was that it was kind of impressive that they hadn't used this draft at all yesterday.
Yeah,
well, that this was kind of something they prepared, and they just held it in until the Sin game.
It was something Jish likes to do, right? He likes to keep his cards very close to his chest, doesn't like to reveal much. But I know in particular, Choo-Choos, you were very keen on this draft, and you wanted to shout out Jish on that.
It was really nice. As Spawn said, it was quite cheesy, but I think the Baron fight was the real thing that displayed their comp. As you can see, Raze is at the back, hitting the Baron. Tommy's on the top lane, and essentially a 5v5 starts out. They all run forward. Raze is completely untouched. Too much of a front line. No one can really get on this Cogmore. And the amount of damage that he's able to output, you can see how fast this Cho'Gath melts.
And that's with the Stone Plate as well. So like that's 8 or 9k HP Cho'Gath. And what I liked about this comp with the Galio, we've talked a lot about Galio today, and we've criticized it pretty heavily. But what I like here with the Galio is they have the Jarvan for engage. Jarvan builds Tiamat and Black Cleaver, so it's a little bit extra damage as opposed to like the Gragas, which we saw at FTM. And they have the Lulu Cog, just massive DPS from the back line. And if they play front to back, Sin didn't really have an answer. I mean, they had Sejuani. Sejuani's should never be able to hit an ult. They had Cho'Gath, who can't do anything to a Cogmore. Corki only has poke. He can... Maybe if he has package, he has an option.
Maybe to
Zaya is
forward.
Extremely short range, 80 carries. He's not going to do it. Trundle Pillar is really the only tool they had.
It really makes me think that they don't have an answer ready for this Cogmore. I could definitely see a ban coming through just getting this off the table because that comp looks so refined.
So, Spawn was saying this. Spawn was saying this as they were coming off the cast as well. He's saying, look, if Cogmore does get a ban from the Chiefs, then do they go then to a Twitch? I mean, can you see them playing maybe the Kalista or something? Like, what do you sub in for Raze to play?
I think Raze?
If they ban the Cogmore.
I think this is one cheesy game.
I think that they've picked up the one game with this comp, and I don't think the next game, I don't think it's going to matter if he gets Cog or not. I mean, he's very proficient at all the meta 80 carries. like Triss, Xayah,
he's Xayah.
Kalista. I don't know if he plays Sivir, but you know he's got enough champions in the back pocket that I don't think a cog ban is going to matter. But it's more that they've managed to pick up I don't want to say a freebie, but they've managed to pick up an early win with the cog comp, and now it's a question of will their meta comps be enough to take out one of the next two games.
The thing that is interesting is Sin will be on blue side now, so they do get that first pick. I'm curious as to if they will take a support. Sin bans out 2 supports that game. If they can get Rogue off onto something a bit more playmaking, like the Rakan or Thresh that they banned, that would be interesting because that fits into Sin's win condition.
Yeah,
I mean that's good for bot lane as well. It's harder to gank, harder to cheese. Well, not cheese, but it's harder to gank bot early from red side because you don't have that early clear like what we saw from the Maokai. You can only do like Chicken's red, blue bot. That's like the fastest you can do.
Yeah. But if Chiefs, I mean, Chiefs will probably stick to the banning Thresh. Maybe they have to ban Zac as well. Maybe they don't against Juves. I mean, maybe this is where we see Juves as Kane. Who knows?
I'm not sure. Like champions like Kane, when you're down, there's like 2 ways you can go, right? You could be like, oh, we're losing anyway. Who cares? Just pick me Kane. But like, I feel like for Sin, like they said that they were going to be disappointed if they lost this game, and I don't think that they're willing to risk losing the series 2-0 on a Kane pick. I think if he is going to play Kane, he'll play it in Game 3 maybe as a decider, but like I don't expect him to play it. Look at that.
Yeah, that's exactly
what
I thought.
So that's what that's the graph you want from a Cogmore.
Absolutely. That is the perfect damage graph.
This is essentially Tainted Minds' comp, but the 80 carry pops off. The 80 carry does his job.
Yeah.
I don't think Sin will be too disappointed about dropping a Game 1. This was a very cheesy comp.
I think they've just been caught off guard. I think they'll reset in the room and say, okay, what happened there? You know, Cogmore, Lulu, that was a bit of a problem. It's going to be a lot harder for Chiefs to draft something like this on red side, I think, because they need to ban out. Like there's that, you know, red side's a bit more difficult to draft on.
We talked about the banning out of
great
supports,
performance from Raze.
Banning Thresh, banning Rakan from Chiefs. They force, or they also ban Xayah. They force Rogue onto something like Trundle. And Spawn was saying, look, Trundle's great 1v1 in the top when you can take out a single target, but in bot where there's so many, and there's going to be so many tanks around in these team fights, did you think the Trundle was an effective pick there?
Well, what Mitch said, what Destiny said on the desk yesterday is that you don't necessarily. He believed that you don't pick Trundle to nullify a tank or to shred a tank. You pick it because it is a strong early game. It allows you to push. It was unfortunate because they did get ganked at level 3. So we never. Yes, they were level 1. So we can never actually see the Trundle
pop
Trundle,
do the thing
early.
But
that is what Destiny said, and he's the support main. So I believe that.
Yeah. The other good thing about Trundle is the pillar. And the pillar is really good against Cogmore. I mean, if that game was even, a pillar almost equals a flash if it's a good one every time out of the cog.
Just break that down. You mean because the pillar slows, and then that's how you catch a Cogmore out of
so
position.
like you create terrain. So obviously you can't walk through it, but more than that, it slows as well.
Yeah.
Cogmore having absolutely no mobility spells means that if he ever gets a pillar behind him, even next to him, anything close to a wall, means he pretty much has to flash every time. So you don't really need to commit to the pillar. So you're not really taking much risk, but you are forcing the flash out of Cogmore, which of course is huge because next time you pillar, he should probably die.
But even then, Cogmore not using a flash that you saw until like 20 minutes in means that potentially that Trundle pick didn't go the way they wanted it
No,
to.
but the problem there is that they didn't have any damage to back it up. Like, a pillar isn't threatening. The fact that you can't move isn't threatening if you can just stand still, move, and then take your hands off and kill everything. But that's like the theory behind it is that.
All right. Well, the other thing I want to shout out is Spooks and his jungling, because I know you had some very nice words for him early on in the game, and this is him just popping off as we look at these stats.
He had a great game. I think the big turning point for me as a jungler was I think there was a period in the game where Spooks had access to Juves' topside jungle, and he took his chickens and his Krugs, whereas Juves walked to Spooks' red, warded it, but then because there was so much pressure on his bot lane, he didn't feel comfortable staying in the jungle in case the Cog Lulu collapsed and killed him. So he actually didn't even, he saw the red was up, decided not, he just went back to his jungle.
He ran the ramp and then ran back.
Yeah, he ended up walking around the river for about a minute doing nothing.
Yeah.
Didn't take any of those camps. Spooks took his whole top side, ganked top, killed him, based, went and took his own bot side. It was 2 levels. He was level 7 to level 5.
Went mid, killed Corki.
Killed the Sejuani as well, I think. That was when they 2v2'd them, maybe?
Yes. Yeah,
that was I mean, it was a mistake by Juice, but also it's like a byproduct of the pressure that Spooks put on the bot lane early. And so I thought he had a really good performance that game. I really liked his Maokai.
I'm curious if he'll get it again.
Yeah.
Maokai.
Yeah.
Well, there's a lot of priority on it. So if Sin first picking, they might first pick it for Juves this game coming in. But we do have a tweet coming in, hashtag IamOPL. It comes from Wifey Valentine. In regards to the mid lane, because we did ask some mid lane questions, who is the most attractive mid laner at OPL? Hashtag IamOPL. I assume they mean in OPL? They must mean in OPL. I mean, but there's a lot of competition here, right? Got Swiffer. Very attractive man.
Who do you think, Tim?
You've got...
Me?
Yeah.
No, he can't. He doesn't count. He's not playing anymore. Look, so if you let him play a game this split, that I'll allow him to be in.
He's on our roster.
I know he's a sub, but
it counts.
If Claire's not playing, then he can jump in and be in the comp. Otherwise, I mean, there's a lot of competition. I'd say mid laners generally in OS outperform other roles in terms of attractiveness. You had mid beast bring up the average last split as well. So
Mid beast, that hunk of a man.
All right,
dangerous words.
I feel like this is
Is he really a cyber athlete?
Anyway, neither of you have given an answer.
I mean, you're the mid laner, Aaron.
I'll give it to Simon Swiffer.
Swiffer?
Yeah, he's a pretty good looking
he's a
guy.
good-looking
He's growing
guy.
a mustache.
He's here today.
It's sneaky.
Is
I don't
he?
think anyone's noticed.
Someone tweeted
but
at
the
me-
mustache is longer than the rest of the stubble, and I'm waiting for him to shave the rest of the stubble off. Next time you see him, he hasn't said this to anyone, and I reckon he's trying to get it under the radar, but Swiffer's growing a mo.
You know, someone slid into my DMs last night and said that Swiffer's beard looks like Luke Skywalker's beard in the latest Star Wars film.
Yeah. I see it, Tim.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, it's coming through. I'm just waiting for the rest to go.
This is the hard. This is the in-depth analysis you tune into the OPL for.
He's even trying to cover it up.
He's rubbing it.
All right, I believe it is time for us
This
to
will all go soon.
get. Oh, there's a second tweet as well. Hashtag IamOPL. Let us know your questions if you want. We'll bring it up right now on screen. And at OPL with 7:15 coming next week. Do you think we'll see the return of 80 assassins in the mid lane? That's from Paraki Wins. Yes.
Where's the Zeds? Tim.
We play Zed.
You do play Zed, but I'm just
We
Triple
did play
Cheese,
Zed.
Swiffer.
I'm players in the OPL.
I'm very curious as to why Jace, Mid, and Zed aren't really coming back.
Just broadly speaking.
The thing I will say, 7. Full disclosure, I don't know everything about 7.15, and if there's a change coming to AD Assassins, then I don't know about it. But what I will say about lethality, the way lethality works is it does more damage the less armor they have. So if you think about armor pen it does more damage based on how much armor they have, allows you to penetrate the armor, but lethality is better against champions who don't build armor. And we are in a tank meta right now where everyone is building Ninja Tabis and 3 out of the 5 members are stacking armor. So the lethality changes looked a lot scarier than they turned out to be.
So you think potentially no more assassins or fewer assassins, you're saying?
I guess you have to wait till the...
It's tough to say. Like I said, with 7.15, there might be changes.
Yeah.
But right now, the reason we're seeing so many control mages and the like is because sustained damage is king. When you're in tank meta, you got to play sustained damage because burst isn't going to kill the tank, and then you're going to have nothing left, and you're going to end up dying.
Yeah.
All right. Well,
sucks.
Tweet us your questions about the mid lane. Hashtag IamOPL or at OPL. But it is time for us to get into our second part of this match: Chiefs versus Sin. Right after these highlights.
Inside the arena, has to flash out. Wrestles Sin, trying to go for a fight still, but big ultimate comes out from Egypt. Just alone, Swiper's almost been able to take down FBI all by himself, and Raze, free access to Dokla, shreds through the health of the tanks. Easy team fight for the Raze. Chasing down Grundle, get him, one more ultimate's gonna be enough. Can't juke that, buddy. Easy kill, Roma tries to Valk in, Valk out. Raze flashes on his face, takes a crit for his troubles, and has to flash out himself.
Yeah, and I think that Raze, he couldn't the summoner spells there. Now he's in trouble.
He's getting flashed on Roma, will get shut down by the Corki, but Juice going to be the next target. The beautiful butterfly has exploded and gets another kill. FBI wants to fight front to back, but he's got no more tanks in front of him. Kills one, that's with the help of Swiper, locking down Dokla. He's going to be the next one to fall, easily picked up by the Cogball, and Swiffer has kept FBI occupied. Now they're going to try and fight on the bottom lane.
Swiffer is unkillable.
Still takes no damage, gets a taunt only onto Rogue, who's going to fall as well. Shredding through comes the Cogball, pops more ultimates, that's a dead man walking. 2 people only left up for Sin. The only thing that separates this game from a perfect game is the fact that Sin got 3 consolation kills, and the Chiefs look dominant for the last day of Super Weeks. They pick up a Game 1 victory in this best of 3 series. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. About to get into the second match of this best of 3 series between the Chiefs and Sin, and Sin did not look good in game 1.
Yeah. I don't necessarily agree. I think that what happened is they were put so far behind early that like you couldn't look good in game 1. That was, if that's a solo queue game, that's an FF15. Just go next. As we have a look at the Mo. I want to comment on this. I grow a mustache, as does Hingers. Hingers will back me up on this because I think we've talked about it before. When your Mo starts going onto your top lip, it is infuriating. I don't know how he keeps it that length. You should get scissors or, you know, electric razor and shave it off your top lip. You can still keep the fullness to your Mo. But as soon as it starts getting into lip territory, just the most frustrating thing in the world. People probably don't care about this, but
that's why I just, you know, make sure mine doesn't go too long.
Yeah, I mean, you also can't go up very long, Singapore boy.
We are to pick some bands here. No mustache for Ryan, but the other mid laner for Sin. But it's going to be Elise, Nar, and Galio banned out by Sin, with Zach, Rakan, and Jace banned out by the Chiefs.
Yeah, so obviously they're worried about a first pick Rakan, but they're not really bothered by the Thresh. Looks like Sin aren't also going to pick the Thresh.
No, they pick up Maokai, which seems to be the high priority pick in the current meta.
It certainly is. I think Maokai has certainly arrived as the best jungler and a very good top laner. What it does is it forces people's off turret. It has one of the best engage tools if you're there early enough with the ultimate. And then point-click stun on W is absolutely busted fish. It is like a 600 range point-click stun. You can CC it for about 2 seconds of CC with your Q.
There's not many champions that can do it. I think Maokai, Pantheon are the first two to come to mind.
But Pantheon's is pretty short range, right? True. Cho'Gath is the other best jungler. The other reason that he is so good is he clears incredibly healthy with the E, does percentage damage, has a big true damage nuke, but most importantly out of everything, has a silence. An AoE 2-second silence, a legacy ability from the game, which just should not exist. Kali Star has come out.
Kalista, Alistar picked up. I like Cho'Gath in jungle as well because it's the position which can grant you the most health thanks to how Cinderhulk works with Warmogs.
Yeah. That is a bold call.
Ooh,
Quid,
Kog'Maw
I
Thresh?
understand completely playing it against Trundle's Eye. You outrange them. They're not going to be able to get on top of you. Playing Kog'Maw into a Kalista is, I think that's dangerous, Fish. I don't know. You're the 80 carry, man.
I actually like this lane from Chiefs.
Do you?
Kog'Maw has surprisingly a surprisingly high amount of kill threat.
Yeah, no, he definitely does. He does a lot of damage. I mean, when you have no escape abilities, yes, all of your other abilities will do damage.
Can you play Alistar out of a headbutt?
Yeah, I assume so.
Oof. Let's see if Ejim's got the quick figures for that one.
I think what you would do, right? I think he's going to play Lantern Thresh. I think he's just going to trust that he's not going to get one shot, and he's going to sit a little bit to the side and off the wave, and he's going to just Lantern Raze out of sticky situations. He's saying that Raze looked very good on the Kog'Maw.
He did. You won't have the level 3 assistance from a Cho'Gath, you'd have to think. Maokai is the one that provides that extra utility in the bottom lane.
Well, Carbon also pointed out that it's an impossible route to take on blue side. So unless they invade onto the Raptors, Red, and Krugs of the Sid Gaming lineup, not going to have the same jungle path available.
But the first few bans from the Chiefs are going to be Jax and Camille, so denying a lot of the split push threats, the high split push threats.
Interesting that the area of the Protect the 80 carry comp that Sin got rid of is Galio. Galio is kind of like the new Lulu or Karma mid around these Protect the 80 carry comps because of the ultimate and the ability to land and immediately taunt the surrounding area. I think that he is certainly one of the best at it. And I want to see what Swiffer plays now with Protect the 80 carry comp, whether he has something like a Karma in his back pocket.
We have a Syndra as well as Cassian banned out to a Swiffer. Jarvan is still picked up.
Cassiopeia is available. Chiefs banned at game 1. I was expecting the ban of Cassiopeia to come out, especially if he wants to play this pickup in the Talia.
Yeah, Talia picked up Marioma, a champion that gets banned out against him time and time again, and Dokla will pick up Renekton top.
This is the comp that we expected out of Sin. Aggressive bottom lane, and a mid laner that can affect side waves, and then just 2 bricks for Juves and Dokla. So I think this game will be much more heavily Sin favored. I expect to see the Cassiopeia. Very good Protect the 80 carry comp champion. Surprisingly so, Fish. Miasma, stops people being able to get on top of your AD carry. Then when they do flash towards you, the big scream into all of the raw damage that comes out.
Yep.
Actually very good at protecting it.
She's
Not
always
very tanky, though, on the Chiefs lineup.
She's always been an anti-initiation champion, but for the Chiefs now they've got multiple threats, which always comes into play with a Protector Cogmore comp. If you dive onto Raze, suddenly Swift is killing everybody.
Yeah, exactly right. You do have good consistent damage, though. This isn't a this isn't a press R comp coming out of like Sin, so it's not like Orianna ball has to hit both Swiffer and Raze, otherwise they don't win the team fight. Both Talia and Kalista have fantastic ramp-up damage as the team fight goes on.
A big front line of Renekton, Maokai, Morzalsa that packs a punch.
It's not the biggest front line, though. I mean, I understand why you say it's a big front line, but, you know, Maokai Renekton versus Sejuani Cho'Gath, which is what they had last game, one of those front lines is much bigger than the other one. So I would say this is more of a kill threat 2v2, point and click stun on Renekton, as well as CC from Jews, means that if the Jarvan is ever overextended, they should be able to capitalize on that and maybe look for a kill. But it's certainly not like the tankiest lineup that you can get right now.
Jarvan's also very weak early on before he can pick up his Tiamat. Does not like his lane into Renekton. And on top of that, Spooks is on Cho'Gath. Not the best ganking jungler.
Yeah, he's not. If he can get into melee range, he's actually very good. Getting into melee range on Cho'Gath is a problem.
Flash on them.
I was getting there, Fish. Come on, give me some time. Red buff, you know, Vorpal Spikes. He does all right, but he's certainly no Maokai.
No, he is not. We'll have to see how this game goes for both sides.
He's also not as bad as Skarner, though.
What's wrong with Skarner? Skarner's actually been played, I think, internationally once.
Yeah, yes. Swiggity squooty.
You know, Righteous Glory changes, makes him nice.
Yep.
I love Skarner. He's fun champion.
I also like the Pokemon of Summoner's Rift as well, but unfortunately hasn't been picked up in the OPL yet.
Yeah, old mate Captain Flowers from North America. He loves Skarner. He's a big Skarner fan. But let's check in with Sarian, who's standing by with Coach Jish.
Thanks, guys. I'm here with Bensel from Sin. Spawn and Fish had conflicting thoughts on how the bot lane would go with Cogmore going into Kalista, but what are your thoughts on it?
I think Cogmore probably has an advantage pre-6, but at level 6 against Fate's Call, Cogmore can really struggle, so I think that's where our advantage is.
So what does Sin have to do in this game to clean it up and pick the series up?
I think game 1, we kind of played a fairly stale game, which is not, really associated with our play style, so I think this game it looks a little bit more volatile around the map in pretty much every lane, so that should probably play to our strengths.
Well, best of luck and thanks for talking to us, Bensel.
Thanks.
I agree with him. I completely agree with him. I think it was an uncharacteristic draft in Game 1 out of Bensel, and this game has volatility written all over it. If the damage threats on either side, either Ryoma or FBI, or Raisin and Swiffer, fall behind, this game will be very quickly over. But in saying that, I agree that, both of them have pretty okay matchups. Although I would say bottom is slightly FBI Rogue favored, especially when it gets to 6, as you mentioned. I would say mid lane is Swiffer favored for at least the first portion of the game.
You have to be careful very on Swiffer because Talia does have consistent damage to trade against the level 1 Fangs. But yeah, you're standing on worked ground there, so you can't throw it out.
It's not even that fair. It's just as soon as you move sideways and she gets that little bit of movement speed off the Q. Look where he's sitting. That is XP zoned. So he will hit level 2 1 minion after Swiffer because of an XP zone.
Yeah, he is
1.
He is pushing in though. Swiffer has to be careful. But Rama playing the lane safe. Cassiopeia is very strong 1 and 2. 3 is where Talia can really start to pull the lane back almost.
6 is when the lane goes horribly wrong. Unfortunately, you have to focus one direction against Cassio. She can just flash on your head and kill you.
And does Talia face forward? Very curious if Talia faces forward when she's throwing rocks, because that would...
She does, 100%. That's why it's a counter. What do you think I've been talking about this whole time?
I don't know.
She doesn't spin in circles. She 100% faces forward, so you are guaranteed a period of time in which she is going to be facing your ultimate.
Swiffer is still trying to abuse this lane. It'll be a very volatile matchup. Roma has to play it safe. Spooks is going for an invade here. We'll find Juice. He does get the smite onto red buff. So secures that objective
Wonder
for
if
himself.
he feels that mid lane is pushed in enough that he can now take these Raptors, given the fact that Juves has no smite available. Because obviously there are 2 ends to this. He's grabbed a lot of the Raptors there, Fish, and he'll be able to smite this one away if he wants.
Yeah, he's fine for big one. Juves tries to stick around. He can't get anything out of it. So that's a bit unfortunate for him. He's going to make his way down towards bottom side of the map. Let's see what he can get from it. But for now, mid lane, still looking rather favoured for Swiffer, but Ryoma just making sure he stays as far away from the snake as possible.
Yeah, exactly right. Ryoma's making him play against the creeps a little bit. Is out of mana, so we'll take a quick shot. Swiffer, be interested to see if he can shove this one in. There you go. That was the attempted play.
Didn't work, but they get a good chunk of damage onto Rogue.
Yeah, FBI does stay full health, however. Raze obviously has 4 potions, so it doesn't really matter if he takes a little bit of damage. See that Aegim postures very aggressively forward, and they kind of read that.
So coming in, Hingers is the hottest Oast mid laner, clearly.
I don't even know if he plays mid, does he? Doesn't he play AD carry?
He's an AD carry, mate.
Yeah.
Unlucky Hingers. He could be hot if you played mid lane.
Who are your thoughts on the hottest mid laner?
Ooh. That's a tough one. It was mid beast for a long time, but he's not in the league anymore.
I think it has always been Richard Su. I think
big Fantix fan.
Yeah, Fantix is the most attractive post mid laner.
I thought.
Shout out to Fantix.
I thought Swiffer without the beard or without the mustache again would be much better.
The Krug Goblin in Swiper is actually very mad at Juice for trying to steal the Krugs. And you can see that he wants to continually chase him out here. Needs to be a little bit careful of the Renekton. Renekton is up 26 to 30. 26 to 33 CS.
You got 3 of them, but still the big one falls to Juice. Counter jungling job done. Those will reset and respawn.
Yep.
Swiper has a big wave to catch on the weak top side, so he's doing just fine in this lane.
Juice is about to fall very far behind Spooks again.
Meanwhile, there's a 5 bottom lane. Raze has been forced to flash and heal away. They get some good trades onto Aegim. That's a flash for FBI. Gets first blood. Heal will keep him alive as well, but Aegim jumps forward for the auto attack to get that return kill.
Yeah, but still Aegim gets a kill versus the Kalista getting the kill. And I know who I would much rather have a kill on at this stage of the game. Aegim will get quicker Moby Boots and Sightstone. Rogue now going to try and hold this off Turret Fish, and he's done it. The boy has absolutely done it. That is a freeze.
Yeah, this is where you just start smacking the bell. And that's a good job from Rogue. It was not going to be great for FBI if that wasn't frozen. But now he gets the kill as well as the ability to come back into lane and pick up a lot of that missing CS.
Funnily enough, it doesn't actually look like he's up that much gold.
No, it's recurve bow against recurve bow.
Yeah, exactly right. One's got a longsword, one's got a boot. No, they've both got
Doran's blade.
Doran's. Monkey.
We'll have to keep check and see how that lane goes. No summoner spells for anyone down there now.
Oh, actually, Spooks is behind Juves, and he's being caught out now.
Yep, we'll get knocked up. No stun coming out from the Alistar as Aegim comes there to save him.
And both of the junglers actually very low on experience, Fish.
Yeah.
Both of them equal with their duo lanes, which you want to be ahead of them at the start of the game, at least.
I mean, Juice is on track. He's a level up of Rogue. FBI did get a little bit extra experience from the kill. Spook's definitely fallen behind.
His second buff respawn is coming out. And
Jarvan's making his way mid though, standing on top of a ward. So this is a botched gank. Just allows Swiffer to continue to zone Ryoma slightly. Very patient player, Ryoma.
And gold completely even at 7 minutes, but you would have to say this is a much better game coming out of the Sim Gaming lineup.
Definitely. Looking a lot stronger early. Benzel has drafted his team much better this game.
Level 6 is about to be achieved in a bottom lane that has no summoner spells. That's got to be a little bit of a worry for the Chiefs.
I wonder if the call from Benzel there was to leave Thresh open so they can force the Lulu to pick away from Aegim. Put him on an aggressive champion and they protect the AD carry comp. I mean, Thresh still does fine protecting carries, but he's not a Lulu by any stretch
Doesn't
of the
give the
imagination.
damage amplification that is going to come out. You can see that they're both rushed Moby Boots. In a lane that we expected to be, you know, a little bit more about the Fate's call, Moby Boots rush out of both supports is an interesting conundrum, Fish. They're also going to invade bottom side very heavily now. Big wave crashing. Kalista Alistar combo is online, and Talia is here with the wall. They have to run.
And they are. No flash available for Raze. They take the Dark Passage over. Raze actually gets out of safety, but Aegim now in a lot of trouble. Maokai's coming through. They will get another kill in the bottom lane.
Yeah, and that's a big wave denied, and this is the danger of playing Cogmore. Rogue actually saved Raze there. He should have died as well. He headbutted him mid-lantern journey. Whereas if he had to just let it complete, Jules would have been able to get on top of him, definitely.
Yep.
But that's all right. 1 kill and first turret going down is going to mean about a 1,500 gold lead for Sin at this early stage of the game.
Yeah, very, very curious play from the Chiefs. Like, they knew that was coming in the bottom lane. Spooks was top side of the map. No teleport for Swiper. And Swiffer was just hard pushing mid lane. Now he's in trouble. Maokai is going to summon the ultimate, and Dokler comes down. Swiffer's got nowhere to run. Pops his ultimate, but that's all she wrote.
Yeah,
Sin get an early lead.
This is a big difference between Game 1 and Game 2, Fish. The Chiefs look absolutely rattled this early into the game. Swiffer falling down, even though he had a 20 CS lead. Uncharacteristic mistake. Put himself on a part of the lane that he definitely should not have been. And Spooks has been absent this game. He had 3 assists pretty much at this stage last game, but this game, not the case.
Chiefs comes back, it's like, that's fine, I have to camp, thank you. Yeah, very, very different game between Game 1 and 2. Chiefs, however, are only just under 1,000
Chiefs
gold
are going
behind.
for their cheeky play here, where they try and gank people between turrets. In fact, they have spotted out the fact that Rogue saw them, so they are not going to do it. They do have TP available right now. Talia doesn't have wall yet, but Dokler can still TP in from behind the duo lane.
Yep.
Look to take them out.
Ejim's a level behind, and so is Raze. 6 and 5 to 6 and 7.
Yep.
2 kills on the closer, looking strong, but not a big item spike yet, just the boots 2.
Yeah, and that's because they left the turret up, maybe looking to kill them one more time before this laning phase is over, Fish. But you can see that is leading to a little bit of defensive play coming out of the Chiefs members.
Yep.
Playing very far back. And the fact that Talia has blue buff and Swiffer does not is a little bit worrisome, although Swiffer with double mana items is not going to feel it all that much as he would on other champions.
Can the Chiefs afford to fall behind in this team comp?
Yeah, I think it's like a 1,000 gold lead, sure. If they get behind like 3,000 or 4,000 gold, I would start being very worried, actually. They're much better going forward than they are going backwards after the initial play from Juves. I mean, kind of what you want to happen is Juves or Dokler go a little bit too early, and then you're able to turn a lot of the damage around.
They're making the play again, bottom side. They're pinging out the turret.
Yeah,
Reimer's shoving up. Though. This time, though, Spooks is there, so Chiefs are ready for this dive.
Yeah, top lane has already hit the turret as well, so they can TP in.
There's the Maokai ultimate. Teleports are coming in for both top laners. Ejim's going to flash away first. Reimer now builds a wall, but it's nowhere close. That turret is going to fall. Ejim gets played back. Dude, Chiefs stand and fight.
Get in.
He can't get into the fight. Good wall built. Ejim's the first one to fall. Chiefs still want to go for the fight, but Ray's already being locked down. He's moving forward. There's a big crocodile in him, but look at Swiffer trying to get to the back line. Will flash out. Still going to die here. Dokler goes huge. Silenced by Spooks. Eventually falls. Great damage coming out from the Chiefs front lane. They trade 2 for 2, but they lose their turret.
2 for 2, but it is an okay trade. I thought that was going to be much worse for the Chiefs, because as you mentioned, Fish, the setup from Sin was so good. Swiper was late to that play. Dokler was able to get in there. But at the same time, they lose the minimum. The turret was going to fall anyway, and they trade evenly. Still a great proactive play out of Sin. And they've now maybe caught out Raze here. I mean, this is a bold call going for this. So let's have a look at it. Dokler's already coming in. Look how quickly he completes teleport. He is there before Jarvan has even started channeling. He didn't want it to be a cancel. And you can see that he's able to fly into the backline, take down Ejim. Swiper comes and has a big impact. And Swiffer has to flash away. I think he probably could have taken down FBI there. I don't know why he really chose to go backwards instead of forwards, Fish. A little bit strange out of the mid laner of the Chiefs.
You'd have to think as well, if Juice channeled his ultimate straight towards that turret, that team fight would have been one-sided
Then
too.
they would have walked off the turret as well. So I think Juves' ult was in the correct area. They've also got a massive tempo advantage. This turret might even fall before they can get their Fish.
And Switch is able to pick up the Ocean Dragon as well during that time of the replay. Chiefs will move top lane and stop this turret from falling.
But that's what cost them the tempo. I mean, Ocean Dragon for all of the top lane turret health, I don't know if that's worthwhile. In fact, I do know it's not worthwhile.
But the Kog'Maw is still well and truly in this game. Just small components behind the Kalista. FBI will hit the spikes first, but you'd have to think Ray's will be quick behind.
Yeah, and also the fact that, you know, FBI will not really ever do as much damage as what Kog'Maw will. As soon as that first item is accomplished, I think that... Ooh, Smite Battle.
Spooks clearly wins it.
I think Juves thought he had ultimate and was going to eat it. But they can make the same play here again. Talia Wall nearly back off cooldown, Fish. She's walking up. And that means you have to leave.
This pick for Ryoma is absolutely monstrous.
And there's a reason why it's banned out against him. He's strong in the lane. Cassiope is meant to do well into it. He's holding just fine, and his roams are fantastic. His late game Talia as well. Whew. It's one-shot quite a few people with the champion.
Certainly has. And now Swiffer really wants his blue buff. So has actually let a creep wave die with Dokla there.
They've got a flank though. Swiper's getting right behind Dokla and Ryoma. Let's see if they go for it. They pull in Ejim, locking down Dokla first. He only gets a slice, but Flash is available. Said they move towards Rift Herald. Big plays coming out from Sin in this match.
Yeah, I mean, this is much better League of Legends from Sin. They're going to give the Herald over to Juice, both of them level 7 and 8, so it doesn't really matter trinket-wise. 2,600 gold plus a free turret. You would have to think that they're going to use mid at some point. And no response yet to come out of the Chiefs Esports Club whatsoever.
I'd like to see where the gold is currently being held between the two teams though, because it is a 3,000 gold lead. Top lane's even, jungle is dead even as well. It's only mid lane and 80 carry that separate them. 4,700 in the mid for the Chiefs, 5,600, so 900 difference there. Bottom lane's a massive one though.
So you have to think that that was a huge shot for FBI then, because we saw that they pretty much had the same items, but now I'm expecting him to be a completed Blade of the Ruined King plus recurve bow, most likely, over the top. So we'll see whether his items do come out to be much more superior.
For now though, it's not a huge stretch yet. As we mentioned, 3,000 to 4,000 gold is where it starts to get a little bit out of control for team fights.
Yeah.
But Rift held in Sin's back pocket. It means they can easily stretch that to 3,000 to 4,000 gold. A good push.
Exactly right. That's what we have to wait for. I mean, this week on the War Room Fish, as you like to point out, I'm going to get there before you do. We saw Sin's massive play in week 4 come out with Rift Herald, 3 turrets, 2 kills. And as you can see, it is the completed Blade of the Ruined King.
Yep.
And doesn't have the recurve, but has double dagger. And they want to make the play around mid lane. They're shoving the wave up aggressively. Yep. They're trying to get wards into the Raptor pit. And it's the exact same play they went for last time. We'll see whether they're able to make it work again.
Got the ultimate early.
Oh, they cancelled the Herald.
Does it cancel
That is a fumble out of Juves.
I didn't know you could cancel Herald.
Yep. NECC will cancel Herald. And that could be the tempo swing that the Chiefs were waiting for. But you can see Raze had absolutely no plans to come save this mid lane turret. He is stuck in that lane. Swiper right now is a little bit of a goblin.
They're forcing. They get on top of Swiffer. He's punted back in towards the team. Locked down before he can use his ultimate. Great play by Sin. That forces Spooks to flash away as well.
Yep, so they still go for the play. They still make it work due to the fact that Raze was still sticking top lane. But it's just going to be one turret. You have to think if Rift Herald was out now, they would be looking for a second. They're still going to approach Fish. A little bit dangerous.
Sin punishing Chiefs very heavy for this team composition. And now they are 4,000 gold up, even without that Rift Herald play. Meanwhile, they're going for Swiper bottom lane, trying to extend this lead. Tanking the turret, he pops the Cataclysm, it doesn't matter. Dies midair.
Jumped through some rocks, unfortunately, for Big Swips. And he's having a pretty poor game right now. You can see the rotation comes out of Juves as well. They're going to look to go aggressive.
Yeah, there's no flash for Spooks. He burns at mid lane. That's another disaster for the Chiefs. And Sin storming onto the Rift in game 2.
They just have all the tempo advantage. That's all it's coming down to right now, Fish, is that Sin have every single piece of tempo advantage due to Talia, due to the fact that they're the ones knocking on the turret's doors. They're able to cheat through jungle. They're getting there first, and the Chiefs members not really respecting it and falling down. Sin look fantastic this game.
They certainly do. Really taking it to the Chiefs, and Chiefs, they needed a 2-0 here in order to make it easier for them to catch up to the Direwolves and the likes of Legacy.
I think it puts them on equal points with the Direwolves if they're able to pick up a 2-0, if memory serves. Of course, they're still behind head-to-head, and that's not going to change until they meet again in the final week of the OPL. However, game's still not over. Talia, massive at the moment. FBI also very big. They're the 2 members that you want to be carrying on this Sin Gaming lineup, but Cassio will eventually outscale Talia, as well as the fact that Cogmore late game is terrifying.
How do they find their way back into this match, though?
I think you don't. I think you just hope the game goes long enough that the match finds you.
So it's based on a Sin unforced error?
No, I don't think it has to be an unforced error. I mean, the map is shrinking. They're going to be able to farm up. The game doesn't look like it's going to end in the next 10 minutes, which means Ray is going to be on 2 items. If he gets towards 3, I think that he's going to be strong enough to continue the team fight, even if that means FBI is on 4 at that stage.
Well, a key component of Chiefs winning that last match was heavily targeting FBI in the laning phase, one of the hyper carries for the team. Ryoma did not look very comfortable in that mid lane matchup, and now he's on the most signature champion for him, Tillia.
Yeah, but in saying that, Swift is also known for his Cassiopeia at the moment. Tommy's just won out by visiting the side lanes, and I think that that is the right thing to do in this matchup.
Oh, they're targeting Swiper.
They're going to look to dive Swiper one more time, as you said, Fish. Maokai ulti, Taliyah ulti, everything is available. The Chiefs are rotating, however, just not quick enough, it doesn't look.
Ryoma takes blue buff away from the Chiefs eventually, and this turret's going to fall. Swiper wants to defend, but he just can't.
Ooh, that narrowly missed FBI. They go on Ryoma. Instead, he flashed into a wall.
He's stuck inside the Cataclysm, but no one from the Chiefs is there to deal damage to him. Instead, Swiffer does get locked down, takes a big Dark Passage back to safety. Sinner popped quite a few ultimates, but they're still nice and healthy.
Yeah, and Ryoma should have died there. Egypt missed the hook onto him, and unfortunately cost them a kill. And they're able to extend this gold lead even further. 6,000 gold now, Fish. Potentially the Chiefs can go for a Baron rush, however.
Ooh. They tried to go for a Flanders. Whoa! Swiffer being very aggressive there. Lands the poison, gets the Twin Fangs, but Ryoma just outplays him.
Doesn't heal. I mean, he had heal available. Could have used it for the movement speed at the start before the wounds kicked in. And that was the Baron play that the Chiefs wanted. They wanted to be able to pick up Ryoma, and then they wanted to be able to transition it into a Kog'Maw Cho'Gath Baron play. Unfortunately, that does not happen, Fish.
No.
And now they are massively behind.
Uncharacteristic out of Swiffer there. Way too aggressive. And did not pay off. Now,
I mean, Egypt's also missed a couple of hooks, which is very uncharacteristic. And it might actually just be the Baron start for the Sin Gaming lineup.
It is going to be Baron start. Swiper does have teleport if he wants to join the fight.
Think this is a good Baron fit.
Let's see if it pays off for them. No Swiffer. That's a lot of the damage for Chiefs taken away. They could just try and turn the fight. Ryoma does have ultimate, can separate the Chiefs. They jump on straight onto Spooks. They do have a Dark Passage there. Can he get into it? He can't. Now they just turn towards Baron. No smite for the Chiefs. That's an easy Baron pickup by Sin.
Yeah, it certainly is. We're going to see whether Raze can do the miracle and steal it with... Oh!
Very close, but smite comes out of Juice and it's picked up by Sin.
I actually thought that they had nearly taken it. But Juice on the trigger finger, of course, outsmarted Levi. Not going to be fooled by Raze. And the Chiefs are now 10,000 gold behind.
Yeah.
And this is as one-sided as Game 1 was. They've got 3 consolation kills and not much else, Fish. The Chiefs Esports Club are in big, big trouble, and Sin Gaming are playing how we expected them to play coming into this.
Yep, and there's no one person on the Chiefs that's doing well. But as a team at the moment, collectively not doing the right thing. Nobody was able to react to the very early dives from Sin. And huge misplays from Raze, Swiffer, even Spooks and Swiper getting caught out.
Yeah, and I think that you're right. This threat pick was a little bit of a trap. It didn't win lane the way that they wanted it to. Didn't synergize as well with the Kog'Maw either. As you pointed it out, it would not. And now with Baron buff and a 1-3-1 comp, I don't know how Chiefs now defend turret. Dokla is ahead of Swiper, who's been relegated to 2 Jarvan games. Game 1 he looked good. Game 2 has not looked good for Big Swifts. And Swiffer is getting destroyed by Ryoma this game.
He is.
5-0-4, 10-stack Dark Seal versus Cassiopeia.
Bentel has read this draft very well and sets Sin up for success in game number 2.
Oh, hook comes out.
Gets it onto Ryoma. Will pull Swiffer in, looking to lock him down with the grounded. Big knockout from Spooks as well. They get a kill onto Ryoma, get the shutdown, got onto Swiffer, but Sin are marching towards top lane enough.
I mean, that top lane was dead. So that's a good play from Egypt. They're going to be able to pick up a massive shutdown, get 4 of the Dark Seal stacks off Ryoma as well, because they needed a shutdown somewhere, Fish. They're looking for a little bit of a cheeky brush setup. Instead, the Chiefs just want to catch out Dokla in the mid lane.
Can he get it? Nope, Dice is away. He's fine. And they all go back to base now. Sin. Chiefs are going to try and march towards mid lane and pick up a cheeky turret for themselves.
Yeah.
And look, Collapse already coming in from the top laners.
They are coming down, but I don't know whether you want to fight a 4v5. I think that you just admit that that was a bad call. 10 seconds until Ryoma is back, of course, will have the wall, but yeah, I think that's the right call. I think that you just give up the turret. You're still 8,000 gold up. It's not like the Chiefs got all that much back into this game. Swiffer is still 3,000 gold behind Ryoma, even with a shutdown.
Yeah, Raze is 3,000 gold behind as well.
Yeah, and Razor's actually caught out in the jungle.
Thanks to Legion, can get back, but now the Sinner turret's dead.
Yep.
Spooks is caught meandering in the jungle.
I mean, they can't defend. They don't have enough magic damage from a safe distance to defend.
I was half expecting Jude to go into the fountain there.
Yeah, had to stop himself at the last second, Fish.
Meanwhile, Ultimate comes out from the Maokai, locks down Spooks, will stop the rest of the Chiefs, but they're trying to force a fight here. Dokla's taking a lot of damage from this turret.
That was too much damage taken from Dokla. I think they would be a little bit upset with that was the way it went. Generally, when you send out the Maokai Ultimate, you can just take pot shots at the champion that stays, and that should have been Spooks. He is going towards the Warmog's armor still. See whether he actually gets tanky enough in this game to withstand the damage coming out, because it's 9,000 goldfish.
I mean, they are.
And it feels like one more team fight from Sin will win them the game.
It will. So just to play this one cautiously. But they're definitely in the driver's seat in this match.
One thing that we should watch for from Ryoma is his wall usage as this game progresses. It's really easy to make the plays of the Talia wall early on when you can wall into the middle of the lane. It's a little bit harder to use them on base turrets. However, Ryoma does it very well. He knows when he should take his wall, he knows when he should jump off the wall very, very early and just use it to split up the team and zone them away. So, interested to see that one. You can see that FBI is that full item ahead of Raze that we predicted he would be after the early game that he had.
More than just that as well. Raze can't even complete his Hurricane at the moment.
Well, instead just goes back and buys all the daggers in the shop. I'll have 4 daggers, please.
It's not looking good for the Chiefs. They've got to put up a last stand somewhere. And even after that, they still won't be back in this game. So Sin looking like they're going to equalize this best of 3 series 1-1, take us to game 3, and both games will be one-sided affairs.
Yeah, this is a 2 Baron game, as Carbon would point out. 1 Baron to stabilize the game, 1 Baron to win the game, maybe even a 3 Baron game. You know, get you back to 50 with the second Baron. Good news for the Chiefs is if they do win a team fight and they get something like a Baron off it, there are a lot of turrets standing, so there is gold to make up. From Sin Gaming's side, I don't even think they need to worry about it. They're just going to push up into the base. They're going to use Talia ults, and then they're going to be able to keep Chiefs like this, and they can just disappear into Fog of War with Callista and absolutely shred through a Baron.
Chiefs need a miracle play to get back to this one.
Mate, they need like 4 miracle plays. They call me Chief Spawn. You're asking only for 1.
Sin still going to split up the map. So they've got Ryoma mid lane, 80 carry support and jungler in the bottom lane with Dokla split pushing top side. He's 2 levels up over Swiper.
Yep. Everywhere across the board that you look, members of Sin are stronger than their counterparts on the Chiefs.
There's a knock up in the bottom lane, so Chiefs might start a fight there, whereas Raze and Swiper are on the top side. Swiper jumps in over the minefield, and Dokla just dives on in.
That's a bad move, Dokla.
Very bad. He's going to get locked down. Egypt locks him down with the box as well. Gets that kill for himself. Ryoma still trying to hunt and snipe for one.
Here we go.
Takes the wall into the base. Hook does not connect, and he barely lives, Ryoma.
Looking for the 1v3 here, Ryoma. However, now stuck in the base. That grounded just missed. Otherwise, the CC layering would have been there. See whether they go for the fight. Juves is in.
Big damage on towards Spooks. They're tanking up the turrets here. Sin get good chip damage on the inhibitor turrets, but they don't get anything else.
They're getting very antsy. Ryoma could have fallen to a hook there from Raze. Did not, Raze from Egypt. Did not have cleanse available. Doesn't have a QSS or anything like that. They should have just been content with knocking down that top lane turret, but they were not. Egypt.
Oh,
that is a solo mission.
That's a big Egypt mistake. We see it quite a lot in the OPL, and he's been caught out. Juve's now going to throw the ultimate. They're looking to lock him down, though. Jarvan comes in, 1-for-1. Jungler for support. Baron is up in 20 seconds.
Yeah, it certainly is. Maybe they can catch out FBI here as well. Swiffer had summoner spells, didn't go for it. No ult available, actually, so that's smart not going for it.
It is a Cassiopeia Cogmore. Chiefs do Baron very fast, and a Cho'Gath.
Yeah, 100%.
They can rush
good
this.
Secure. They can rush it, but I think they die if they do. This is the Hail Mary Fish.
Ryma's gone back to base.
Okay.
No vision on this. Chiefs do this so quickly. Now it's only been spotted out. They're going to try and collapse. Let's see if they get it.
Ryoma doesn't have wall available, I believe. Yes, it's just coming back off cooldown. I think you have to peel off.
Do they? But now they're still 50-50. They're going back on it.
Yeah. Oh,
That's a lot of spears thrown to the Spooks. And now Ryoma, he's actually cut off Raze from this team fight. He can't access it. Swiffer's going to fall. Sorry, Swiper falls first. Now Swiffer's in trouble. Piled on. Raze has to flash away, trying to kite his heart out, but a double kill is picked up by Dokla. He'll chase down Rogue. Egypt will eventually save him, but still, they didn't do it fast enough.
Yeah, exactly right. I think that was the incorrect call to go for. I think that they were stabilizing the game enough that
They could have maybe even let that one go over and just hope they get some more items, but they throw the Hail Mary. Looks like they're going to look for a cheeky Spooks Q over the wall. He has Warmogs, of course, so he's full health, but there's no way you steal this, so you have to back away. And the Chiefs Esports Club, they fall further behind, and Sin, they just, I mean, they're in control of the game. They've been in the driver's seat the whole time, and I don't think they're going to make another mistake of, you know, diving into the Chiefs' base. You can see what the idea is from the Chiefs, but I mean, they're still holding aggro over the Baron. Raze is kind of half health before it starts. He gets trapped on the wrong side of the wall. And then Swiffer gets absolutely blown up here. I mean, let's have a look at it. They all fly on top of him. And his feet don't touch the ground. He just takes so much damage. Raze does get a kill here. Consolation kill with his passive.
That's it. And now Sin have Baron buff, and only the base of the Chiefs to march towards. Those inhibitor turrets were bruised for the last push.
Yes, the old bruised turrets. We're back. We've come full circle on Super Week. I think that, you know, this game is a good display of how Sin Gaming want to play League of Legends. They don't want to play passive lanes. They want to play as a team and as a unit. And they want to be able to get around the map very, very quickly. They've already openly said that they will pick Dokla, the safest lane that they can get him. And if a team wants to try and beat them by playing topside, like, more power to that team. And I think that this game really shows that. They've got Renekton, very self-sufficient. And then they've got a big 4-man death squad. And Dokla's done fine, don't get me wrong. But it really is the other members of Sin that have carried this one out in a big way. Now they have to engage. The Chiefs cannot let this be pushed into their base.
Yep, they've got one last stand here. Single team fight 1 from Sin will change this game.
Hook whiffs.
Yep, Agent's fishing for it. But this is executed really well by Sin so far. Marching towards his base. Egypt standing. Standing still looking for hooks.
Mid lane looks like it's about to fall down, Fish. Swiffer cannot hold the turret. You can see Talia is just absolutely pummeling him with rocks. He's 3 levels up, and that's just because you can't get any higher in levels. Swiffer is still not having access to that rank 3 ult, and it will be top lane first where it gets broken open.
Swiffer gets caught up as well, so it's a 3-on-3 bottom lane. You have to think the Sin are going to break that turret too. Chiefs don't pull the trigger anywhere. They go bottom lane, get a hook onto Rogue, and pops the ultimate. It's like, sure, you can do whatever you like. I don't care.
I mean, that is actually pretty big. Rogue shouldn't have got hooked like that. They will get the inhibitor, but now all of a sudden they can't dive that turret unless Juice goes first. Swiper and Dokla just on this side. Ooh, and another hook. This time burns a QSF.
Wall's been built by Roma though, trapping Chiefs for now. They're not going to take any damage from these rock throws. So whiffs everything. Chiefs live to fight another day, but their base is getting battered.
Yeah, I mean, they're on the Nexus, literally.
They're 13,000 gold behind.
13,000 gold down. You don't expect them to be out of the base, but the execution hasn't been all that clean from Sin, and it looks like they're going to back away and give the Chiefs another, 4 minutes to farm up and try and get some items. And they're maxed out, Fish. I mean, across the board, they're going to get upgraded Last Whisper and then Merc Scimitar, so he's got another 100 AD to come and some tank shredding. Ryoma doesn't get much stronger than that. He's probably going to go towards Void Staff, potentially a Death Cap.
I mean, is this smart play from Sin?
I mean, it's conservative play, and I think they're not rushing it, and I can respect that. Chiefs certainly don't get strong within the next 10 minutes. I said they're a 35-minute team comp. I think this needs to go for more realistically like 45 minutes for it to be equalized.
Yeah, I think they need 6 items now. Or at least 5 against 6 and hope that their scaling does more.
Hope that they outplay.
But yeah, difficult. Choose is going to be able to lock down this Jarvan. He flags and drags away, so he gets back to safety. No Baron buff though, means it's easier for Chiefs to clear out these minion waves, and you can see from that.
And Kog'Maw has got 4 items. So Juves all of a sudden isn't all that scary. Dokla isn't all that scary for the Kog'Maw. Ryoma still one-shots him. That is still definitely the case. And I think that Sin are 100% still in the driver's seat to win this game, but they need to make the play to put that final nail in the coffin because they're struggling to do it right now. I think this Talia wall will be it.
Hooks on to Rogue. Pops his ultimate early. That's big.
He has to pop his ultimate. Those auto attacks start hitting without an ultimate on, and he probably dies. Oh, on to FBI. This is exactly the same thing that happened last time. 2 hooks, QSS ult gone.
He's trying. Egypt's trying his best to find a way out for Chiefs. It doesn't look like it's going to be enough as Sin will break mid lane.
Here we go. Maybe a fight.
Initiate on the
Swiffer is
Swiffer.
caught out and he is dead.
Oh, goodness. Chain CC. Can't even use the ultimate in time. That goes back off cooldown. Chiefs 4 on 5 against Sin, who pile into the base.
And Raze just can't hit anyone.
They've locked everyone down, actually. Both Raze and Spooks, last two standing. FBI gets another kill onto the top lane tank. Rogue will eventually fall. Raze tries to kite this one out. Might delay the game a bit more, but Sin, whew.
I mean, is it going to delay the game? 2 inhibitors gone. Dokley going back to base. He has teleport available. I think this is going to be the push that pushes them over the edge. Going in on Raze.
They lock him down. He's dead. Instant kill from Roma.
One shot.
Spooks is stuck. No one's back up from the Chiefs. And Sin, they've done it. They tie up the game 1-1. With a 16,000 gold lead, don't mind you.
I mean, both of these teams now has come onto Summoner's Rift and absolutely taking care of business on the blue side. They're going to be able to equal this one up 1-1. And Sin Gaming force a game 3. Very strange League of Legends today, Fit.
It has been. Every single game has been very one-sided. Chiefs fumbled in that match quite hard. And Sin, they took it slow, they took it steady. Eventually they won the game. Not as quick as the Chiefs' one-sided victory, but that sends a message and puts them both on even footing going to Game 3.
And it's funny because the mid laner that has been able to help out their team the most in the 2 games, Swiffer on Galio, now Ryoma on Talia, has absolutely carried for their team. Swiffer's ability to be able to, get into those bottom lane ganks, after the Maokai had done the early damage, and then this game, Talia, absolutely hard carry performance out of Tommy. Like, can't stress it enough. Really played phenomenally in what is a difficult one-on-one lane matchup. So I think that a lot more priority will be given to these mid lanes in the final draft.
Sorry, I got a bit distracted there because Singers came back and just absolutely roasted the crap out of our Koala, who's kicked off the stage. Very sad about that.
Koalas have feelings too, Hingers.
Goodness sake.
Disappointed,
but one-sided games.
I was talking about mid lane, but good catch up. I'm excited to see what happens here in the last game, what the mid lane meta evolves to, because we saw tank for Swiffer, we saw big carry now performance out of Ryoma. Like, where does it go? Do they stay with the Galio band? And if so, is it joined by a Talia? And therefore, we get the 1v1 skill matchup.
I mean, is it a blue side thing as well? Because now that's 2 games won on blue side. Chiefs will get it back heading into game number 3, but we'll find out who the victor of that is. For now, though, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Spawn and Fish. Chiefs not being able to take that second game and clear out a 2-0. Sin too strong, leveling up the series 1-all. Choo-Choos, let me start with you. I mean, what was the big difference for you between game 1 and game 2?
One, they didn't get cheesed.
Yep.
And also, this is a Sin comp. I really like this comp that Sin picked. They prepared the Alistar to counter the COG scaling with the ultimate, and also they got Tommy back on Talia. And that was a real difference in this game that you could
see how scared they were of the of that level 3 gank that Spooks did in game 1, because they ran in early into the bot side jungle, they warded Wraiths and they warded the red, and they were spam pinging it the whole time before they spawned. So they were very aware of what might happen, and they definitely didn't want it to happen. I will say that was a good game by Sin. Seems like blue side is the better side in this matchup. I will, however, heavily disagree with Spawn on his last point.
You've taken notes?
Hard to disagree on who's actually carrying these games. I think that in both games, bot lane has been the carry and mid lane the opponent mid laner has suffered as a result. So what I mean by that is in that game, we saw an extremely greedy, dare I say, arrogant Kog'Maw pick. It wasn't blind, was it? I think it was into Kalista.
It was third pick.
Yeah, it was third pick. So it was counter-picked into Kalista Alley, which, as far as I know, is horrible. And I think we saw that. I thought early in the lane, Cog got pushed out.
They executed some good dives on bot.
But as a result of the Chief bot lane having no pressure, I think Juve's ganked, right, early. I believe that's what happened. Yeah. Anyway, the point is that their bot lane fell behind. Okay, fantastic. We're going to have the replay in a moment. So here we have, this was later on in the game, but you can see how low the tower is already. The tower had taken so much chip that they could just take the tower while they were diving. Now this ends up being a 2-for-2 just because of some nice macro out of Chiefs and some pretty poor macro from Rogue, who both saved Kog'Maw in the last dive and there almost killed his teammates with a headbutt. But the bot lane was under so much pressure that game that Spooks lost his blue his second blue, which is the first blue for the mid laner. Cassio didn't get that blue. Talia got that blue instead, and she got a kill from the bot lane in the very first dive, not that one. And then Talia also got her own blue. So Talia had blue for about 3 minutes, and Cassio didn't. And Cassio is a champion that excels with having blue buff. So I think that the bot lane pressure, which started with, I think, the Kog'Maw pick, happened got punished during the game with a good 2v2 lane phase out of FBI and Rogue, as well as a gank from Juves, and then a dive from Talia, and then another dive there, resulted in SwiftHub having so much pressure put on him. He was looking for a solo kill. He ends up getting ganked by Maokai and Renekton in the mid lane, and then dies as well, and then it just looked absolutely horrible from then on.
Yeah, I mean, Tommy's Talia, like, I completely agree that it wasn't necessarily the carry, but it did facilitate what
I mean, he absolutely popped off. I'm not going to say he didn't, because he went like...
Also, to know in that replay, I don't know how well Sin timed TPs, but Swiper was 4 seconds delayed with his TP because it was just ticking off cooldown.
4 seconds behind.
But
that was a huge difference.
if Dockler had gone earlier on the TP, if they'd pushed that play earlier, then and they'd kept Swiper out of that team fight for longer.
I mean, it would have been very different. Probably would have been a lot more one-sided. But that being said, like setting up dives like that, you need the waves in the right spot, and you need items. And so it takes a bit of setting up. So
the thing is that I do want to, like Rogue, like Sin's bot lane did. I would agree. Like they did, they were the winning area of this game.
Yeah.
But there is a team fight in Baron where you can really see how good this Talia pick serves Sin. This is where Chiefs are doing Baron. They pull off trying to turn.
They just made a pick before this as well.
Yes, and you can see that Talia walls off the Kog'Maw, and Rage opts not to flash over this wall to help his team, but essentially this is a 3v4. And Sin completely washed Chiefs. This is probably the biggest turning point because it got them their first Baron. And from that team fight on, you could really see how this Talia pick helps how oppressive Sin can be.
I will say, though, in that team fight, just to defend Raze a little bit, that his W was down. It was on cooldown. And so flashing forwards over the wall would have just been normal auto attacks. So it wouldn't actually have turned the fight at all.
Regardless, it was a good wall, and it was a 3v4.
I will, yes, it was a very good wall.
That wall, I mean, you've played a lot of Talia. That wall that that Ryoma throws out then, he has vision of Raze backing off from the fight, right? Or is he predicting?
He's not thinking about that.
I think he's actually just trying to keep them all in. And it just so happens that
Raze
was running away.
He's trying to pin everyone in. He's not trying to separate out Raze.
No. Raze just kind of separated himself because he didn't want to die.
Yeah.
Talia, from Sin's comms, would have been like, these guys are tanking Baron, they're getting low. Talia had 3 levels over everyone else in the game, and she's just like, I'm coming, boys. I'm gonna clean them up. And it just so happened that Raze.
It really comes down to if Chiefs can make a split-second decision of we're going to team fight, like everyone run forward. It's just a pity that.
And their comp also wasn't very good at that. Like they had the Cho'Gath. And Jarvan, and really Jarvan has to initiate, Cho'Gath has to follow up. But I think what happened was Cho'Gath tried to go first, and so that's maybe
I mean, I think they traded Thresh going into that fight. I believe they traded Thresh for Juves, so they were up. I think they were up a jungler. Yeah, at that point.
Yes,
they were.
So that's why they went. That's why they went to Baron at that point.
And also they had
that's a good call, I think.
They had
Cassio Kalista. They think, right, we can burn this down.
And Talia had to base because she was low.
Yeah.
So I think it was a good call. But they just didn't have the damage to do it quick enough. Then they got collapsed on. I don't think that they could have played that team fight that much better. Of course, you can always play a little bit better, but I don't think they could have played it well enough that they would have won.
Well, let's talk about the draft then, because I know we kind of talked about it at the start, but I do want to now that we've seen some of the plays and how the fights actually played out. I do want to talk about this draft because you said, look, it was a greedy. I think you said, dare I say, arrogant Kog'Maw pick.
Okay, I do want to say arrogant is a bit too. I didn't mean to.
So but if you're picking, are you saying don't pick Kog'Maw into Kalista, or don't pick Kog'Maw when you're picking Thresh and you're not picking a tankier support?
Thresh was fine. Thresh into Ali is a decent lane as well because I think you can flay the headbutt.
Yeah, you can.
And also you have a range versus melee advantage. So Thresh into Ali is generally a good lane, but it's just the combo of Kalista and Alistar.
Yeah.
Kog only has flash. Alistar has his combo, he has flash combo, he has Kalista ult into flash. Like Alistar can cover a lot of distance, a lot of ground, and Kog'Maw can't do that. So
here's my question then, right? If you're Jish or the Chiefs, right? Yesterday, Raze played 2 games of Xayah, Destructo Max, killed everybody, doing real good stuff, right?
Yeah.
Then today, they come into this matchup, he's played 1 game of Kog'Maw, so you've already shown your hand as a Kog'Maw, right? You've already shown the Kog'Maw comp. if they've picked Maokai, Kalista, Alistar, right, you go Thresh, Cho'Gath, is Xayah a better pick then into Alistar?
Yeah,
Probably.
I would say almost certainly.
Yeah.
I mean,
Because
not as much damage as Cogmore, but at least he doesn't die.
The reason you might not want to is because you don't want to show your hand, right? But you've already done it in game 1. So
Well, it's just the sides, I think. Like, it's the fact that they had the counter pick.
Right.
So they'd already seen what they were going to play, and then they decided to play Cog into it. I think, I just think that was...
They're back on blue side now.
For them to pull it off, Raze would have had to have played incredibly well.
which he's capable of doing.
Which he absolutely is capable of doing. I think he's a fantastic player, but that matchup is just... It's not that there's no counterplay, but it's just so hard.
Yeah.
Yeah. They're back on blue side. I don't think they'll be given Cog. Sin will definitely have changed their draft. Trying not to, I don't know if they'll ban the Galio or if they'll ban the Lulu even. But
it's a lot of damage still.
That is a lot of damage. Cog did a lot of work. Oh my god, Cassio also didn't do that much damage. You can...
But Cassio was getting bullied. Cassio was getting.
I think the important part, the important part to keep in mind is the reason Cassio was getting bullied was because Cogmore Cogmore had to scale, and the pressure wasn't on the Cog because they were just letting him farm in the side lane. The pressure got moved from Cog to mid, and then Swiftfire got punished really hard for that.
And you go back to what you were saying with the distance that Alistar Kalista is able to cover.
Yes, they did that was a very nice gank
when
in
they
mid lane.
when they did catch out Cassio, it did involve.
It was like the full.
Yeah, about,
it was like
about
one side
the
of the lane
size
to
of
the
your
other.
screen.
Like,
it was
it
about the size of your screen. And Swiftfire, you could just see, died 2-3 times with his both summoners up.
Yeah.
And he couldn't do much. Once
you get hit, you can't get out.
Yeah.
But he could have flashed very early.
Well, there was that time he tried to 1v1 Ryoma, who was a couple of levels up and still had
that was
still had heal up. And
I
felt like he was being aggroed then. He's just like, I'm annoyed now. I'm just going to go in.
Yeah, I feel like
I'm going to kill you.
I'm not going to comment on his psyche.
Sure.
I don't
I'm
know
guessing. I'm absolutely
I don't know
guessing
what he's thinking, but it looked like one of those ones where it's just like, I need to kill this guy. For me personally, I need that shut. Yeah,
I need this.
I don't need it.
All right, let's talk about, because we've spoken about it before, now we're going to get some stats up on the board. I want to talk about bot lane, in particular FBI into Raze for that game. And FBI, farming a lot.
Yeah.
He's doing that Richard Sue CS per minute.
Yeah, he is. A lot of farm. I think FBI played quite well. But I think the big thing here is the support matchup. And not in the way that they're playing, but the champion matchup.
Sure.
Yeah. Right? I think it's the bot lane matchup that matters the most. Because when we saw in game 1, we saw Cog Lulu versus the Trundle, what was it? Xayah?
Yep.
Yeah. That is a winning lane. That's a hard winning lane for the Chiefs. And when they had the hard winning lane, they carried the game. They absolutely punished Sin. In the next game, we have the same thing where Rogue and FBI have a really good matchup in the bot lane. Absolutely punish the Chiefs. And so I think in this next game, both coaches hopefully have realized that bot is the most important lane in this game, and I'm expecting to see some very interesting picks and bans around the matchups.
Yeah, I'm trying to think of what the mid laners are going to pick now. I don't think Swift will be allowed Galio anymore. I think this will be a control mage matchup.
So you think Galio? They're going to get rid of the Galio?
Yep. I think they'll get rid of the Galio.
So you think Sin bans the Galio, right? Like they did in game 2. They carry that ban across, and then Swiffer goes to what? Orianna, something like
Syndra,
that?
Orianna, Corki, Victor. Like there's a lot of things open. Like they've had a lot of options, but I want to try and relate that to the support picks because I think like this Alistar had so much success. They may consider playing the Kalista Alley again, regardless of it versing Cogmore, but just how impactful it was to nullify Swiffer and to really push that advantage because he did have a counter matchup. He did play Cass into the Talia, but there was so much pressure being exerted onto Swiffer that he was never actually able to make that 1v1. I
mean, you could see him like fishing for that flash ult a number of times in the mid lane, and he just never could commit because I think he didn't have very good vision around his lane.
Yeah. I mean, this could be a stretch, but I feel like, when Rogue was coming up, people did refer to him as EGM Light, right? That was a thing that was on Twitter, very publicly, right? So he comes in now. He's in this game. They've beaten them in the gauntlet. This is the narrative I'm pushing now, right? He's like, I'm picking Alistar. I'm the new Alistar right now. EGM, pack your bags. I'm on the carousel. Go home, mate.
Yeah, fun fact about EGM is that actually after he started calling EGM Ali God, he didn't want to play Ali anymore because he thought the expectation was too high. He didn't want to let people down. Look, I think Rogue...
That's my specialty, by the way.
letting people down?
Absolutely.
Or, yeah, okay.
Yeah, going hard, letting people down.
Yeah. No, look, I think Rogue had a good game.
Yeah.
Well, I think he warmed up into it. When I saw him headbutt that Cogmore to safety, I thought, oh, how much Ali has Rogue played? Yeah. Then he headbutted Cassiopeia into his backline, and I thought, how much Ali has Rogue played? Yeah. But I thought after that, from then on, I thought it was pretty clean.
Rogue's strength has always been engaging. Like his Rakan performances have always been like instant engaging and setting up his team. That's the similar thing that I would see with Alistar. So not necessarily headbutting a Cassio into your team, but more starting the team fight.
Yeah, all right. Let me, just before we were about to get into games, so let me get your quick predictions before we get into this. Do either of you want to switch from what you initially predicted? Juju's?
I said Chiefs 2-1.
Yep.
You wouldn't do it.
Nah, I wouldn't do it.
No, I wouldn't do it. I wouldn't do it either. 2-1.
All right. Well, we're sticking with our predictions here at the desk. There will be no flip-flopping here. It is time for us to get into our third and deciding game in this match. But first, let's take a look at some highlights from game number 2.
Flash and heal away. They get some good trades onto Egypt. That's a flash for FBI. Gets first blood. Heal will keep him alive as well. But Egypt jumps forward for the auto attack to get that return kick. There's the Maokai ultimate. Teleports are coming in for both top laners. Egypt's going to flash away first. Ryoma now builds a wall, but it's nowhere close. That turret is going to fall. Egypt gets played back. Dude, Chief stand and fight. He can't get into the fight. Good wall built. Egypt's the first one to fall. Chiefs still want to go for the fight, but Ray's already being locked down. He's moving forward. There's a big crocodile in him, but look at Swiffer trying to get to the back line. Will flash out. Still going to die here. Dokla goes huge, silenced by Spooks, eventually falls. Great damage coming out from the Chiefs front lane. They trade 2 for 2. Whoa, Swiffer being very aggressive there. Lands the poison, gets the Twin Fangs, but Roma just outplays him. Swiper jumps him over the minefield and Dokla just dives on in.
Move, Dokla.
Very bad, he's going to get locked down. Egypt locks him down with the box as well, gets that kill for himself. Then now Roma, he's actually cut off Raze from this team fight. He can't access it. Swiffer's going to fall. Sorry, Swiper falls first. Now Swiffer's in trouble. Piled on. Raze has to flash away, trying to kite his heart out, but a double kill is picked up by Dokla. They lock him down. He's dead. Instant kill from Roma.
One shot.
Spooks is stuck. No one's back up for the Chiefs. And Sin, they've done it. They tie up the game 1-1 with a 16,000 gold lead, don't mind you.
I mean, both of these teams now has come onto Summoner's Rift and absolutely taking care of business on the blue side. They're going to be able to equal this one up 1-1, and Sin Gaming force a game 3.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. About to get into the final match of today. Chiefs taking on Sin, the battle for third place almost, and Chiefs have dropped the game now.
Yeah, they certainly have. I mean, absolute disaster in game 2 for the Chiefs. They fell down, I think, 15,000 gold, and then they dragged the game out for like 6 minutes, but it never really recovered from there.
Yeah, they tried their hardest.
They certainly did.
They had a sneaky Baron attempt, which could have gone well. They had 3.
I mean, they had 2 cracks at Baron. That play that they were talking about on the analyst desk where Swiffer flashed forward mid lane, the reason they wanted to do that was because Juice was off the map, and they felt that if they could grab another kill, that they would be able to go to Baron. That didn't work. Swiffer died. Then the second time Juice was off the map, they tried to go towards Baron. That didn't work.
I also think the flash...
Able to clean up the kills.
I also think that flash forward from Swiffer was one of the many uncharacteristic plays made by Chiefs in that match.
I think you have to. Like, what wasn't said at that point was they were down 11,000 gold. So, like, you have to make a play when you're down that far. You have 2 options. You either bleed out slowly, or you try and make a play and therefore grab a Baron off the end of it. And I think that it was, like, once again, we're roasting Swiffer, but Egypt missed the hook. Not only did he miss it on Ryoma, he also missed it on the creep wave, which would have led to a flay, which once again would have led to Ryoma dying. So there were a lot of things that went wrong in that game.
So
I think it's very strange to like put emphasis on those kind of things.
Coming into Game 3 Champion Select, one thing that has changed is Maokai has been banned out. That has, however, left Zach open and first picked by the Chiefs.
Certainly has. Chiefs go back to their Game 1 bans, I believe, right now. And Sin go back to their Game 1 bans also, apart from the Maokai. They went with Zach. Gragas into Zach is okay for Gragas.
And it could still be Dokla's pick. We
could
know
still
that
be
this is
Dokla.
a
I don't think they're going to give it to Dokla.
Big flex pick for Sin.
Certainly is.
And they get the Callista again. Now that the Chiefs continue with the protected 80 carry cog.
I would not be surprised if they did. I think that, you know, they can play any hyper carry into it. And I think that, you know, if you go back to something a little bit more defensive, if they want to play Callista Janna, I would not be surprised to see Ali also, Ejim also jump. Sorry, if they want to play Callista Alistar, I wouldn't be surprised to see Ejim jump onto the Janna, as we've also seen.
lately, Fish. I'm expecting to see heaps of support bands come out.
So that's an early Orianna pick for the Chiefs. Mid lane is something you usually see drafted either as the final pick in first rotation red side or in second rotation on
interesting.
any side.
So they go for a utility bottom lane.
They've completely swung the way how they want to play this game. Ryoma should pick up a mid laner here while he has the chance to do so before bans can come through. Now by Sin. Cassidy does well into Orianna. She's another champion that has a lot of magic damage on her auto attacks, but it says sticks to Talia.
I was about to say, I would be very shocked if he doesn't pick up Talia. Sin Gaming, I would say with Talia, I think they've lost one game. I think all split long, they have absolutely dominated teams with this pickup.
They have.
And it's not just because of the laning phase and what happens there. It's because every single time Chiefs wanted to approach a turret in that game, they had to worry about a Talia. Every single time you're defending a turret, you have to worry about Talia. Unless you can really hard shove her into turret, which no one does anymore. Aurelion Sol was kind of the last champion that could do that, Fish. Then you just cannot get any priority in this game.
Curious to see what the rest of the Chiefs drafts entails, because a lot of utility come out from their first 3 picks. Jarvan and Renekton are the first 2 bans coming out from Sin. Braum taken away by the Chiefs. Sin, they're still looking for a top lane or jungler and a support, whereas the Chiefs, they're looking for their top laner as well as support, guaranteed.
Yep. Dockler is going to get counter pick again this game. He's going to be able to take either the Gragas into top lane, as you mentioned.
Or is there a high priority top or jungle pick they want here?
Cho'Gath?
Potentially. I do like the sounds of the counter pick better, because if Chiefs pick up Cho'Gath here, you have to question where's the damage going to come from their team.
I mean, Orianna, Ashe both do fine damage late game. I don't unless they want to play Kled or something top lane, they're not going to find all that much damage out of that area. Deep boot.
It's probably not going to happen with the Alistar lock-in.
It's 100% not going to happen.
The Wukong though, oof, that's a lot of damage top lane spawn.
It's not going to happen.
Let's see what the Chiefs do decide to pick up though.
Yeah, I'm expecting to see... that would be an interesting adaptation coming out of the Chiefs. It's going to be a support Trundle.
Trundle locked in. Ashe Trundle historically has been a good lane.
It's been a very good lane to gank for.
Yeah, has a lot of crowd control.
Doesn't really do all that much in the 2v2, although the way that Trundle kind of counters Alistar is when Alistar goes in, you Trundle away their 80 carry, and then you look to start biting onto the Alistar.
So Galio pick.
Top lane.
Interesting.
I wonder if they have a Fiora up in their pocket. I would be very interested to see a heavy 1-3-1 comp now ran by Sin. It would lack wave clear in the 3 because Kalista has to get access to the wave to be able to chunk it out. But that is a gauntlet thrown from the Chiefs Esports Club, and I think Fiora is the right pick to try and shut this down.
Did they pick it up? Let's see. They're hovering over the Fiora pick, and it will be Juice picking up Grax in the jungle with Fiora top lane for Dokla.
And the funny thing is the Chiefs have done kind of what Bensul asked the team to do. They said, make our top lane the win condition. Challenge us on that side of the map, and we will see who comes out ahead. Well, the Chiefs do exactly that. They blind Galio, who was pretty much single-handedly forced out of the top lane meta by Fiora. And you can see that, that Zyra ban maybe wasn't needed. Kalista had already been shown. Kalista Zyra, not the most well-known lane Fish.
It certainly is not. I mean, this is strange coming out from the Chiefs. I like the draft from Sin. I like the Fiora pick into Swiper, but we've seen Direwolves run similar team compositions with, top lane tank, with tank supporter, tank jungler.
Yep.
Orianna definitely has a much bigger punch in this team comp than the Direwolves Galio mid. But it's not as damage heavy as Kalista, Talia, as well as Fiora pickup.
Yeah, exactly. And I think that team fight looks really not great for Sin Gaming, to be honest.
It does not.
But in saying that, the 1-3-1 pressure that's going to come out, the amount of wave clear that they have on Ryoma, and therefore they're going to be able to force the Orianna into a side lane, and Orianna doesn't like being there, Fish. And then the amount of kill threat that Dockler has on everyone that can go to a side lane on the Chiefs. Was known as a split pusher before he came to the OPL. We'll see whether he can continue that.
I mean, what's with this Oriana pick? It's not the first team we've seen pick it up so early, but whenever you do, the opposite side just goes, well, we can play a 1v1 comp now, and there's nothing you can do because Oriana is going to be useless in a 1v1.
Oriana's good at forcing in the 4. That's all it is. She can put the ball on Zach, and they can just jump in. They've got Arrow to also start up a fight. I think that what you have to be careful about as we jump onto Summoner's Rift is that your waves are prepped for the Chiefs, and then your collapse is very clean, because you'll get maybe a wave to be able to dive in and turret dive, and there's not really all that much Sin can do to prevent FBI getting blown up if Zach hits him with that elastic slingshot.
So we are on to Summoners Rift, as you mentioned, Spawn. We'll have to see how this game pans out. These two teams definitely have a rivalry against one another, a friendly one at that. Chiefs did knock Sin out of the gauntlet. Sorry, Sin knocked Chiefs out of the gauntlet. Yep. And they were the 3rd seed to represent Oceania at Rift Rivals. And if they pick up a game here, Spawn, you have to think that they're justifying going to Rift Rivals.
100% Fish. I mean, I think Sin have already done that by the fact that they were able to get up to the Gigabyte Marines in that final day that OS was playing. They beat the number 3 and number 2 seed teams from Southeast Asia.
They did.
And they weren't the only team that lost in that fashion to the Marines.
Oof. Legacy and Direwolves
did not have any better luck.
No, and it almost looked like Sin were the closest ones in certain stages of that match.
See whether Ryoma goes for a cheeky play onto the Raptors here. You can see Swiffer is very aware of it and trying to zone him away. So it does protect it.
So currently on the ladder, it's 17-16 Legacy Direwolves. Legacy still undefeated.
13 points Chiefs.
14 points Chiefs.
Now that they've picked up 1, yeah.
Sin 11.
Yep.
So Sin won't be able to become 4th, so to speak, but they give them the head-to-head, and it breaks them away from AV. AV are 3 and 4 with 11 points as well. I believe this is 14 points Chiefs before this game, taking this into account.
No, it's 13, because they can only equal Direwolves.
So let's see what happens here. Because as much as Sin won't be able to, you know, rocket jump over to 3rd place, they still separate themselves from AV, which is good. And it sends a message to the Chiefs, which is they have to fear this squad in the future.
Yeah, exactly right. And these two teams are most likely going to play in the gauntlet now, Fish. I think that's what we have to go back to. Unless the Chiefs get a very cheeky victory over Direwolves in the final week, which is looking, you know, a little bit harder to do at the moment, then I think that there is a real potential that these guys have to play each other 2nd round of gauntlet. And that if Chiefs have come off back-to-back losses, that will play with their mind a little bit.
It certainly will. And the fact that Chiefs have already dropped the game here means that they're separated way away from Legacy. They're down from the Direwolves as well. They can no longer equal them in points. And it just makes their climb back up to try and get that automatic Grand Finals placing much harder. But let's see how this game goes for now. Swifter's going to take some damage in mid lane from Ryoma.
Yeah, that was a max range flick, however, and it didn't drag him through many pebbles. I think it only dragged him through 1 on the edge, Fish. Ryoma now is going to be ganked as well.
Oh, he's on the wrong side of the map as well. Spooks hits him with his auto attack Q. Doesn't get the knock up, but forces a flash.
Yeah, although Swiffer now taking a lot of damage, and Spooks needs to flash. He gets hit.
Good damage coming out from Juice. That forces the flash out of Spooks. He's going to get knocked.
Passive.
That's passive gone. Juice can come in and try and kill this.
If they want.
Let's see if they do use the teleport. Good damage. There's the teleport coming out to make sure they keep the Bloblets alive. Spooks will come back up, but Juves just keeps the barrel there. He picks up first blood.
Exactly right, and all of a sudden, Raze as well on the bottom lane. He's dead.
So many spears going into Raze. He's still alive. Will die to the ignite. So supports trade kills, and that's an angry Mukau on the bottom lane.
And now we're going to have the reverse situation where Rogue needs to push this in.
Look at Ejim.
For his support, and Ejim is going to have to try and hold it off the turret.
Oh,
Juves comes down, though.
Here he goes. Does he body slam flash? Juves goes for it. Good pillar from Ejim. Stops that one.
But the wave hits the turret. So all of that experience is going to go to waste. Ejim's going to have to pick it all up. And unfortunately for Raze, this lane will now become incredibly difficult to win.
Deja vu for Sin. They're happy with the spot they're at the moment. FBI is not far ahead in CS, but the experience will be good. Chief Swiffer is now charging towards Ryoma. Spooks has come back. That's an overstay.
Yeah, it certainly is. You could see that he was pushed up, refused to be frozen on. Lots of mid laners in the OPL do not like that Fish. So good play out of Spooks to revisit.
He also, Ryoma decided to corner himself near the Raptor camp instead of running straight back down mid lane.
I think Swiffer kind of had the inside lane there. I don't know if Swiffer would have been able to kill him, however, in a 1v1. So you're right, there is a potential that that was the wrong play. Now, without any summoner spells, however, I expect Ryoma to become a sitting duck. If you can't win the bottom lane 2v2, and it looks like it is an FBI rogue thing.
So this has also got Dokla slightly ahead top side of map. Because Swiper used that teleport, had to cancel, and now Dokla can freeze this lane or shove it back in, and he knows that Swiper has to walk back into the lane.
Yeah, exactly right. You can see how many additional creeps there are, so Swiper's going to lose a big wave. I think it's already a really hard lane for Galio to win once level 6 is achieved for the Fiora.
He does pick up a Bramble Vest very early.
Yeah.
But as soon
It's going to help with the healing, actually.
Yeah. As soon as Dokla gets... Oh, okay, no. A good point was that split pushers normally get ahead of their tank counterparts once they pick up some form of lifesteal. But Bramble Vest is going to cut that in half.
Also negates some of the healing from the ultimate. So what Fiora used to be able to do is even if you lived through all of her procs, she would just sit there and heal, and then you would like really lose out on that trade. You can see that Ejim very worried about being dove right now.
Playing this one very cautious. Raise Boots and Dagger to double longsword picked up by FBI.
Luke still hasn't picked up blue buff, which means the first blue's probably going to go over to Swiffer. He's looking for a dive here. Level 4, no passive.
Level 6 on Swiffer though. Gets on top of Ryoma. Not going to be able to slam him into anything.
Instead, he's probably just going to die.
Does that separate him? Does not. Instead, Spooks doesn't get knocked back. Now Ryoma is in trouble. Cheeky play out of the Sin mid lane. It doesn't pay off.
Yeah, I don't think that pays off though, because all of a sudden he has to recall again. Raze is in big trouble, Fish.
Lots of spears thrown in by FBI. He already ripped them out, so can't get that extra damage.
Raze is getting really punished in this 1v1. I think, you know, when level 6 is achieved, they'll be able to get the Zac in. Gragas is behind Swiffer. Swiper is in range for an ultimate, however. See whether this is a bait.
They're going for an engaged bottom lane. Ejim in trouble. That's a lot of spears. Is he dead? Yes, he is. Ripped out. Raze now trying to stand and deliver, but he's just going to get dove back upon. Another rip out from FBI, and Raze is forced off turret.
You can see he spotted out Juves. Juves is running down there very quickly.
Uh-oh. Can he get the snipe? He's going in. Oh, if he knows Raze is there, he's a dead Ash. We'll spot him. Goes for the body bot. One more barrel, and Nuv. Juves styles on him.
He was trying to bait for Spooks. There's no other way to put that. He could have just walked to safety. Instead, he burns a summoner spell. Spooks wasn't in range for it, and now Spooks is going to lose out on his Krug camp as well. Juves 2-0-0.
And again, I'm curious to why the Ash pick. Xayah was up. Cogmore still available.
I
think Caitlyn was left up too.
So I have a different opinion than everyone on the OPL on Xayah, and I don't think Xayah wins many lanes. He is incredibly low range, and the support meta, even though when she gets 6, yes, she can outplay a lot of the damage. I think her laning phase for a 500 range 80 carry suffers a lot. With Rakan, definitely playable. They have that very good innate strength together, but we are seeing a lot of Xayah punishment globally. And now that allows the ally to rotate in mid lane.
But even with Xayah being a heavy punishable mate, you start up a lot of other picks. I believe Caitlyn was still up. Varus even, but Ash is one that we don't see very frequently unless the 80 carry pool has been targeted quite heavily. Do they really need the initiation from Raze as the constant slows that they kept her in for?
I mean, I think it's the safer laning phase, right? Ash has one of the safest laning phases for an 80 carry out there. She just pokes with W. She has longer range than the other ones that were mentioned, apart from Caitlyn, who is very bad into Alistar, in my knowledge, because the headbutt pole cancels your trap. You can't get away.
Isn't Kalista one of the few lanes that can actually just dive onto her because of how her mobility works? That's what was curious to me, but Spook's now in trouble. Juves actually knocks him into the wall, forcing his flash.
Yeah, could have potentially flashed after him.
This has so far been a good game for Sin, and they're going for more. Ejim gets engaged upon, pops his ultimate onto FBI and uses the Ignite very early. Knocked him back into the team. Takes a lot of damage, but that's a lot of spears, and Ejim will flash out before he can rip the spears back. Juves comes in to protect his bottom lane. That's another teleport
TP.
cancel.
That was interesting coming in from Rogue. However, FBI used his ult then. Rogue's ult is still available, so there's not going to be a counter gank coming in here. You can see they're shoving in quite heavily, have a big CS lead right now.
Ejim found the perfect time to flash. It looked like FBI wanted a couple more spears before he ripped them out, and he got out of the range with the flash, which was smart.
Yep.
Still 1,000 gold lead for Sin. Dokla is accelerating himself top side of the map, though. Ninja Tabby Bramble Vest is all Swiper has. Dokla's got a tier map Vamp Scepter.
Yeah, it certainly does.
He can sit in lane for as long as he wants now.
I don't think Swiper is going to be all that worried about it because he's just going to do this. Until Dokla can hit the turret freely, he's not really going to hard win the lane. You can see Swiper's still got a couple of potions left. So I don't know whether it's a massive deal at this stage. I think the scary thing is if he becomes the way Pabu was yesterday, which is where, even though he's a split pusher, if he ever gets onto your carry, he two-shots them. And you can see once again, Sin are doing their big sweep of the bottom lane jungle and looking for all of the wards. They ward in lane, will be spotted out, but control ward would have to be burnt by Ejim to grab it. He does burn the control ward.
Wow. It's still a lot of wards placed down by Sin, though. And they have been spotted out by the Chiefs. Yep. Both exclamation mark pings went on to the 2 places the wards could be placed down by Sin, so they're very cautious of this teleport flank that can come out from Dokla.
Exactly right, and this is why I thought that the game was a little bit more Taliyah influenced, because, you know, much safer lane out of the Chiefs this time in Ashe Trundle, but the threat of the Taliyah dive is still definitely there, and you can see that this time Tommy's chucking it top lane, where Dokla is up, threatening the dive onto Swiper, and now they will potentially look for, oh, Raze, if you ever step up, you are dead.
Yeah, they pinged the question mark.
I think he's dead even if he doesn't.
Yeah, he's gone. That's instant kill.
I mean, why would you step up?
That's the time.
Ejim's gone. Your bottom lane has been completely swept out. He doesn't even have time to flash. You just get flashed on instantly by both Rogue and Juves and dies.
They pinged it too. They knew something was happening, and he saw the bottom side was clear from Juve, so he's either top side clearing out the rest, or he's bottom lane for a gank. He took the 50-50, it did not pay off.
And the Chiefs kind of are telegraphing where Spooks is as well at this stage, because unfortunately for Spooks, he has one option, and that is gank Ryoma, because nothing else will work.
That's an early flash from Ryoma. Very respectful. He's still going to get hit by the shockwave here, and will probably fall. So the force works for the Chiefs, but first turret falls for Sin.
Yeah, and this is really strange because, as I said, Ryoma knows where Spooks has to be because you can't gank Dokla. Dokla would actually turn the gank at this stage of the game. He's very, very strong. And I also don't think he can match bottom lane because of how much stronger FBI is than Rogue. Oh, good arrow.
Rogue's on the wrong side of the map. Blast Cone? Blast Cone? Okay, he decides to take the long way out, doesn't go over the wall.
Potentially could have been like someone looking to cut him off there. Swiper in trouble.
Good damage from Dokla, but Swiper's healthy enough to stay in this lane with the Doran's ring.
Yep.
Dokla, no matter, forced to go back.
Both of them going to be forced to go back. And this game is going to be won out by how strong can the AD carry for Sin become, FBI, and how much can they put Tommy behind now that he doesn't have summoner spells again. As soon as that shockwave's back available, I expect another gank to go towards him. And if they can keep him weak enough that he can't enter a side lane versus Swiffer, then the mid game will be much harder to execute upon. In saying that, there is such a gold lead right now for FBI. He has got Boots 2, completed Blade of the Ruined King, as well as everything else. And you can see a little bit aware of where Spooks is right now. They're bringing everyone down.
But again, it's going to be a much more quiet game than what we'd expect from these two teams. No scrappy brawls out of Sin, which is good to see. They're very calculated in how they played this match so far. In all 3 of their games, really. Ravenous High just been completed by Dokla. That should be where Fiora starts to win out heavily against the Galio, especially when he's going for a variety of items to start off. And Agent has completed his quest. Well done. Quest complete.
Give me a quest. Funnily enough, Rogue is still going Targans here, so didn't go for the coin. Doesn't want the speed up. One of the champions I thought would actually welcome the changed coin would be Alistar, because he doesn't really use Face of the Mountain or anything like that, and loves the old Shurelya's Revelry.
But again, 2,000 gold is what separates these two teams. It's going to be a long game. Doesn't feel like this is going to be a quick 25-minute match.
I feel like it's actually a little bit on the knife's edge, because you can see Dokla is starting to bully out the Galio. And as we already mentioned, this is kind of why Galio doesn't exist as a top laner anymore. Bottom lane is heavily in favor of Sin. And there's only one condition for the Chiefs, which is that man on your screen right now, Swiffer, being able to bully around Ryoma. And that's not happening all that quickly because Ryoma can just clear out mid-wave and leave, and all the side lane control is in favor of Sin Gaming right now.
Ryoma's trying to find anywhere possible to use workaround. Shockwave early, Ryoma taking a chunk of damage. Juves is here, he gets jumped on by Spooks.
Yeah.
Have a bit of damage. He goes back in, he's like, come back here, Swiffer, into the mid lane, onto a rock field, have my auto attacks that have red buff.
Doppler's here.
Going for a fight, the wall doesn't separate them. Spooks tries to deliver his team in, but that's a flash to take him away. Meanwhile, Swiper wants to kill on Ryoma. Goes for the uppercut, not enough damage. Tags Juves with the rubber hands, but Douglas gets one. Now sliding on towards Spooks. We'll get the distance for the speed up slow. And meanwhile, bottom lane, FBI's killed someone.
Exactly right. FBI has caught out Ejim, and Ejim, even through his ultimate, has fallen down. And the Chiefs, as I said, the game was on a knife edge. They rotate very quickly here, Sin. They're able to pick up multiple kills. They're now collapsing on mid lane turret. And this one is going to be nigh impossible for the Chiefs to win. Let's have a look at what happened. Ejim gets engaged on, waits for Ali to come out, and gets bounced up, pushed back.
Oh. That's it, really?
Yep.
Didn't use flash, didn't try to dodge anything, and just died for it.
I mean, I don't think there's really a reason to use flash there. He got knocked straight back onto the 80 carry.
Should he flash the Trundle there, or just pray he doesn't die?
Flash what?
When Trundle gets thrown at, Alistar gets thrown at him.
Yeah, I mean, you could potentially flash the initial engage, but then they just have burned an ultimate for flash, and it's going to happen again in a couple of seconds. I think that you hope that you can turn the fight. Obviously, they're very far behind and they can't. You know, potentially if Spooks was there half a second earlier, they would have looked to win it, but he was busy mid lane. So I think that that was just a really good catch coming out of Sin, and that you spend the minimum to try and make sure that doesn't happen. And this is what happens when you're the only winning lane. Juves has just sat mid for a good 5 minutes now and just said, you know, you can't dive him anymore, unfortunately. I'm going to protect him. So really nice job out of Juves to shut down all of this tempo. And on the side of Sin, you now have a long lane to stick Doppler in. He's not in danger of dying to your tank top and tank jungle. And he's not really even in danger of dying to Swiffer right now.
And let's go back to the Rift Rivals thing, because we've seen Legacy as well as Sin do incredibly well coming back from Rift Rivals.
Yep.
Sin have picked up plenty of games. We've also seen Legacy not drop a single game except for their match against Direwolves. They went from a 2-1 every game team to a 2-0 every game team.
Yep.
And this match is kind of showing that Sin have improved drastically since going international, which is good to see.
Certainly has. I think that it highlights... Ooh, sorry. I thought he was going to get ulted there. I think it highlights like what they learnt there, and that is that Tommy and Victor, so FBI and Ryoma, are definitely their hard carries at the moment, and that Juves needs to play bottom side as a good Talia wall, burns the summoner spells out of Swiffer.
Shockwave comes through though, gets a good trade and return.
Certainly does, and now, ooh!
Flashes out of it. Ryoma very happy to burn his summoner spells quickly.
Yeah, Swiffer also flashed the wall straight away, so both of them giving the respect they need. If these mid lane turrets fall down, I think it opens up the map in a way that neither team will really enjoy. It gives Chiefs a win condition on their side, and it gives Sin a legitimate way to just win the whole game. Doppler now taking turret shots, has to flash as well. I don't think he had to flash that one. Maybe would have been taken back into the turret, actually.
Now
so potentially could have, because he didn't have his riposte available.
Now does Juves just run straight top, knowing that's Spooks' bottom side?
Yeah, I mean, you can certainly look for the play. You can see that the Scrying Orb went out, and they're going to look to force him off this turret. Juves is there. Spooks will follow shortly behind.
Good trade coming out from Chiefs, though. Rogue is half health. That tower is almost going to fall, and that's the last minion, so it's difficult to take down the turret with this low health.
But they have Arrow available, and they do have Swiffer heading up there. You can see that, meanwhile, Doppler is just hitting the turret bottom lane.
He pops the ultimate onto Swiper as well. Gets the crucial proc, which was against the wall. Will get the heal up. Now more procs are going to try and follow through. Once that solo kill was so close to it as well, Spawn.
Yeah, and I thought that, you know, the Bramble Vest would actually stop the healing. Well, it didn't. He's back to full health, Fish. He's up 60 CS. And I think this was a bad pick out of the Chiefs. I think that, you know, Galio probably doesn't belong in the top lane right now. The carries still look like they beat him. see whether the Chiefs can get aggressive in this top lane. Juice is here.
What?
Oh,
Juice is here. That's going to be a
Good
double
night.
kill. Raze is there. That's a 1-2 good night if I've ever seen one. And Egypt just tries to get back towards Spooks. He might actually die for that too. They're trying to save Egypt. Let's see if they can. They pull up Swiffer as well. Juice is zoning him, knocks him into Ryoma. Almost gets a kill right off the bat. Builds a wall. Juice breaks it down and Spooks will die for it as well. So many spears.
Yeah, exactly right. And they take down another turret. 7,000 gold right now for the Sin Gaming lineup. And bottom lane, I mean, they can't even stop Doppler. This is going to probably be the game nice and early. It was a breaking point. The Chiefs needed to find a team fight, Fish, and they could not.
They could not.
And now their whole map is in shambles. Top lane outer, bottom lane base turret, mid lane outer, all going to fall down in such quick succession.
And I mean, we don't talk about the drafts too much when it comes to Sin. We give a lot of credit to their captain, Juves, their two star players, Orion and FBI, but Bensel has been a solid coach for this team in the past few splits, and he set them up for success again. More than happy to throw Dockler on the split pushing champion, which has paid off.
Yeah, certainly has. I mean, he's up by 60, 70 CS at this stage of the game. Let's have a look at what's happening. So they think that they have the inside trap here. They try and wall in FBI. Unfortunately, I think, what, one auto attack did he get off in that fight?
That's it.
So Ray's dead. Also, the decision to put the ball onto Ejim here and not onto Spooks probably allowed FBI to escape. And that means, you know, Swiffer gets pushed through all the rocks. He's going to fall down as well. Doesn't get anything done. And means that the Chiefs lost the whole map.
FBI thought he was going to get that one. Healed to get a few more auto attacks off, but he didn't rip the spears out fast enough. I even thought that Spooks was dead.
Yeah.
There was a lot of them in the Bloblet.
I mean, I don't think it matters, Fish. It's 8,000 gold at 21 minutes. So you didn't kill the jungler. Everything else on the map now belongs to you, and the Chiefs got those 3 consolation kills again.
It's a visual bug in the bottom lane as well. That inhibitor turret is gone.
Yeah.
Dogflow was able to take that down all by himself. Now it's nigh impossible for Chiefs to defend against this split-pushing Fiora, who has her 2 items.
Yeah, it certainly is, and you can see that they're going for something cheeky. They've sent Raze down into the bottom lane to try and catch out Dokla. That's not going to work if he's no longer there.
Which is, again, smart play from the Sin top laner. He's probably been the biggest benefactor of moving from Rift Finals. Because he looked abysmal in the first few weeks, and since then, he has not had a standout bad performance. He's made mistakes, but he hasn't had a game where you go, Dokla was the reason why Sin lost this.
Yeah, completely agree. However, I also think that this is probably one of the most one-sided matches if you have in League of Legends at the moment. Homer in some trouble.
Gets delivered into the team, but Swiper even burning his flash there. Ash Arrow miss, Spook's got his ultimate off, but they burn so much for that.
Chiefs are not mentally in this game anymore. Sin have absolutely ran circles around them, and you have to give credit to the young squad because they have dominated the Chiefs in back-to-back games.
Mental boom.
Yep. Big mental boom, I think, Fish. You can see that he's gone Sunfire Cape to try and match the push, but it's just not working.
Yeah, they're bringing everyone down here. Ryan going to try and build a wall, but that might just cut the rest of the team off. Dokla's going to die. They've collapsed with 3 members. He's just doing his best to live. Jumps on top of Ejim, wants to try and get a solo kill there. Forces him back off. They're taking a long time to kill this Fiora. My goodness, he does not care. Swiffer's the one that's in trouble here as well. Almost, but not quite. Instead, as you mentioned, Baron buff is the real objective to Sin.
Yeah, exactly right. So they waste a lot of time. Sure, Dokla falls down. But now, how do you stall out in your base against this 1-3-1 with a Baron buff? I don't know if it's possible. It's like, yeah. The Chiefs are just absolutely in shambles. And Sin have played circles around them.
Not reading that too.
1-2, good night. Am I right?
That is... Oh, it's from Twitch. It's not even a tweet. I didn't even see that.
Oh, really?
We've got Twitch chat on the broadcast. Oh, no. I'm scared now. What have you done, producers?
Yeah, I'm not sure that's the smartest move. However, what are we looking at? We're looking at, you know, big gold advantages right now for FBI. He's up 4,000 gold, in fact, so the biggest gold advantage. 3,000 for the top laner in Dokla.
This is silly. This is actually a disaster. All 3 games have been one-sided, and Sin... What was the breaking point here for them? Was it just their bottom lane overrunning Raze and Ejim? Was it Jews paying so much attention there? Yeah. Or, as you mentioned at the start, was it Bensel going, all right, we'll take them top side of the map with the Fiora pick?
Well, the Fiora now is incredibly strong, so you would expect a 3,000 gold lead regardless. It's where the other, like, 8,000-ish came from. And I think that a lot of it was being overrun. Obviously, they had practiced Cogmore so much this week, they thought it was a winning lane. And having to pivot to the Ashe, Raze doesn't look comfortable on the pick at all. They're going to go for the hard engage here, however. Where's the arrow?
I mean, that's a good force, but both Jews and Rogue stop anything from happening. They're like, nope, we're not allowing this rubber pink thing to get anywhere close.
Exactly right, but you have to be able to go again because if not, Dokla is going to destroy your whole base. So again, they dive in. Ashe arrow misses again, Fish.
Galio's coming in though, and Spooks gets a nice ultimate. Actually cancelled by the Galio. And now Juves as well as Rogue say, sure, we're the tank, we can fight. FBI's chucking spears into Swiffer. That's the backline dead. Raze is stuck against the wall. FBI's happily kiting this one out.
Dokla's just going to win the game.
Dokla's going to do what he did last time.
Absolutely over. Sin Gaming win the 4v5, and they're going to win the best of 3.
FBI still trying to juke this one around. Raze is going to fall. 4 on 5, no problem. Dokla even comes in for the action again. Stops hitting the Nexus. This time he's the scumbag that steals the final kill. And Sin, they've done it. Every single Super Week that's ever existed here. They're just the kryptonite to the Chiefs. They're onto the Nexus. Game number 3 was theirs. Every single one was a one-sided affair. And in typical Sin fashion, they don't even want to hit the Nexus here, Spawn.
They certainly don't. They want to savor this moment, and damn well they should. They go up 15,000 gold, and they have broken the Chiefs today. Chiefs in game 1, they look fantastic, but game 2 and 3 was a completely different story, Fish.
It certainly was. Sin, they've done it again. They propel themselves to 4th above Avant by 1 point. Unfortunately, not close enough to the Chiefs after dropping way too many 2-1s. But still, they'd be very happy with the outcome. They'd be ecstatic over their Super Week performance.
Yeah, and I think they should look at how they won this game, because this game 3 was telling. This showed that if they set up their top side of the map, that Dokla is good enough in a counter pick to really create a win condition. Because Ryoma actually got camped out this time, and he fell behind. But Dokla applied enough pressure top lane that there was never really any way for Swiper to impact these big 5v5s, and that's perfect execution of what you want to do on a split pushing champion. Just keep the team fighter from the other side there. So hats off to Dokla, because I think that one of his split pushing games on Jax was a suicide split pushing game. This game on Fiora was a genuinely good split pushing performance against the tank.
And if you're a Legacy fan, you have to be a big Sin fan as well. Super Week, they take a game off Direwolves, making sure Legacy are clear first after their 2-0 victory. And now they've taken down the Chiefs as well, the other contender for the top 4 spot.
I mean, realistically, Sin are just coming for the Legacy themselves. I mean, no one can really get close to Legacy at the moment. They've beaten Direwolves, they've beaten the Chiefs. But if a team would be able to upset, you know, through some good current form, I think that Sin would actually be that team at the moment. Direwolves are a staple roster. And I think that Legacy, at their best, beat Direwolves at their best. And that's what we saw. And that's why Legacy, in my mind, are the favorite to win it. But if there's ever been a wild card in the OPL, Fish, it's that team that was just absolutely able to dismantle the Chiefs.
There's a reason why every single split, there's a Cinderella story and a Cinderella
I don't want to hear about
somewhere.
Cinderella anymore.
Sin might try to do it once again, but we'll have to find out later on into the split to see if they can do just that. For now, though, to round out the day and to finish off Super Week, let's send it back to the analyst desk.
Thank you very much, Fish and Spawn. Sin taking the series 2-1 over Chiefs. And I guess kind of a surprise if you look at it historically, potentially less of a surprise if you look at both teams' recent forms, Choo-Choos.
Yeah, I really... Game 1,
You seem shocked.
Yeah, game one was a cheese. Game one was a cheese game. But
I suppose. I mean, you can call it cheese. I think it was. They came into the game obviously with an early game plan and a very nice draft, and they executed on it extremely well. So I guess you could call it a cheese, but I would call it good planning and good execution.
Good cheese is good planning, good execution.
Agree.
All right, well, those are our initial thoughts on this game. But standing by with our sideline reporter, Sarianne, is jungler and captain for Sin Juves. So let's throw it to them now for the interview.
Thanks, guys. I'm standing here with Juves after that 2-1 win over the Chiefs. Firstly, congratulations.
Thank you.
You created a bit of hype around this series. You tweeted out saying that it was the match of the year.
Yes.
But how are you and the team feeling beforehand going into this match?
Well, that was like a throwback to our gauntlet match where I did the hype video and I was like, this is match of the year. So I just tried to throw back to that. But this match for us was pretty much solidified who was the third place team. Obviously, it still can change, but I mean, it's a good measurement, I guess, as to where we're at and where we need to be come gauntlet time. So it's like we're really, really happy with the win.
The first match didn't really go in your favour, but after that you came out arms swinging. So what happened between game 1 and 2 to bring out this dominant side of Sin?
Game 1 was we got cheesed bot. Like, it was pretty cheesy, and my bot lane was pretty upset about it. But then we also kind of tweaked the draft a little bit. We thought that, I guess we figured something out in that game. Like, we just thought, like, oh, Maokai actually ruined us. So we tweaked that in Pickman, and then once we did that, I think it was pretty good games, I would say. Like, they were pretty clean.
It's pretty well known that Sin have a passionate and dedicated fan base. So is there anything you'd like to say to your fans or the people that have supported you?
I say, get fired up, boys. 3rd place at the moment. Get fired up. Get amongst it. Got the boys in the background. Come gauntlet time, it's going to happen again. But this time we might be a little bit higher up, so we don't have to play as many games. So this time we can make grand finals. So there we go.
Congratulations once again, Juves, and thanks for the interview.
Thank you.
Oh boy,
pretty fired up.
Get fired up. That was absolutely not what I thought he was going to say. I was like, oh no, what's he doing? He's burning it all down.
It's live television.
He's good. All right. Yeah, great stuff, and congratulations to Sin. I want to start by talking about this draft going into Game 3 because it was odd. Sin stick with the Kalista pick, and instead of picking Cogmore into Kalista, Chiefs pick Ashe, which I think you were saying, Carbon, is an old school counter.
I think like last year when people were playing a lot of Kalista, Ashe was kind of seen as like it was a different Ashe to the one there is now. They hadn't like updated her Q yet, but yeah, Ashe was sort of a soft counter to Kalista. Yeah. Here, I'm not sure. I don't want to really hazard a guess because I'm not sure. Obviously, the arrow helps. They had a lot of hard engage, so maybe it was for the comp. Maybe the idea was just they were going to sit back and farm. Trundle was going to keep Ali off the Ashe, and they were just going to farm that lane out. I'm not really sure.
They ended up picking Kalista Alisar again, which worked with them Game 2, which I thought was going to happen, but then they were kind of given a free lane. I thought Ashe Trundle to me is quite a weak lane. You could see that Sin were given too much room, and they've really pushed that lane. You could see them diving tier 1. They got
2v2 again.
2v2s.
Yep.
Like
a lot of 2v2s.
The thing that they did well in Game 1 is they ensured that Rogue wasn't on a playmaking support. He was on the Trundle.
Yeah.
And now he's stuck to the Alisar 2 games.
Really unlocked by the Kalista too. Like if it stuffs up, they can always just pull him out.
Yes. So
if you miss
and the biggest thing that I guess is they had Talia again, but Talia had no impact on this bot lane. I thought Swiffer did an excellent job on the control mage
I think.
Yeah, to stop Talia from roaming, but this was organically a 2v2 that Sin had a better 2v2 matchup and they performed.
I guess the other big thing going into this draft is the Chiefs blind picking Galio. They blind pick Galio. Yes. They ban Jace early on, but they leave open Fiora.
Yeah.
I guess thinking that potentially these nerfs are still strong. I tweeted out today. I was like, hey, is Doctor still going to play Fiora? He tweeted back at me being, yeah, it works in certain situations. And I guess it was proven to today.
I think one of the big things, I think ignoring the draft and ignoring the matchup, one of the big things that went wrong in this game for the Chiefs was Swiper's teleports. Yeah. I'm not sure if he got called bot or if he was just looking bot to try and salvage what was going on. And because he burned his TP on Zac passive and then Zac died anyway. Yep. Then he burned his TP on bot lane and then had to cancel. And I think he might have even done that twice. Dockler TP'd back to top lane every single time and then just freeze the wave.
Just to break that down for people watching at home who might not know that, if you got TP advantage, you can use your TP then to get back into lane quicker to get better CS. That's one of the reasons he was so far ahead.
Yeah, absolutely.
The biggest thing was the freeze.
Yes, the freeze was massive. And that kind of culminated in this big mid-game team fight, which we're about to see, where we see almost everyone come to mid lane. And it's an extended fight. Ryoma doesn't have flash, and so Chiefs are trying to capitalize on that because Orianna is their win condition. But Juves is here because he knows he doesn't need to be bot anymore. He almost solos Swiffer out. Ryoma's doing his best to put some damage in. And they force Spook's flash. Swiper TP's in again, but just doesn't have enough damage to kill Talia. And what happens on the back of this is they burn a lot of sums from the Chiefs side. They force the Galio TP and they kill him again. They're extending the Fiora lead even further. And basically what this all added up to was just this Fiora just being insanely difficult for Swiper to stop.
Shortly after that, they switched lanes. They put Fiora in the long lane, gave her so much room to farm.
She got bot tower
get
on her own.
Krugs. Bot tier 2, Dover took tier 3.
Yeah,
almost killed Swiper
almost
under tower.
dove Swiper underneath tier 3.
Like you could definitely
if he had flash, he probably would have.
You can definitely, going back to the TP, the 2 TPs wasted, this game would probably been a lot different.
Yeah, I mean, that's why I didn't want to criticize the draft too much. Because I think that they could have won with that draft. I think there was just a lot of things that just a little bit unlucky, a little bit miscommunication here and there, and it adds up to a bad result.
Does this change your opinion of Dokla? Watching him and Sin dismantle Chiefs in a 2-1 series?
Yes.
Yes, really?
Yes.
I mean, he's playing Fiora, 1,000-game Fiora, etc., etc.
Did
But
in this game what he couldn't do in Rift Rivals.
Right.
He pushed his advantage.
Yep.
He was such a menace. You could see the last team fight was 4v5 and he was ending the game.
Yeah.
Well, that's not necessarily pushing your advantage, but
he
took tier 2. He took tier 2 bot and tier 3 bot, and really just saw that he had built up such a lead and did what he had to do as Fiora in a split push situation.
One of the things I also want to talk to you about, Choo-Choos, is that there's the bot lane pressure that led to this top lane team fight, which we're going to see, which I know you were very interested in.
Yeah, this top lane team fight was built around. I think the bot lane had. Yeah, so the bot lane is Sin bot lane is going to the top lane, and this is essentially where Fiora is being such an issue that the Chiefs feel that they need to do something because this game is bleeding out. So you can see that they've all rotated top, Swiffer including. Talia walls
that goal?
You go straight up. Tommy rotates over, and the gold lead was about 6k at this point, and you could just see that the bot lane from Sin had just built up so much pressure that Chiefs felt inclined to we need to pull the trigger or else this game's just going to get out of control.
Yeah, that was the Hail Mary
pass.
Hail Mary pass. Let's just see if we can do something. If they manage to get some shutdowns there, they're right back in the game. Unfortunately, Sin were ready for it, and then it was just all gold lead.
So moving forward then, what does this mean for the rest of the split? We've got coming out of 2 Super Weeks now. Legacy obviously on top, Direwolves second place, and we're looking towards Sin pretty solidly in third, having beaten the Chiefs now.
Well, Sin are still fourth on the ladder, I think.
But as it evens out, sorry.
But in terms of form, in terms of relative form, yes, it does look like Sin are third. They've just beaten the previous third place team, which was the Chiefs. In terms of the ladder, though, which is what's really important, is that Sin are still fourth, and I'm not sure of the maths, but I think they need to win a few more games to get to that third spot.
With this win, though, they have solidified fourth in the gauntlet. I think AV were really hoping that Chiefs would win today. So this looks a lot better.
It's a big win for Sin.
Yeah, so I mean, there's going to be a lot of teams. Abyss, AV, are all going to be fighting for that 5th gauntlet spot now.
Woo! Well, AV currently have the head-to-head on Sin coming out of this, but they do have to play them again, I think, in week 8, I think.
And they are also behind Abyss.
Oh.
And they don't have the head-to-head to Abyss. So it's going to be a tough run home for AV. But no, look, Sin, that last game, that was dominant. I mean, that series went from like 100 to 0 and then back to 100 again, because that first game by the Chiefs looked amazing, and we thought, oh, maybe we're in for a quick night.
Yep.
And then Sin turned it around. I was like kind of close game in game 2, and then game 3 just exploded.
Yeah.
Do you feel like if it was a year ago, if someone had said to you, hey, the Chiefs get beaten by Sin 2-1 in Split 2 next year, blah, 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 but also the Chiefs game that they won was kind of a cheese draft.
Yeah.
Or what you would call good preparation. I mean, that's not historically what you expect from this team as well.
I just like to highlight how good Sin are in a gaming house. I said last split.
Yeah, they've improved a lot.
I said last split that I think Sin were the team that utilized the gaming houses. They were the best team to utilize a gaming house.
Like they had they'd gotten the most benefit relative to other teams.
Yes, they had gotten the most out of it.
Yeah.
And this just really just emphasizes how good they are in improving and developing this new roster, because Phoebe, FBI, first split in OPL, Rogue improved so much this year. It just makes you think, what is Bensel doing to them in that house?
Feeding them well.
Well, I think he cooks for them, probably helps them out.
He does cook for them. Apparently he's a killer cook.
Yeah.
Apparently, Juve's always telling me, Benny makes a mean roast.
Good eggs as well, apparently.
Great eggs.
Who does a lot of cooking in the Legacy house, Carmen?
Who
Who does that one?
I do. Yep. I do. But I share the load a little bit. We have a house manager this year called Lucas, who's kind enough to help out. So we split the load half and half. I'm slightly better.
Do you miss living in a team house and not getting that sweet game and cooking?
Yeah. Yeah, I do.
Who's better, me or my mumsy?
Yeah, who's the better cook? Your own mother who gave birth to you, or Tim Carbon Wendell?
Come on, mate. Thumbs up. Yeah, that's what I thought. Thanks, mate.
Wow.
Appreciate it.
I hope your mum's watching. Brutal.
I hope not.
All right. No, let's get back to this game. I mean, for the rest of the split, Chiefs then looking forward to playing Direwolves again, which is going to be difficult for them coming off the back of this. So how many wins do they have to pick up in order to kind of stay in contention for this?
Chiefs?
Yeah.
Again, I'm not sure of the maths. I think they need... Before this game, they could have secured second still.
Yep.
I think they're out of reach now.
Yeah.
They need to make sure that they really want to maintain that third spot. They're going to have to place in either way. If they come fourth, they will place in the third place match, or if they come third, they'll have to place in most likely in the fourth place match.
Yeah.
So I think they're going to place in either way, but it's just that you don't want to have to show your hand against Abyss or AV before that. I think that's the big thing, and that's what these teams are playing for. They want to make sure that if they do have to, because if you think about it, like Chiefs and Sin are two good sides, right?
Absolutely.
It's not like last year or the year before where it was like, oh, Chiefs legacy, and then like it doesn't. The rest is not as competitive. Yeah, but now it's kind of like there are four good teams who probably on a good day could take a game or a series from any other team, and so I think it's really important for the third and fourth place teams to try and get that third gauntlet spot, so they don't have to show anything when they play against the fifth spot in the
If you could
gauntlet.
hold on to that Cogmore cheese pick,
draft, that's a great example.
Going into the third, fourth place match, that can essentially win you a series and puts you on to the next round.
All right, well, let's take a look at the results from this Super Week, round 6 of the OPLs. You bring it up on your screen. We start things off on Friday night. AV 2-0 over Regicide. Legacy then beat Direwolves 2-1 to put them top of the table. Abyss over TM. Chiefs over AV. And then today we saw Direwolves dismantle TM. And Chiefs struggle against a Sin lineup that is looking better than ever, potentially. And heading into Gauntlet, I mean, that is the kind of form you want out of Sin Gaming. We are still working out the standings as our boffins backstage are working out the graphics.
The maths monkeys.
Yes.
You've got a team of chimps on typewriters.
That's how it does.
It's gone a lot. It's gone pretty spicy.
It's in.
Unfortunately,
really
they wrote the entire
spicy
works
now,
of
though.
Shakespeare, but they weren't able to get the standings graphics. But we'll get that for you. It'll be on our website, os.lollysports.com. I'd like to thank you all for watching us today, and I'd also like to thank Choo Choo's and Carbon for joining us on the desk today, as well as Sarianne for doing our interviews. And we'll see you next week. Bye.
He's running through the wall. Tegan has flashed forward. King has been ignited and hooked back. Great hook by Tegan, and first blood is picked up by Only. He's going to get the taunt off. Kane comes in as well. Good damage with the Fentex, but Shernfire responds, gets the R back into the turret. Shock falls, and Only's going to fall shortly after as well. Great counter game. Big double knockback coming out and sends 2 into the team. Praetor gets a big flank in the back lines, but he just falls to all the feathers. King gets 2. Fentex goes huge. Only is being chased down as well. Double knockup doesn't matter. Praetor ultimate comes out. Low is dead. Only's trying to run away. Meanwhile, Shock force a flash away, but you're running straight into a Corky who is incredibly fed. 8-0-6, but double kill for Chippies. Tegan's an extra 4. Make that 9 kills with Fanti. 21 kills to 4. 10 turrets take it down in this game to the 1 of TM. Only tries to do something, but he's aced by King. Commanding victory and a great bounce back for the Direwolves. Teleports are coming as well. Tegan gets a good initiation. Destiny throwing down the ultimate. It's going to keep King alive through the Buster Shot. Chippies has re-engaged. Only, however, keeps Fantix occupied. And that looks like a good team fight for TM. In fact, they kill the top laner from the Direwolves. Yeah, true. Destiny pops the ultimate early, but no damage came out from TM during that fight. So nothing's happened so far. Direwolves return the favor. Shock very low. Kane's inside of Fantix. Gets good damage, but a heal comes out from King. Will still kill the mid laner, but he trades his life for it. It's a 1-for-2 trade in favor of the Wolves. It's King goes aggressive against Low, and Tegan gets the first kill of the fight. Destiny's got out with a sliver of health. Low wants to come back in. There's just no avenue for him to do so. Meanwhile, Praetor in trouble. Double kill picked up by King. Winter Wall flushed away by Destiny. That's 3 kills for the Wolfpack. Yeah, Low looking for good damage on Fantix, but he is so low himself. Taken down. The AD carry is dead, and they just go front to back from here. Double stun from Tarek, locking down both Shock as well as Tegan. King gets a double kill, and the Goon has to somehow run away from all the Wolfpack members. There are respawn times coming up for TM, but they're already battering away at the Nexus. The Lich Bane as well as the damage from Caitlyn's too strong, and it's a 2-0 picked up cleanly by the Direwolves. FBI gets locked inside the arena, has to flash out. Wrestles Sin, trying to go for a fight still, but big ultimate comes out from Egypt. Just alone, Swiper's almost been able to take down FBI all by himself, and Raze, free access to Dokla, shreds through the health of the tanks. Easy team fight for the Raze, chasing down Grundle. Get him, one more ultimate's gonna be enough. Can't juke that, buddy. Easy kill, Roma tries to Valk in, Valk out. Raze flashes on his face, takes a crit for his troubles, and has to flash out himself.
Yeah, and I think that Raze, I mean, he burned the summoner spells there. Now he's in trouble.
He's getting flashed on Roma. Will get shut down by the Corki, but Juice going to be the next target. The beautiful butterfly has exploded and gets another kill. FBI wants to fight front to back, but he's got no more tanks in front of him. Kills one. That's with the help of Swiper. Locking down Dokla. He's going to be the next one to fall. Easily picked up by the Cockball. And Swiffer has kept FBI occupied. Now they're going to try and fight on the bottom lane.
Swiffer is unkillable.
Still takes no damage. Gets a taunt only onto Rogue, who's going to fall as well. Shredding through comes the Cockball. Pops more ultimates. That's a dead man walking. 2 people only left up for Sin. And the only thing that separates this game from a perfect game is the fact that Sin got 3 consolation kills, and the Chiefs were dominant for the last day of 7 weeks. They pick up a Game 1 victory in this Best of 3 series. Flash and heal away. They get some good trades onto Egypt. That's a flash for FBI. Gets first blood. Heal will keep him alive as well. But Egypt jumps forward for the auto attack to get that return. There's the Maokai ultimate. Teleports are coming in for both top laners. Egypt's going to flash away first. Ryoma now builds a wall, but it's nowhere close. That turret is going to fall. Egypt gets played back. Dude, Chiefs stand and fight. He can't get into the fight. Good wall built. Egypt's the first one to fall. Chiefs still want to go for the fight, but Ray's already being locked down. He's moving forward. There's a big crocodile on him, but look at Swiffer trying to get to the back line. Will flash out. Still going to die here. Dokla goes huge. Silenced by Spooks. Eventually falls. Great damage coming out from the Chiefs front lane. They trade 2 for 2. Swiper jumps in over the minefield, and Dokla just dives on in. Move, very bad. He's going to get locked down. Egypt locks him down with the box as well. Gets that kill for himself. Then now Ryoma, he's actually cut off Raze from this team fight. He can't access it. Swiffer's going to fall. Sorry, Swiper falls first. Now Swiffer's in trouble. Piled on. Raze has to flash away, trying to kite his heart out, but a double kill is picked up by Dokla. They lock him down. He's dead. Instant kill from Ryoma.
One shot.
Spooks is stuck. No one's back up for the Chiefs, and Sin, they've done it. They tie up the game 1-1. With a 16,000 gold lead, don't mind you.
I mean, both of these teams now has come onto Summoner's Rift and absolutely taking care of business on the blue side. They're going to be able to equal this one up 1-1, and Sin Gaming force a game 3.
Good damage. There's the teleport coming out to make sure they keep the Bloblets alive. Spooks will come back up, but Juve just kicks the barrel there. He picks up first blood.
Exactly right, and all of a sudden, Raze as well on the bottom lane. He's dead.
So many spears going into Raze. He's still alive. Will die to the Ignite. So supports trade kills. Going for a fight. The wall doesn't separate them. Spooks tries to deliver his team in, but that's a flash to take him away. Meanwhile, Swiper wants to kill on Ryoma. Goes for the uppercut. Not enough damage. Tags Juice with the rubber hands, but Dokla gets one. Juice is here. That's going to be a double kill. Raze is there. That's a 1-2 good night if I've ever seen one. And Egypt just tries to get back towards Spooks. He might actually die for that too. They're trying to save Egypt. Let's see if they can. They pull up Swiffer as well. Juice is zoning him, knocks him into Ryoma. Almost gets a kill right off the bat. Builds a wall. Juice breaks it down, and Spooks will die for it as well. So many spears. Yeah, Galio's coming in though, and Spooks gets a nice ultimate. Actually cancelled by the Galio. And now Juice as well as Rogue say, sure, we're the tank. We can fight. FBI's chucking spears into Swiffer. That's the backline dead. Raze is stuck against the wall. FBI's happily cutting this one out.
Just going to win the game.
Dokla's going to do what he did last time.
Absolutely over. Sin Gaming win the 4v5, and they're going to win the best of 3.
FBI still trying to juke this one around. Raze is going to fall. 4-on-5, no problem. Dokla even comes in for the action again. Stops hitting the Nexus. This time he's the scumbag that steals the final kill. And Sin, they've done it. Every single super week that's ever existed here. They're just the kryptonite to the Chiefs. They're on to the Nexus. Game number 3 was theirs. Every single one was a one-sided affair. And in typical Sin fashion, they don't even want to hit the Nexus here, Spawn.
They certainly don't. They want to savor this moment, and damn well they should. They go up 15,000 gold, and they have broken the Chiefs today.